Hey, Shalom, Dubit here. Welcome back, Week in Review. God bless everyone. Hope everyone had a good week and a good week coming. So, another week of research. I wasn't feeling great today, but I figured do Week in Review, feeling good enough to do it. So, hopefully, we'll get through quite a bit of studies and papers, catch up a little bit. So, I'm not sure if next week I'm going to do Week in Review. The week after, I definitely won't. Next week's Shabbos and Sunday is Rosh Hashanah, the Hebrew New Year's, which is finishes at sundown. So it's possible I'll do Week in Review starting later next week, like 8:30, and just read through some papers. And then the week after is Yom Kippur, which starts Sunday night. It's a serious fast day, so I'll just skip Week in Review the week after, and then the next 2 weeks are Sukkah, and it's also Shabbos and Sunday. So possible I'll do Week in Review starting later, 8:30. A mark. So God bless. So I was just watching right now on Lex Friedman had Walter Isaacson on and talking about his new book on Elon Musk. So I'm not sure if my dad buys the book, I'll probably try to read it this week, and I'm probably not going to buy it myself. But if my so my dad will probably get a copy, so it's pretty likely that I'll read through it and maybe talk about it. But I was just watching Walter Isaacson on Lex Friedman about the new Elon Musk, and I thought I'd talk a little bit about the ADL, God forbid, and what's going on in Twitter. And I was almost on Mario Naufal, based in Dubai, and I was going to defend the ADL. So usually Duvid is critical of the ADL. All right, so what was going on? I was listening to Mario Naufal and the ban of the ADL, and God forbid, usually I'm critical of the ADL because I'm libertarian and pro free speech, but I thought a lot of the information was inaccurate. So I thought maybe I'd talk a little bit about the ADL, give some sort of defense with it, and I'm streaming now, so I'm not sure what Belova is talking about, but yeah. So Mario Naufel is like one of the biggest Twitter space persons. He's got big panels all the time, big guests. He's had, I think he's friends with Andrew Tate in Dubai, and I think he's had Andrew Tate on, or he's covered some of the Andrew Tate controversy. I watch those. He does regular programming, and he's had Elon Musk, and he's like a entrepreneurial, self-made millionaire. He went to Monash College in Australia and then moved to Dubai. And Duvid is actually a distant relative of Monash. So I remember, I forget the exact family tree, but Monash was a European Ashkenazic Jew who was one of the early settlers of Australia and became like a military leader. His face is on one of the dollars, and there's a university named after him. So I have to look into the exact details, but I'm not closely related. But Duvid is distantly related to Monash, who I saw that Mario Nafa went to Monash University. So he seemed like a reasonably neutral, pretty serious journalist. And although he was very critical of the ADL, and I was listening to him, and he just looked at the ADL as like this nefarious organization, and I could see why, because I've been critical of the ADL. Almost everything I've said about the ADL has been critical the last few years, and I could see why a lot of people, especially internationally, just learning about the ADL now from this ban the ADL hashtag or the battle between Elon Musk and the ADL would take the ADL side. And then there's the related question of the JQ: how much does the ADL represent Jewry in general, and then also how much is the ADL actually representative of a broad coalition of Americans? And so you're like, obviously, like the Leo Frank, like I've read that, and unfortunately, God forbid, from what I've looked into the Leo Frank case, is it seems that he was probably guilty, or certainly he wasn't. He wasn't. So to say, wasn't a good person. He was. You're probably guilty of something. He was probably doing unbecoming things, and whether, God forbid, the grape and murder, God forbid, was directly tied to him. I think the evidence is quite likely, and that even he tried to pin it on um, a black person, whether the black person was fully innocent or not, or was part of what was going on. But they tried to pin it, and there's a lot of evidence that looks bad for him. Like, God forbid, I actually read through some of the court transcripts, and like Leo Frank uses the N word. He refers to the other man, I think his name's Conley, God forbid, who he claimed was the person who perpetrated the crime, calls him the N word, and he tells the police, like, you're not going to believe that N over me. And so even just Leo Frank's own words in the own court transcript, he looks pretty bad. And then like the evidence, so that doesn't sit that well with me, especially the insistence that that's why you just say, okay, the ADL was created to defend Jews, and at the time, Jews believed that Leo Frank may have been getting a raw deal, or sort of if he was lynched or didn't get a fair trial. But an insistence 100 years later that he is innocent doesn't sit that well with me. I mean, you just say, and even just say, okay, that was why the ADL was formed. But so God forbid that's coming up. And then like to defend the ADL in that respect, I think is largely negative, because when you look into the case, even though there's a lot of scholarly literature that says Frank was innocent, God forbid, if you just read Frank in his own words at the court trial, he sounds pretty guilty, and he does, and he's using the N word, and he's trying to pin it on the other guy, basically saying that it has to be this other guy because he's the N word, and God forbid. So like if anyone's actually looked at the transcript, it doesn't look good. So, but that aspect, I don't think that it matters a little bit. But from the aspect that the ADL, long term, okay, the ADL was also involved with Henry Ford and the Dearborn Independent, and the fact is that they weren't successful. The ADL tried to get the Dearborn Independent taken down, and they tried back measures. And maybe we'll also talk about the current so to say Elon Musk is a modern day Henry Ford, that Jonathan Greenblatt himself said and then took back. But I think that might be somewhat accurate, because Henry Ford, and I've read through some of the literature also, was a philo-Semite in many ways. Henry Ford valued his individual relationships with Jews, and he liked his personal relationship with Jews. However, he believed that there was a conspiracy of international Jewry and like globalism, where to him it was just clear there was globalist, and the globalists were largely a Jewish organization. And Henry Ford defended that belief vehemently, while at the same time to Jews. So he had his individual Jewish business partners and friends. I've talked about Albert Kahn in the past, and his architect, and Duvid was Temple Bethel, and his neighbor, I was bar mitzvah at Temple Bethel in Detroit, and Rabbi Leo Frank, I mean not Leo Frank, Rabbi Franklin, was neighbors with Henry Ford and friends with Henry Ford. And eventually they split off over the Dearborn Independent, but Henry Ford claimed that he was trying to protect Jews against, so to say, the big corrupt Jews, that there was a cabal of globalist banker corrupt Jews that was negatively affecting largely innocent local individual Jews that may or may not know what the larger cabal of globalist Jews is doing. And in that respect, it could be that Elon Musk might believe the same, or he might eventually be led to believe the same. Just Raxlon saying, like, I didn't even get into space. So, like, Mario, I spoke to him, and I guess, like, I was backstage to be brought on. And so, like, originally he didn't have really anyone willing to defend the ADL. So I messaged him, and I even joined Twitter blue check mark in order that I would be able to message Mario, because, like, I couldn't message him without the subscriber, without the paid account. So I paid the $8 to get my blue check mark. And then I guess by the time the Twitter space happened, they had a whole bunch of Jews willing to stand up and defend the ADL. And I only have like 470 subs on Twitter. So if you want to sub to Doofit on Twitter, help get me over 500 subs or whatever, or throw in a good word for Doofit. But so by the time the Twitter space happened, there were a whole bunch of Jews willing to stick up for the ADL. And so I was like on the wait list to be brought on the show, although he told me he was going to bring on the show, and they told me that they would message me that they're going to do a follow-up on the ADL. And so we'll see, although it could be the same thing where there's going to be a bunch of big names and I'll be the backlog. Although I don't think many of the big names had really done their research and knew what was going on. So I mean, Rexlin, he had Lucas Gage on. I don't know Mario he said a little, but like, no, Mario was holding it down, and he was talking to like some French rabbi and other Jews, and Keith Woods was more. Keith Woods is more intellectual. So Lucas, I've spoken with him, and he's done his space. But Lucas is. He's not really intellectual. He doesn't call himself intellectual. He's a philosopher, a little bit, preacher, motivator. He's involved in the issue. He's one of the people that the ADL and people want kicked off of Twitter. Popular. He was actually head of IRL organization, a Marine, a vet, and so I'm not sure, like if Lucas every single time he might. It might make sense for him to have Lucas, Keith Woods, and on each one of those things about the ADL, because they're the people that are on the short list of top 10, top 5 people, and also Andrew Tate. So Mario is an Andrew Tate friend or fan, and so he's probably also defensive of Andrew Tate. So he figures like if the ADL wants to ban Andrew Tate, the ADL is probably bad. And he's international, so he's not an expert. And then when you start with the history, like, the ADL was founded because of Leo Frank, God forbid, Shalom Dan, God bless. It doesn't sound good. And then this question of like, well, is it the Jews or is it the ADL? So I was going to try to explain that. Maybe I'll try to go over that a little bit. And I was just arguing on Twitter, the ADL factually is the representative of the voice of the majority of American Jews. Doofit is a dissident. Doofit does not agree with the majority opinion of American Jews with the ADL on a whole bunch of levels. So I'm going to go over a few things about what the ADL does and why Doofit is basically across the board against the strategy of the ADL. But at the same time, why the ADL is factually the mouthpiece of the unified voice of the majority of American Jews. So regardless of the founding of the ADL, going back to Leo Frank and, like Henry Ford and a few other cases, even Nazi Germany, and, the ADL was involved in like infiltrating Nazi movements in Hollywood and, various things they were around. And in 1956, President Eisenhower requests American Jewish organizations to come up with some method to provide a unified voice. So anyone's seen my Ask the Rabbi series, and people know the God forbid the Holocaust, World War II, My local rabbi, Young Israel, is a great grandchild of Rabbi Eliezer Silver, and they had the March on Washington of the rabbis, I think like 1944, 1943, in order to try to convince the government, President Roosevelt, to do more to help the Jews in Europe. And Rabbi um, Weiss, who is the main counsel of Roosevelt at the time, advises Roosevelt to not speak to him. So Rabbi Stephen Weiss at the time had collected together the majority of organized American Jewry under his leadership. And I didn't review like the whole history, but Rabbi Stephen Weiss, who now there's like a few synagogues, the Free Synagogue in like New York and California, maybe still Cincinnati, but largely that movement has fallen apart, and even conservative Judaism. But at the period of time in the 1940s, and Rabbi Weiss was like already like a son or grandson of conservative rabbis that had been in America, had organized together I believe 6 of the major Jewish organizations, where he was like the head of the board of directors of like all of the major American Jewish organizations. So you had like Rabbi Eliezer, um, um, why is his name slipping me right now? Um, but you had like the Aguda Yisrael, and you had like American Orthodox rabbis that were very small. They represented like only a few percent of American Jews. The majority of American Jews were represented by conservative Judaism, Reform Judaism, and a few social justice activists. So Rabbi Eliezer Silver and the Aguda only represented a small fraction of American Jews, Orthodox Jews, and Rabbi Silver was generally very nasty to Rabbi um, Weiss and the conservative movement, largely suing them over um, various political things like kashrus or what it means to be a Jew. So, like, as a minority, only representing a few percent of American Orthodox Jews, Rabbi Silver put hundreds of lawsuits against conservative rabbis across the nation. If they're like saying their kashrus supervision wasn't good enough, or that their organizations, didn't legitimately represent Judaism, to the extent that Rabbi Weiss, when he was, you had the March of the Rabbis, a few hundred rabbis at the White House, and Rabbi Weiss was advising President Roosevelt, that he advised President Roosevelt not to meet with Rabbi Silver and the rabbis, and I think Rav Aaron Cutler, or a few of the rabbis that I covered, and you might ask the rabbi coming to America not to speak with them. They're troublemakers. And, God forbid. So after the Holocaust, there wasn't really and Rabbi Weiss was not so pushing on the U.S. government to be so involved in the Holocaust. He was more concerned with American Jews and various issues. So after the World War II and the devastation of finding out the full impact of what happened in World War II, there was a push for a unified voice in Judaism. And President Eisenhower, he didn't want the disaster of having, 2 Jews, 3 opinions, and having all these various organizations saying different things. So they created what's called the Conference of the Presidents of major American Jewish organizations. And now that includes 51 organizations. But the Conference of the Presidents in 1956, the goal was to give a unified voice to politicians of American Jews. And that includes, besides for the ultra-Orthodox, basically all major American organizations. Like J Street's probably not part of it. But the Reform movement, the conservative movement, the modern Orthodox movement, the Federation, AIPAC, ADL, AJC, ZOA, they call it the alphabet soup because, look like 50 of them. And like 10 of the 50 start with A, like the American AJC, the ADL, and one of the bigger one being the Federation. And so collectively, if there's, an estimate like 6-7 million Jews in America, the Conference of Presidents represents probably about 4 or 5 million American Jews. If you're a member of almost any mainstream Jewish organization, that organization is a member of a national organization that's a member of the Conference of Presidents of major American Jewish organizations. And then it's divided up the task. If you want to pop on John Wolfe to talk, I was just watching Walter Isaacson. I guess Walter Isaacson's only a half Jew. Okay, yeah, Orfeo, God bless. I'm going to get back. I'm going to read some paper, but I feel to talk about the ADL because it's important right now. And Yasamish, if you want to talk, hop on. So I'm talking briefly about the ADL. I'm talking, so I'm trying to explain how the ADL factually does speak for the majority of American Jews, and it's democratic. So to say, when you say, I didn't elect Jonathan Greenblatt to speak for me, to some extent, we did. And say, okay, like I go to a local Young Israel. I've been a member in the past. The Young Israel is a part of the Orthodox Union and the National Charter of Young Israels of America, and they are a member organization of the Conference of the Presidents of the major Jewish organizations. And the ADL is the organization that deals with this officially for the Jewish community. So say when you join okay, like the downtown synagogue now has teamed up with the Federation. It used to be an independent synagogue, but at some point they'd been a national member of the conservative movement. But if you're part of a synagogue that's not 100% independent, you are probably APAC, ADL. I mean, APAC also, just to mention APAC in a similar fashion. APAC does factually speak for the majority of American Jews. So the ADL, when you're a member of a Jewish organization and the Jewish organization is a member of some other organization that's a member of a national organization that's a member of the Conference of Presidents of major Jewish organizations, when you sign up for that, you also sign up for the ADL speaking for you. And it's somewhat democratic, meaning say that the Conference of Presidents could vote to expel ADL from the conference, or you could elect to have alternative representation, like the Orthodox, the ultra-Orthodox, I would say the modern Orthodox are a member of the conference. The Agudas Yisrael and some of the ultra-Orthodox organizations are not members of the conference, and so ADL does not speak for them. They have their own alternative leadership that speaks. So the purpose of the Conference of Presidents is to have a unified voice to deal with American leadership, politicians, law enforcement, business leaders, interfaith, the church, and so the ADL is factually the unified voice of the American Jewish public, and it's democratic, meaning to say that if you are a member of your local synagogue, like the downtown synagogue, I stood up at the meeting and said that we shouldn't hire a rabbi, we should stay independent, and we should stay leadershipless. And it was a democracy. We voted, and they listened to my statement, and they disagreed, and they voted to hire a rabbi, and they voted to join the Federation, and so to say, now they're part of a member organization that's a member of the Conference of Presidents, where the ADL is factually the representative, the liaison. So I wanted to cover that point first. One, how despite saying, well, I didn't vote for them, but if you are part of a Jewish organization, those Jewish organizations have elections, and as an organization, if they are part of a national organization, that national organization is part of the Conference of Presidents, then the ADL does in fact speak for you. And you might not have, so to say, like that. You might have, said, well, I prefer the ADL didn't speak for me. But to some extent, you had the right to, say, if you're a member, you could say, well, I vote that we, God forbid, like I wouldn't do that, I would lose. But I could go to my local Young Israel and say, I vote that we rescind our chartership with the Orthodox Union and the National Council of Young Israel. And then we would no longer be a member organization of the Conference of Presidents. And like, there's no way, like, they wouldn't even be called up for a vote. Like, that no one would agree with that. I mean, say maybe like 2 or 3 people or something. But I mean, because it is a democracy, if I was a paying member of my local Young Israel, I could run for the board of directors. I could pass a resolution. The rabbi is elected by vote. You could vote to try to get a new rabbi, or you could vote to bring up a motion. The motion that I vote that we leave the the National Charter of Young Israel or the Orthodox Union or something like that. But it's saying that it is a democracy, and if you're part of your federation or conservative, reform, any one of these organizations, it's democratic like that. And at the end of the day, the ADL is the democratically elected representative of larger American organized Jewry. And because it's not like you don't actually vote on the ADL, you just vote to be a member of the charter organizations, and then the conference has its own internal elections also. So it's saying the conference could expel the ADL or it could internally, but it's saying that so it's not like a direct democracy where you get to vote whether you support the ADL or not. You just vote whether you're a member of this organization, and you vote for a certain amount of people that will be sent to the national leadership, and those people would have a vote on an issue like that. But to some extent, yes, the ADL is the elected representative liaison to speak on behalf of the majority of American Jews. And if you add up all the organizations and their membership of all the various people that are members of the Conference of Presidents of major American Jewish organizations, it probably is like 4 or 5 million people. It's like 60-70% of American Jews. So you have the Orthodox. You might have like 10% of Orthodox that are non-members, non-conference members, and like modern Orthodox or something like and a lot of like Orthodox, even yeshivish people, like here in Metro Detroit, the parts of the Orthodox community work together with the Federation. And so even the Orthodox Black Hat community here in Metro Detroit, as being a member of the Federation, are a member of the conference, and meaning the ADL is their elected representatives to speak to law enforcement and leadership. So, like even, so, okay, you could be a member of the yeshiva here in Detroit and be like, well, I didn't, I never elected the ADL to speak on my behalf. To some extent you did, because when you signed up to go to the local yeshiva here in Metro Detroit, you knew that the yeshiva was affiliated with the Federation, and the Federation is a member of the Conference of Presidents, and the ADL is a member organization of the Conference of Presidents that is the official representative to these certain things that it does on behalf of the Jewish people. So, I mean, there could be, so if you're a local Orthodox Jew in Metro Detroit, like, I'm the ADL, I don't want them speaking for me. Well, what are you going to do? You're going to, vote that you should, go up to, the yeshiva. It probably has a council and a board of directors and elections. So you're going to demand an election, and you're going to demand that either they withdraw from the Federation, or that that their elected representative that's on the National Council demand that the ADL be removed from the Conference of Presidents. So it's a little bureaucratic, technocratic. Maybe it's not really that complicated. I'm just saying, like, organizations, member organizations, local, regional, national charters. But to say, like, yes, the ADL does speak for most American Jews. There's a fragment of American Jews that say they wish the ADL didn't speak for them. Like, for example, maybe people in the local yeshiva in Detroit like, okay, like, end of the day, like, it pays to be a member of the Federation, and they're not going to leave the Federation because they hate the ADL that much. But let me say, like, well, I don't really like the way they're dealing on our behalf. But it's say, like, well, yes, you are a member organization. They are including you in their representation. Okay, so with that, just explaining the ADL is largely democratic, meaning the ADL factually does speak for the majority of American Jews, and it does so through democratic processes. If you're a part of any Jewish organization, they have elections, they have board of directors. The board of directors has committees and elections, and this is something that could be voted on. And if you're that adamant against the ADL and you don't want the ADL speaking for you, if you're not a member of a Jewish organization, saying, okay, then you say, well, I'm not that committed as a Jew. I'm not a member of any Jewish group. I'm not a member of any Jewish organization. And if you are a member of a Jewish organization and it bothers you that the ADL is the representative of the organization you're part of, you're free to avow the democratic process to try to change that. Okay, so, to the ADL and now what's going on between Elon Musk, and there's multiple divisions. So I was talking to History Speaks and the panel, and they're different people. So the ADL does a lot of different things, and it does it on a lot of different levels. The ADL as a local chapter, as a regional chapter, as a national chapter, as a think tank, as a information gatherer, as a liaison to local law enforcement, police training, to Israel, and as a lobbying organization that lobbies the U.S. government, maybe local governments, and lobbies business people, represents the Jewish people in interfaith to the church, to various leaders. So saying that the ADL, as an official spokesman for the majority of American Jews, will act in the capacity of many different things. So one of the reasons why most local Jews will reasonably accept the leadership of the ADL is because the role the ADL serves as a liaison to local law enforcement. And so most people, look, I never heard of the ADL because it's kind of like, court and crime. You never, if you never, God forbid, if you've never been beat up, if you've never been assaulted, if you've never been robbed, if you never had your property defaced, you've never had to deal with the police. And then if, God forbid, you've been assaulted, you've been robbed, you've been vandalized, you've suffered a hate crime or something like that, you could handle that as an individual, or you could go through the channels. You're saying, okay, well, I'm a Jew, and there's community resources for me to help me deal with that. And so, the Orthodox have their own independent police liaisons that deal with, but generally even in Metro Detroit, there's not really an independent Orthodox police liaisons independent of the ADL. Like in New York or certainly there's maybe Baltimore, there's Shomrim here in Metro Detroit. Maybe they have local liaison with like the Oak Park Police Force, that if you get, if something happens in Oak Park, but outside of Oak Park, if something happens to someone in the Jewish community and it has to go through law enforcement, the ADL is going to be your representative. The ADL has lawyers. They know the local police system, the judges, the FBI. They know relatively how to deal with it, and it's sponsored and paid for. So if you're a Jew and you're assaulted, or like, God forbid, a Jewish organization and, someone vandalizes your property or, does something, Jim, I'm going to get to that because no, I'm saying like people are misconceiving necessarily that the ADL, like crossing the Rubicon and imposing the ruling on behalf of the rule of law. So, okay, there's certain things, if you mean the lobbying arm of the ADL, and when the ADL pushes that certain laws should be changed, or that social media should have to ban certain people. And we're going to get to that. So I'm starting with the local level. And, so saying the local level where the ADL also puts up rewards. So God forbid, a lot of times a Jew gets assaulted and they don't know who did it. So the ADL, where very often they'll put up $10,000 reward. So like, okay, if you're a random Jew and you get beat up and you're saying like Jewish blood is not cheap, you're not going to be able to beat up some Jew and get away with it. And, you're just some Jew, you don't have any power, but you get assaulted and then, so you call the ADL and like, look, like I was beat up and I think that I was beat up because I'm Jewish. Like, okay, like, like you say, who would want to beat Duvid up? Well, a lot of people would want to beat Duvid up, God forbid. Well, how many people who want to beat Duvid up want to beat me up because of my own personal bad character problems that I've done? How many people want to beat Duvid up largely because of my Judaism? And either way, that if it was unclear or it looked like it was a possible hate crime and someone assaulted a Jew, the ADL might put up a $5,000 reward. Saying like $10,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of whoever did this. So that's one thing the ADL does. That saying Jewish blood's not cheap. You can't just assault a Jew and get away with it. And if you do, there's going to be the ADL, it also has access to local news. So saying they're going to call the police, they're going to file those reports, they're going to, hang up wanted posters, they're going to, look for, they're going to make sure the police do their job, they're going to look for video evidence footage. They might put up a reward for catching the person, various things. So it's saying that generally is one of the main reasons why most Jews appreciate the service of the ADL. Because if you're just an independent Jew and God forbid something happens, you don't know what to do. You're not going to be able to deal with it, navigate it. You're probably just going to let it slide. You're like, crap, I got beat up, I got assaulted. Maybe it was a hate crime. I don't even know who did it. The person's still around. And, going with your life just scared. So, that's the power of the ADL in having an organization there to represent, saying Jewish blood is not cheap. If you assault a Jew, commit a hate crime on a Jew, there's an organization that's not going to rest until you've been caught and punished. Okay, so besides for the liaison to law enforcement, there could also be criminal defense. And, if you're a Jew and you come into problem with the law and it looks like you're being unjustly punished because you're Jewish, the ADL also might defend you if you get into some sort of confrontation. So it's conceivability, just saying like it's a protection of the community in a way that there's an organization that has a working relationship, the knowledge, lawyers with law enforcement that is there to help you. Then there's also the information collection arm to say most anti-Semitic incidents are not criminal. So if you get harassed and you report it, just information to the ADL, like I'm a Jew and I experienced this anti-Semitism, the ADL has an information database going back like 100 years where they just collect information, and a lot of times people are repeat offenders. So in most cases, and this is going to get to like Jim when we talk about the lobbying to have people removed from social media, because America, we have freedom of speech, and most counter-Semites are repeat offenders. And so you call the ADL like, okay, look, I received this hate message. So if you're a Jewish businessman and you open up a business and someone sends you a letter saying like, we don't like Jews here, God forbid, we don't want you doing business here. Or if you have a Jewish school or synagogue and someone calls your institution and is harassing you in a way that it's legal, they're not breaking the law, but they're harassing you. So the ADL has a record of that to say, okay, like I'm getting harassed largely because I'm Jewish. And the ADL might be, okay, this person harassing you, we know who they are. He's been harassing Jews for a long time. we've contacted law enforcement. Maybe he's been visited by the FBI. For example, like if the person's a habitual harasser, the FBI might visit them and say, like, like, look, we know what you're doing. You're causing these people harm. It's part of your free speech. You haven't violated any laws. However, we're watching you. And if you should step up and do something criminal, we'll catch you and prosecute you. So that's also pretty common. So God forbid, like if you're a Jew in Metro Detroit, you might not know this, but there's a lot of counter-Semites, let's say hundreds of them, that the ADL is familiar with. And these people regularly harass the Jews, business people, synagogues, community centers, Holocaust Museum, but they haven't committed any crime. So the ADL has a database. The ADL maybe has spoken with law enforcement, and say, okay, this person is harassing you. We know who they are, and unfortunately, it's their right as an American to harass you. And so that's where you get into the putative level when it gets to the national level or the regional level. So also, you mentioned the lobbying arm. So when we talked about your liaison to law enforcement, the data repository of repeat offenders, also like school, like if you're Jew in school and like they try to force you to do Christian prayer, or flunk you for not taking a test on a Jewish holiday or something, you have a legal arm in to say, okay, my kid goes to the school and they had to take off a Jewish holiday and the teacher didn't cut them any slack, and now they're going to fail their class. So the ADL has a legal arm that they could consider suing the school or suing businesses or something to say, I'm an employee and I work at this place and they didn't let me take Sabbath off. And so you have a legal arm that this could sue on behalf. Just say, like, look, the U.S. law, you're not allowed to discriminate on religion, and should you flunk that kid? Should you fire the person? Should you take out their wages for something they have the legal right to do? We will sue you. And so that also, like the ADL does. And then also, well, Jim, yeah, I mean, it's legal to have a database. You're allowed to collect information. I mean, so there's two things. We'll talk about the spying. So I'm just talking about a database of reports. So the ADL has a hotline that a report center, and a lot of times it's through your synagogue. Like, you don't necessarily, like, not every kid knows, like, okay, like, like something happened, like I'm going to call the ADL. Usually you would call, like, speak to your local rabbi or Jewish friend, and they might tell you, oh, you call the ADL, but so they're not necessarily spying. They're responding to reports. So if you're a Jewish person, I mean, even in Australia, they probably have the same thing. Like if you're in Australia or anywhere, like here in Metro Detroit, and you're a Jewish businessman, you open up a business in an area, and all of a sudden someone starts harassing you, largely because you're Jewish, saying like trying to hurt your business. And a lot of people who do this under their legal name. So a lot of times the people who harass people do that, sometimes like the internet, there's trolling, but like a lot of people they'll legally do it. They know it's their legal right to do it, and they'll use their actual name. Although sometimes also be law enforcement saying, well, I got this nasty letter. I just opened up a business in this area and I got this nasty letter, like, God forbid, go away, Jew. And, maybe then you contact law enforcement, you contact the ADL, and the ADL might, say, like, look, we know who did this to you, and they do it all the time, and we're monitoring them. And, we'll also talk about the legal arm in terms of let's say the person, like, let's say, Richard Spencer, or a lot of these people online, like Keith Woods, Lucas Gage, Adam Green, who haven't broken any laws, and they're probably not also actually harassing individual Jews. So there's a difference between. So Richard Spencer got started with, I believe her name was Tanya Gersh. Anyone in the chat remembers, but I think it was Tanya Gersh who, Richard Spencer had beef with, and Tanya Gersh took it up with her local ADL, or she took it into her own hands. Like Tanya Gersh was maybe an individual Jew in Wyoming who tried to pressure Richard Spencer's mother to sell her property or something like that. And then Richard Spencer teamed up with Andrew Anglin and and started a harassment campaign against Tanya Gersh. If anyone remembers that history. But something like that was okay. Richard Spencer or a lot of these people online, they have not necessarily harassed individual Jews. They're just openly making political open statements like Michael Jones, like none of these people. So this is going to get into Elon Musk. If you're talking like, okay, Keith Woods, Michael Jones, maybe Nicholas Fuentes, they're not harassing individual Jews. They're just openly saying negative things about the Jewish people in general, but they're not actually harassing individual Jews. And we're getting to this. I'm building up from the local level to to get to the point where what's largely controversial. So what we're talking right now is largely not very controversial. Most people, they might, okay, it's kind of like tattletale or something, but the ADL doing this is saying why is the ADL so respected among the majority of American Jews, and what do they do for the Jewish people? Why do they have such a good relationship with law enforcement? And it's because of this, let's say, non-controversial. I mean, the police, if you called the police and say, okay, I received this letter, I just opened up this business and I received this letter harassing me, saying like, go away, Jew, or like something like that, and you call the police and police say, well, so what? Like, I'm sorry that happened to you, but it's not a crime. And they might, if they knew who did it, they might, you could put like a protection order, or maybe the police would, in some cases, would speak to the person, but it's not a crime. So you call the ADL. The ADL has a repository of this information. So a lot of times, if a crime eventually happens, so God forbid, should the person step up and actually commit a crime, then you have the ADL data repository. Oh, look, this person who did eventually commit a crime against a Jew, and then the ADL, like, look, we have a whole bunch of evidence that they would be happy to hand over to law enforcement, that this person was a serial harasser, or to say the know the difficulty. So if you receive if you're a Jew and you open up a business and you get a letter saying like, we don't like Jews around here, and you call the ADL and you say, oh, that it's some old woman on a typewriter, she's no threat, but she's a serial harasser, she does that all the time, but you don't have to be concerned, it's just an old woman exercising her free speech. Versus if you say, oh, this person is like a pretty violent person, has a bunch of guns, and although they're exercising their first right, you might want to take it seriously. You might want to consider buying a gun or hiring security, because although this person has not yet committed a crime, you might want to consider your security in a more serious situation. So separate from that, like, that is not the ADL doing like KGB stuff. That's just the ADL taking reports of Jews who have been harassed and saving that information. And a lot of times, dealing with, so, currently the ADL often will contact the FBI because right now we're in a climate of increased anti-Semitism, God forbid, and people are scared of hate crimes. So therefore, the ADL might constantly be contacting law enforcement. And in this case, it would, if it's on social media, it would probably be the FBI. And the FBI might pay the person a visit and tell them just question them. And a lot of times, God forbid, these people are openly counter-Semitic, and they'll tell the FBI like the conspiracy theory or something, that like they don't like Jews, they don't want Jews around here, they're exercising their First Amendment right to express their opinion, and even at a level in a legal harassment method. I mean, say if you're sending letters, God forbid, to a local synagogue and it's protected by the First Amendment, and the FBI comes and visits them, and the person admits that they're the ones sending these letters, making these phone calls. However, they're not threatening violence, they're not violent, they're just expressing their First Amendment right to their displeasure with Jewish people or something like that, God forbid. So like in that case, so in that way, like the ADL has been doing it for decades. The ADL has a huge repository. So if you're a random Jew and something happens to you, the ADL has a boatload of information. And like, so in the 1970s, the ADL started working with the FBI and, monitoring. The ADL in the past has done things that are questionably legal, spying, possibly like sending undercover Jew or something to gather information, or clandestine, a Jewish friendly person to gather information. Okay, so then also mention the lobbying. So the ADL might lobby local officials, local city councils, um, state officials on the national level to do certain things that it thinks is in the interest of the protection of the Jewish people, or sometimes, because the ADL has such a powerful lobbying arm, just things that are um, things that the Jewish people want, even though it may not have nothing to do with the security of the Jewish people, like some of the culture war stuff, or God forbid, it could be corruption. I mean, that the ADL could exert some of its power in order to benefit some of its donors or business base, and pretend that it's doing it under the guise of fighting anti-Semitism, when in reality it's just doing it to benefit a donor base. But okay, so we'll get to the more controversial stuff. So the ADL also could legally threaten and take punitive actions to battle counter-Semites. So it gave the example of like a serial harasser that has not broken any laws, but is a serial harasser. And so we're going to get to like the internet, the newer age of what's going on with Elon Musk. So right now I'm talking about the things that are less controversial. So we're talking about a serial harasser that say is a known anti-Semite and knowingly voice it, knowingly contacts Jewish organizations, tries to turn other people against Jews and Jewish businesses and Jewish organizations, that the ADL could take putative actions, legal actions against this person, including trying to ruin their life, trying to get them fired from their job. Could take out advertisements against the person, inform people. The ADL could try to break up their marriage, could do anything to take putative action against the person. So whatever reason there's a person who doesn't like Jews and they're actively voicing it, and they've done it enough times that the ADL has a track record that here's a serial harasser of the Jewish people, and then the ADL goes on the offensive and says, this person who calls their employer, calls their business partners, family members, and say, look, your business partner, your family member is a bad person, and we recommend that you fire them. We recommend that you don't do business with them. We recommend you have a talk with them. Could get involved in child custody or divorce battles or something like that. But as an escalation of force, God forbid, that that is common also. I'm saying that's the beginning of controversial. So I said, when I said before, I think even like counter-Semites, okay, like if you're counter-Semitic and you say, oh, the Jews are organizing, they're protecting themselves, you might, be against it because you fear your group strategy. But to that, it's not very controversial. So this is, I would say, the first point of larger controversy where the ADL would actively try to take putative actions against serial harassers. And so then you're going to get to the level of, well, does the ADL take putative actions against non-serial harassers, just people who express counter-Semitic attitudes without actually harassing a person? So first dealing with people who are serial harassers that have actually harassed individual Jews. And, so then you have the ADL coming out them and trying to take putative action. Like there's going to be consequences to your actions. And should you continue to harass the Jewish community, the Jewish community has an organization with lawyers and advocates and police liaisons that is going to try to ruin your life, God forbid. So then you have the level of the national level. It's like social media, a lot of times that could occur on the local level, but this is mostly stuff that happens at the local level, where you have individual Jews between law enforcement and individual people that the Jewish, that you have a liaison, say like, okay, like I'm dealing with this person. He's obviously counter-Semitic. He doesn't like me. He doesn't like the fact that I'm Jewish and I'm in his community, or I'm trying to set myself up, open up a business, get ahead in this area. And so you have the liaison, saying that I'm going to go to the ADL, and the ADL has a legal arm. The ADL has relationships with law enforcement in order to help an individual Jew deal with that situation, or to help the Jewish community deal with an individual opponent of the Jewish community. And then there's also like the lobbying arm for things like Holocaust education, diversity. So they're also more controversial because on a state, regional level, the ADL might also lobby for things in the liberal cultural war, and saying largely they do that on behalf of the interest of the Jewish people, because the ADL has the relationship with law enforcement, education, or various institutions, that when the Jewish community wants to push certain values and, so to say, cultural issues, the culture wars, that they will use the ADL to do it, because the ADL already has the liaison relationship. So that could be things that more controversial, like abortion, LGBTQ plus, mandatory Holocaust education, or various things that the ADL might also take apart. And so, like, Congress, like Michigan, has mandatory Holocaust education, and the ADL was one of the major organizations that helped lobby and get that passed through the Michigan legislator. When the governor or politicians are at Jewish organizations, usually the ADL representatives are there, and there is, things that you could argue have very little to do with Judaism, like protecting abortion rights. And so there could be an overlay. Well, what is the ADL pushing for pro-choice abortion agenda in your state for? And you say, well, because that's what the majority of the Jewish people want. That's the popular belief among Jews, and therefore that's what they're pushing for. Okay, so on the national level, more recently, this is more under Jonathan Greenblatt just in the last few years. So you have two things. You have the lobbying arm in Washington that could also be things that like abortion, LGBT, and saying, when the ADL does that, they are doing it because that is what the majority of American Jews want our leaders to do. And it is through democratic processes. So if the ADL is lobbying and pressuring senators or pushing for legislation that is supportive of LGBT plus or abortion, they are doing that because through democratic processes, because that's what the majority of American Jews want our leaders to do. Then there's pressuring. So there's legislation now. So like the big controversy leading up to Elon Musk is the two-pronged battle. So there's the battle of legislation, of getting legislation through Washington that will require social media companies to do these things. And there could be like censorship, so to say, that like hate crime, say like getting hate crime legislate locally on a state level, getting hate crime legislation passed, like the flyers. So right now, what the Goyim Defense League is doing is perfectly legal. They're allowed to drop anti-Semitic flyers in front of houses. It's perfectly legal. So the ADL could be pushing local, state, municipality to change the legislation in order to make that illegal. So that'd be an example of like law enforcement. So if Handsome Truth or the GDL is going around putting anti-Semitic flyers in front of houses, that's 100% legal, and the police have no authority to do anything against them. So there's been Florida, certain municipalities where they have passed through legislation. We'll see how that makes its way through the court, but that would be something that the ADL would push, is that, like, no, like, this is hate speech, and we demand that the laws change so that this is no longer protected by the First Amendment and is a punishable crime. So that would be, example of literature distribution. And then the internet, where you say that the platform, Holocaust denial, various things where Jonathan Greenblatt, since he came into power, head of the ADL, has been pushing for legislation in Washington to force social media companies to moderate content. And then also, the most controversial is pressuring social media companies to, besides through the legislative process, through the court of public opinion, boycotts, to moderate their policy. If it's Holocaust denial, if it's an expanding definition of hate speech, or if it's individuals that the ADL has deemed to be habitual harassers, which would include people like Keith Woods, Lucas Gage, Adam Green, E. Michael Jones, even if those people have never harassed an individual Jew, but because they speak largely negatively, perceived negatively about the Jewish people on these platforms, that there's a regular campaign to remove these people from social media platforms. And so, like on Twitter, so for a period, like after Unite the Right in Charlottesville, so when Jonathan Greenblatt came into power, the head of the ADL, which I believe was through elected processes, or I mean, there's a committee. Jonathan Greenblatt could be removed through democratic processes. So I mean, he's not like a dictator. He's not unelected. I'm saying he came into power through democratic processes, and he could be removed from power of Jewish organizations by Jews through democratic processes. But I would guess that Greenblatt's probably pretty popular. That the pressure to create broad policies that would prevent this in general, and then to ban individual people. So the most probably controversial thing right now, so you say like Mario Nawfal, and he's talking to Keith Woods or Andrew Torba or something like this, and he's like, these guys don't seem like that bad guys. They seem kind of reasonable. Why is it the ADL so insistent that these guys are banned? And why is the ADL? You have to look at the legal. If the ADL, the legal protections to say, well, are the Jewish people collectively leading a boycott against ex-Twitter Elon Musk, or you have the legal protection of a shell company like the ADL, and it's just the ADL National. So like if Elon Musk sues the ADL, who does he sue? And let's say, well, really it is a boycott by the majority of American Jews, that the majority of American Jews are factually the one that are boycotting ex-Twitter Elon Musk. However, legally, who do you sue? So if you sue the ADL, even the ADL, how much money do they have? And even if you bankrupt them, how is the ADL legally structured as an organization? Can they only sue the national organization? Maybe the ADL only has tens of millions of dollars that are possible. And then, if they bankrupted the organization, they could just create a new organization, or that you wouldn't be able to touch the local organizations because it's being done through the national organization. And I would assume like the ADL is made up of lawyers and the Jewish people. So I would assume the ADL has the best practices of legal protection. But from some level, yes, Elon Musk is facing a boycott from the larger American Jewish community due to hate speech and not dealing with hate speech on his platform, and for platforming, so to say, people that use the platform for a large purpose to, use the terminology like to spread hatred against the Jewish people. And so as long as Elon Musk has these people, so then there's also the role. So that's, very controversial in this sense. A lot of people are saying, like ADL, why is the ADL trying to tell Twitter what to do? And he's saying, well, ADL is trying to defend the Jewish people. And it's like, well, why do these people have to be kicked off of, the platform? Saying, but so like if you say, so Adam Green, he's never broken any law. He's never even harassed an individual Jew. You say, well, he says openly negative things about Judaism. Well, so what? Isn't he allowed to? And, so it's very controversial. So it's different. You're saying if he was a serial harasser of individual Jews versus just a person who's making broad criticisms about the Jewish people, the Jewish religion, the state of Israel, Jewish religion, so on and so on. And then so to have a boycott movement, pressure to ban these people, pressure to go on, so Elon Musk, what's that have to do with Elon Musk? We'll say, well, they're in your platform, and if you're not going to kick these people off of your platform, we're going to boycott you. And so that is probably the heart of the current situation right now. And so there's also the ADL, and I think this started in the 90s under Abe Foxman, of representing a broader coalition. So ADL was involved in the 1965 Civil Rights Immigration Act. The ADL was, in saying not necessarily that civil rights and immigration reform had something directly to do with the Jewish people. However, because the ADL represents the majority of American Jews, and historically, like that's more so. So, in recent years, there's more and more unaffiliated Jews. So, say if the ADL maybe now represents 60% of American Jews, in the 1960s, the ADL maybe represented 80% of American Jews, because many more Jews were members of American organizations that were members of the Conference of Presidents of Major Jewish American Organizations. So today, the ADL is or the Conference of Presidents is at probably its weakest point. Also, the rise of orthodoxy and alternative organizations, because the Orthodox have grown in political power and in numbers, and their alternative organizations also. But so in the 1960s, the ADL backed things like immigration and civil rights because that was what the American Jewish people, broader consensus wanted them to do. Those were the issues that American Jews cared about, broad consensus. And so the leadership pushed for these things in Congress and policy. And so you also have like the Interfaith Coalition and civil rights. So it's saying, well, is the ADL at this point actually speaking on behalf of a broad consensus of Americans? And if you want to call it a coalition of minorities, saying, well, African Americans, Arab Americans, Asian Americans, LGBT, women, liberals, so like everybody but white Christian males, God forbid, the coalition, like Revenge of the Nerds, like type coalition of minorities that. So we'll see. Like currently in the battle against Elon Musk, is the ADL just the leading voice and not only representing a broad consensus of American Jews, but a broad consensus of Americans? And so that we'll see. And it's very possible that the ADL does factually, saying like, okay, it's not just American Jews leading a boycott against Elon Musk and Twitter and X. It's a broad swath of tens of millions of Americans that are boycotting, and saying it's not that advertisers don't want to advertise on Twitter because the ADL threatened them. It's because there's a broad consensus of Americans that don't like the moderation policy of X and Twitter. And so that we'll have to see. And you're saying, well, there probably is some sort of broad consensus coalition. And say, well, the ADL, the Jewish organization, we want to go with the stereotypes of, God forbid, you're saying the Jews are the brain, that you have, but you have, the Black Jewish coalition. Do tens of millions of American blacks agree with the ADL? Is racism increasing? And are there tens of millions of American blacks that are concerned with with Twitter X's moderation policy? And what about women and sexism, LGBT plus? Various coalitions say like, no, X has become a platform of bullies and hatred, and they're tired of it. And there's going to be a boycott, and they're going to pass legislation. And the majority of Americans feel this way, not just the majority of American Jews. So I went over an hour on this, and we'll see. I don't know if Charles Moskowitz reached out to me to come on his show, so hopefully I'll speak with Charles about this week, and he might agree with me somewhat. We'll have to see, uh, the level, and also Trump. Saying that the ADL was one of the leading organizations to have Trump kicked off of um, kicked off of social media, and saying, well, was that a broad consensus of Americans? And you say, well, it probably was a broad consensus of American Jews, where there was factually uh, a broad consensus of American Jews that did want Trump removed from office, that did want him not to be able to say these things, that thought that Trump was a bully and hateful, and pushing America in a direction that was questionably the border of what free speech should allow. And it's also, saying the ADL was just a leading organization of a coalition of tens of millions of Americans that felt that way. And so Charles Moskowitz, like, he likes Trump, and he'll stand together with Trump against the ADL. And Charles Moskowitz would probably also agree that that's the majority of American Jews feel that way, and the ADL and American Jewish organizations largely do this through democratic processes. So what happens if the last point I'll say, what happens if the the American and the ADL personnel, and there's also Israelis do not necessarily agree on this. Israelis are much more hardened to hate speech, or they more care about BDS or Israel than so to say, just anti-Semitic speech in that matter. God forbid, August was one of the deadliest months for terrorism in Israel in a long time, and so it's also possible, like globally, like Elon Musk has Jewish. So as I said, like the ADL represents maybe about 60% of American Jews. There's another 20% of American Jews that are represented through probably only like 15%. You're represented through like Orthodox organization. There's another 25% of Jews that are unaffiliated, that don't have any representation of Jewish leadership. They're just independent Jews. They're not part of any organization. So a lot of Republican Jews. So you might be modern Orthodox and vote Republican, like Luke Ford or something like that, and say, well, like if Luke Ford, he might go to just an independent minion with a handful of his Orthodox friends, and he's not a member of like a local modern Orthodox synagogue. But like if he was a member of a local modern Orthodox synagogue, then that is probably a member of the organization that's a member of the conference, and the ADL does factually speak for them. And then even like if he has the local minion, they probably do work together with the federation and through the ADL with law enforcement in that level of the ADL that pays, like, even if you don't like the ADL's policy, that the ADL as the unified representative voice to local law enforcement, that you would still work together with local law enforcement. So am I put like Luke Ford, even Halsey he probably goes to a synagogue and sends his kids to schools that are members of organizations under the conference that are under the ADL. So although Halsey might personally be against the ADL, speak out against it, be a loud voice against it, in action, he is probably members of Jewish organizations that are members of the conference, and so to say that the ADL does speak for him. Versus you have another 20-25% of American Jews that are not members of any Jewish organization. Some of them are going to be right-leaning, libertarian, like Duvid, and they might not like the ADL at all. They're saying like, well, I'm an unaffiliated Jew. I don't need any Jewish organization speaking on my behalf. And whatever the Jewish organization is doing, trying to speak on behalf of the Jewish people, seems counter to what I would like being done on my behalf. And then you have Israelis. And Israelis are also generally semi-critical of the ADL, or have a different policy agenda. The ADL, although it is Zionist, they're Zionist in like a Joe Biden Zionist way, and not in an aggressive way dealing with left-wing progressive, the squad, Elon Omer, Rashida Tlaib, saying the ADL will work together with Rashida Tlaib, Elon Omer, and take a mild Zionist stance compared to what Israelis would like. So, okay. So, unless there's any questions, that will wrap up Duvid's overview of what's going on with the ADL. And, the Streamlabs link is in the chat. No one seems to have taken it. So I'm going to say Kriya Shema and then get back to my research. And we'll say it'll be interesting to see what happens. Okay, yeah, God bless, Serafim. Good to see you. And we'll see what happens or where this goes. It could be the ADL and the American Jewish people will take an L against Elon Musk, and could be that a broad swap, like enough Jews, 20% of American Jews, maybe Israeli Jews will back Elon Musk, and Elon Musk will be victorious. It could be that the ADL, Elon Musk will, the ADL will in fact call Elon Musk's bluff, and we'll see that really a broad swath consensus of American Jews and Americans, like tens of millions, maybe 50, 100 million Americans feel the same way. And, could be a lead up, God forbid, we're talking about past weeks for like the division of America, that, this question of censorship, hate speech is also, part of the culture war that's zero sum, and it's dividing line across America where different people feel the same way. And it could also have a racial content to it where, so to say, white males are more likely to oppose censorship than multicultural or urban-rural divide type thing. So Elon Musk has not sued the ADL yet, so he just threatened to, and it's yet to see whether he actually is going to. And if he does sue the ADL, he's suing them for defamation, and he's suing them for leading advertiser boycott against him. I mean, it's saying Elon Musk is losing money on Twitter because advertisers won't advertise, and the reason they won't advertise is because American Jews or the Anti-Defamation League is defaming him by calling him an anti-Semite and falsely leading an advertiser boycott against him. So we'll see what happens, and this probably won't go away because it's unlikely Elon Musk is going to do enough to make the ADL happy, and it's unlikely that the ADL is going to back down because, God forbid, Jews are getting bullied. And say like American Jews, they get on, on Twitter, on social media, and they get pushback. They get, anti-Semitic things said about them. And, so there's broad consensus among the American Jewish community that social media should stop that. They should, change the algorithm moderation policy to prevent this. And whether it's practical or not, or goes against traditional American free speech values, I doubt it's going to go away. And so if the American Jewish community and the ADL takes an L on this, and Elon Musk prevails, and so yes, people could say whatever they want. In legal speech, you could harass people. You could openly use the platform to say derogatory things against the Jewish people, the Jewish religion, Jewish leadership, Jewish organizations, and maybe even individual Jewish people that's protected under the law. The ADL probably, it's not going to disappear. It might become more important, like I said, where, but it could be, I would not be surprised if the ADL and the American Jewish people lose this battle And so I say personally, I don't think it's a good battle. Like as a libertarian leaning person, um, I'm not in favor of this battle. I don't think the ADL is nefarious or bad. I like Jonathan Greenblatt. I know most of the ADL. I don't think they're have necessary bad intention. There's definitely some corruption. I mentioned like the ADL. A lot of times, counter-Semitism. The ADL is using it to advance Jewish business interests or defend rich and powerful Jews that are like Leo Frank, God forbid, that are probably guilty. And so that if you pay the ADL, like so if you're a Jew who's guilty of crimes, that you could pay the ADL to defend you by attacking people of accusing them of anti-Semitism or helping Jewish business practice, something like that. Yeah, there's probably a lot of corruption, and we should stand against that as Jews. We should weed that out, and then also the question of using the ADL for cultural issues, separate from legitimately standing up to bullying and hate to pushing a cultural agenda through the same channels. So, that I would not be upset to see that, even, the ADL or the American Jewish people at large take a loss on that, saying that it's a bad idea to use the ADL to wage these cultural battles or to overly push for censorship or even moderation in general, hate speech. Um, so we'll see what happens. But I don't even, Jonathan Greenblatt, he's a likable person, got a lot of courage, standing up to bullies, not backing down on this. And so let's see what happens. Okay, so let's jump right into some of the stuff I didn't get to cover last week. So Duvid is live right now on Twitter, and nobody is watching, only one like. But I'm now live on Twitter also. Okay, so let's look at some slides. We'll talk about cognitive architecture some more, and I got some stuff on like Kant and truth and expertise. But I have some slides and some articles related to cognitive architectures, and we talked about this last week. And I will probably be continuing on cognitive architectures, and hopefully we'll look at this article about knowledge, and we'll talk a little bit about Kant on knowledge and predictive processing. But the reason cognitive architectures, I mean, it's an interesting subject in and of itself, of how the mind operates in a complete model of mind. But expertise is based on knowledge, and knowledge is an aspect of the cognitive architecture. And then I mentioned like last week on reverse anthropomorphisms. And so let me just open up last week, because we covered a lot of material on algorithms and various topics. So I started with cognitive architectures 2 weeks ago, and you talked a little bit about the cognitive revolution, and I talked a lot about Chomsky and George Miller. And so now I mentioned the other two big names, Herbert Simon and Alan Newell, who are the fathers of chunking theory and more computer programming. We talked about the CREST, ACT-R, SOAR, CLARION, various models of cognitive architectures, which were the beginning of computer programming and information theory, where trying to understand how the mind works and using computer programming models as a method to model the mind. And so at first, as we had more advancements in computer programming, it was reasonable to assume that the mind worked like a computer. As the computer got better, that it quickly came to see that the mind, one thing, that the computer became much better than the human mind in many cognitive processes. And certain things like long-term memory, short-term memory. George Simon You would talk about various aspects like transfer of learning, deliberate practice, um, and then last week just to cover, well, what does the mind do? So we covered a whole bunch of things, the various cognitive skill aspects, the various things that the mind does in terms of memory, problem solving, some of the major thinkers. Ricardo came on last week. You looked at different schools like associationism, connectionism, information processing, computational theory of mind related to general theories of mind. And then we looked at algorithms to say, well, what is an algorithm? The history of algorithms in terms of problem solving, step-by-step processes used to solve mathematical problems. Going back to al-Khwarizmi and the Arabic golden age, the Islamic golden age, to the advent of mathematics, to the computer age, to a long definition of algorithms. I talked about the AI winter, and kind of algorithm is what you could program a Turing machine to do. And looked at the history of algorithms, like the decimal system being basically an algorithm that you go through a step-by-step process to convert the ones place, tens place, hundreds place, and that's actually an algorithm, to the rise of Boolean logic and the um, um, binary system that's able to program in computers. So now algorithms, but there was a period of time where we thought that the brain would operate according to algorithms. And so it's not 100% clear or clear at all that the brain operates according to algorithms at all. And we talked about Erickson and deliberate practice. I mean, Erickson is probably one of the biggest experts on expertise, period. But he's, most famously the father of deliberate practice and an environmental method to say that skill and expertise is almost completely environmental, based on practice as opposed to natural gifts and talent. And we briefly looked at multi-factor talent models of talent that we'll get to in future weeks. But computers operate according to algorithms. We don't know how the mind operates. We have psychometric data how the mind operates. And so you have these cognitive architectures that are largely algorithmic descriptors that aim to explain all cognitive processes in one unified model. And, so you started with basic cognitive architectures that just explain a few cognitive processes. It means that it has an algorithm that could explain it. It could be programmed in a computer and could model human behavior, or it could be predictive in a psychometric method where you could design psychometric tests to try to determine whether the mind is using one cognitive architecture or another. And I mentioned last week, and hopefully I'll get to some of these papers at a future time, that there's like 50 different cognitive architectures. So why are there so many different cognitive architectures? And like, why can't you unify a cognitive architecture? And then the difference of something like active inference and predictive processing that are more computational, like mathematical, as opposed to algorithmic. And do they even explain anything? And so I have this article I want to read today. Predictive processing paradigm has its roots in Kant. And I was even going to read the introduction to Kant's The Critique of Pure Reason, because at the end of the day, Kant is probably the most important name as the precursor to cognitive architectures, and Kant was a dualist. So Kant was talking about cognitive architectures, predictive processing, largely on a model that was assuming that these processes were working in immaterial process, that there was an immaterial soul, or like a Cartesian dualistic system. So KL, that's awesome. What, the Peak book? You got the Peak signed, or different one? I mean, Andres Ericsson was the editor of like the Cambridge Companion of Expertise, or a lot of collective essays on expertise, where he's the editor. So if you look at the book, like, it's a collection of articles that he's an author of one or two of and is a collection of. His most famous book is Peak, that talks about general expert performance. So I don't know if it's Peak, the one that you have autographed or not, but yeah, God bless Awesome. I had started mentioning Andres Ericsson a few years ago before he passed away, but I believe he passed away in 2020. So I mean, on the chess servers, I was reading this and I was like, I don't think I was streaming. I might have even been streaming. And like I had mentioned, like one of the people I really would have wanted to talk to was Andres Ericsson, but he passed away in 2020, and like obviously he was in like Sweden or Switzerland, like that. Fernand Gobet, I still hope would be someone I would be able to interview. And even when I talked to Edward Dutton, one of the first things I asked him about was some of these European researchers on expertise. Yeah, Peak is a great book. Highly recommend it. Okay, so let's look at a few basic slides to get a little information on cognitive architectures. So here's Pat Langley, Institute of the Study of Learning and Expertise, Palo Alto, California. If you'll look more into this Institute of the Study of Learning and Expertise, but there's some nice slides, and I think he's a student of Herbert Simon. You see some of the big names: Alan Newell, John Anderson, David Nichols, John Liard at University of Michigan, Randy Jones, not sure who he is. What is a cognitive architecture? So I just read this last week. I finished Alan Newell's 1990 book, Cognitive Architecture, or that's not the name of the book. We'll see a second. I forget the name, like towards a cognitive, but Alan Newell, who was part of the cognitive revolution in the 1950s with Chomsky and Herbert Simon, and the father of chunking theory, and lived a reasonably long life, not as long as Chomsky, who's still alive. Cognitive architecture is an infrastructure for intelligent systems that specifies those facets of cognition that remain constant across different domains, including memories and representations of elements in those memories, but not their content, which changes over time. Comes with a programming language with high-level syntax that reflects the theoretical assumptions. The cognitive architecture moves beyond isolation capabilities as it aims to provide a unified account of the mind. Most cognitive architectures incorporate key postulates from psychological theories. Short-term memories are distinct from long-term stores. Memories contain modular elements cast as symbol structures. Long-term structures are accessed through pattern matching. Cognitive processing occurs in retrieval selection action cycles. Cognition involves dynamic composition of mental structures. Learning is monotonic and interleaved with performance. These assumptions are shared by many frameworks, with some also including problem-space search as a core tenet. And chunking theory is only an element of a handful of cognitive architectures, but the one that I've focused on so far, like SOAR, CREST, ACT-R, are ones that incorporate chunking theory and a lot of the chess that come out of chess studies. So well-known cognitive architectures, and the dates: the ACT, SOAR, Icarus, those that have all of these assumptions. Going back to Simon and Newell, although most of the later ones do not share all of these assumptions. We're going to look more at CLARION of Ron Sun, a big name. And I have this paper here, maybe we'll look at later, of Lard from University of Michigan. So progress, hybrid representations processing, early production systems frameworks like PSG and OPS2 were almost entirely symbolic. This was consistent with general emphasis at the time in both AI and cognitive psychology on symbolic processing. But not long after, architectures like ACT, CAPS, and PRISM introduced strengths and activations. Later, ACT-R interpreted these numbers in decision theoretical terms, with Icarus and SOAR adopting similar ideas. Many modern architectures are hybrids in character rather than purely symbolic. Progress in learning procedural knowledge. Cognitive architectures had their roots in the accounts of problem solving and heuristic search. Early work had fixed rules, but adaptive productive systems supported learning new rules. Many efforts on learning search control knowledge adopted this framework. Architectures that have incorporated this property include SOAR, Prodigy, Icarus, ACT-R, and CLARION. Some mechanisms focus on the compiling declarative knowledge into procedural, others on aiding problem solving. And over the next few months, I will be going into detail on probably well over 10 various cognitive architectures, and say like cognitive architectures are one of the core things of the hard problem of consciousness. A lot of times the hard problem of consciousness tends not to focus on cognitive processing, but focuses on the experiencer, the I, the unified I qualia. However, cognitive architectures are a Luke Shalom. If you wanted to talk about the ADL or something, the link is still pinned. There's two of me because I'm using two computers, one for my screen share and I have a MacBook and a PC. So I'm using my MacBook for the sound and my PC for the screen share. Using large-scale structures, most cognitive architectures encode long-term knowledge as condition action rules. There supports modularity, automated composition, flexibility, and ease of acquisition. But other paradigms for intelligent systems like frames and scripts instead propose longer-scale structures. A few architectures have incorporated such structures into their framework and syntax. Still, this approach remains uncommon in the paradigm and deserves more attention from researchers. Embodied agency. Early cognitive architectures focused on mental capacities and were effectively disembodied. This led to work on agents that link cognition to sensors and effectors. RoboSoar, which controlled a mobile robot. Icarus agent for simulated urban driving. Soar acted Icarus agents for computer games. Agents that interacted with humans. Tactair Soar, which flew simulated tactical air missions. ACT-RE, which let robots carry out joint tasks with humans. Extended architectures to include interaction, both physical and social, has moved them beyond pure cognition. So say originally cognitive architectures were designed to understand the human mind with the aid of computer modeling. In modern times, most progress in cognitive architecture is used for AI and programming computers. And the field of using cognitive architectures for cognitive psychology and the hard problem of consciousness have largely went away because they're not so much based on the neural correlates. And we'll look at that later. Declarative episodic memories. Initial cognitive architectures encoded all long-term knowledge as production rules. Some efforts attempted to represent static facts as rules, but the results were awkward. ACT introduced a separate declarative store for facts, with working memory being the active portion. More recently, multiple architectures have added episodic memories of agent experiences. These extensions offer a reasonable balance between procedural and declarative content. Challenges. Understanding and interpretation. Traditional cognitive architectures adopted an action metaphor. Rules comprise a condition side and an action side. This emphasis came from merging theories of problem solving with behaviorist notions of stimulus response pairs, but understanding sequences of connected events has received little attention from architectural researchers. This requires generating explanations via abductive inference. It does not lend itself to the action metaphor. There's been research on such problems, but not within the cognitive architecture paradigm. So one thing I mentioned on my episode on the cognitive revolution and possibly why cognitive architectures has died out. And so, you look on Wikipedia, the history of the cognitive revolution, it's Chomsky, Miller, Newell, and Simon. And Newell and Simon were the ones who came up with cognitive architectures. And now the cognitive revolution is largely seen as the downfall of behavioralism for cognitive psychology. And probably part of the reason why cognitive architectures is not well studied in cognitive psychology anymore, because cognitive architectures tend to lend towards behavioralism and the general narrative of the downfall of behavioralism for cognitive psychology, and also including the downfall of cognitive architectures as largely behavioralistic models. Dynamic memory. As noted earlier, cognitive architecture has long been concerned with procedural learning, but other knowledge involves categories and their organizations, which are not primarily about action. There have been some encouraging forays into this area. Schenk's 1982 theory of dynamic memory focused on it, but did not special a complete architecture. And Lee, 2012, report a refinement of Icarus that extends its conceptual memory by defining new terms, but we need more work in cognitive architecture paradigm on this important topic. Creative problem solving. One of the distinctive features of human cognition is creativity, solving novel problems in surprising ways. There's been AI work on this topic, but little cast within cognitive architectures. Two primary exceptions to this trend have been Eureka, 2005, which joined problem space search with spreading activation retrieval. CLARION, which also used activation-based retrieval, but for self-constraint satisfaction. And especially important but understudied topic is reformulating problems to make them more tractable. And we see that actually things like problem solving are still very difficult for cognitive psychology, for the hard problem of consciousness. And I'd say over the next few months, we will look in depth into many or maybe even all of these cognitive architectures. Emotions, metacognitions, like most AI architecture research has focused on intellectual activities like planning, reasoning, and language, but people also experience emotion when playing a challenging opponent or reading a moving story. Some have developed models of emotion using existing architectures, but only a few efforts to add them as core architectural elements. We need more work in this area, especially as emotions relate to metacognition to modulate other mental activities. Personality, goal reasoning, another topic widely studied in psychology, but not in cognitive architectures, is personality. Trait theory is widely used for synthetic characters, but it makes little contact with other aspects of cognition. Rizzo, 1999, reports an extension to Prodigy that models personality in terms of priorities on abstract goals. This suggests a link to goal reasoning with personal styles determined by goal-generating rules. If so, then personalities like emotion play metacognitive roles that modulate intelligent behavior. We need more research to explore this and other promising ideas. Another topic we will be returning to is self and identity theory. We talked a lot about narrative identity and the relation to cognitive architectures. Peripheral topics, admitted 3 topics that may concern some listeners. Sensory-motor processing is necessary to interact with the world, but rats, pigeons, and roaches do this quite well. This suggests is less central to understanding intelligence. Statistical learning accounts for gradual change over time, but such background processes are not distinctive to humans and do not explain their often rapid learning. Neuroscience studies and biological underpinnings of the mind, but offers little about high-level cognition, and we can model intelligence in more abstract terms. These are legitimate areas of research, but they are not the most important for progress on cognitive architectures. Summary: reviewed the notion of cognitive architectures and some common themes in this area. Some tenets, like symbolic matching, are shared with other parts of AI, but others, like unified theories, are distinctive. Examine areas in which the paradigms have progressed, like hybrid representations, procedural learning, large-scale structures, embodied agents, and declarative memories. Also, challenges for research, abductive understanding, dynamic memory, creative problem-solving, emotions, and personality. The cognitive architecture movement has been very successful, but does not yet have a truly unified theory of mind. And the founders of cognitive architecture, Newell and Simon, both interdisciplinary researchers who contribute not only to AI but other disciplines, including psychology. Excellent role models who we should all aim to emulate. So some nice slides. I'll have to check out at some point this Institute of Learning and Expertise. So let me just put this in the chat. And I'm not even sure if this page is active. Let me see if they have a YouTube page. Okay, sorry, going a little slow here, but I just want to check this out now because this is not, if this institute is active researching. I mentioned University of Michigan has an institute acting at it, and I don't see a YouTube page. This Institute of Studying Learning Expertise. Okay, so I found a course. This is in Indiana, a graduate course in computational cognitive modeling, cognitive science 511, and they actually had the slides for almost the whole course. Some of them pretty interesting. I'm just going to look at one of the, I couldn't find the slides for the first lecture, but the second lecture, and they actually had like a whole bunch of slides, but I couldn't find the course. I got this book, Langley, 2009 Cognitive Architectures, Newell, a lot of literature. So we'll look at just a little bit of this overview. Symbols: any entity that bears content in a system, anything that represents a token that stands for something else in the specified context, has content, organization, format, can be external or internal, mental, accessed and retrieved by processes. Symbol systems consist of a memory containing independently modifiable structures that contain symbols, patterns, and the structures providing a distal access to other structures, operations taking symbol structures as input and producing symbol structures as output, interpretation processes taking structures as input and executing operations, requirements, sufficient memory and symbols, complete composability of structures by the operators, and complete interpretability. Physical symbol systems hypothesis, Newell and Simon, 1976. The necessary and sufficient condition for a physical system to exhibit general intelligent action is that it be a physical symbol system. A system is intelligent to the degree it bears all its knowledge in the service of its goal. Commitment to the physical symbol system hypothesis, use of symbols or systems of symbols, causal decomposable models of explanation. Empirical, it must be realized in the brain, thus can be implemented in a massively parallel way. Symbolic representation, symbolic proposition, a statement that consists of symbols which refer to objects, properties, and relations. Symbolic rule for manipulation and transformation of symbol structure. First order logic, other logic, semantic nets, conceptual graphs, frames, scripts, production rules, symbolic learning mechanisms, case-based reasoning, inductive reasoning. So all this was originally designed for understanding cognitive, mental, human processes. However, in the last 30 years, most of this has been used for programming the computer, and further development on consciousness is more related to neuroscience than abstract models and algorithmic processes. Because although it's possible that the brain, through synapses, performs algorithms, there's no direct evidence for it. And we could program computers to perform these algorithms. And even like symbolic, like, Chomsky and the partner of Nolan Simon in the cognitive revolution, of like language and in the mentalese, the abstract, inborn genetically determined symbolism for language. There's no direct evidence of it. And the computer modeling at this point, like Chat GPT, is already superior to the average human ability. We'll see that more later with slides, when the computer is likely, possibly at the end of the decade, to not only be better than an individual human, but to be better than the collective totality of all human minds. Symbolic modeling. Property of symbolic systems must be satisfied systematically, compositionally, general purpose symbolic programming language, cognitive architectures, frameworks, production systems. Production systems are rules, like algorithms, if-then rules, rule database and long-term memory versus working memory, and goal memory. The recognize act cycle, match the variables of antecedents of a rule with data recorded on working memory. If more than one rule fires, apply a conflict resolution strategy, add new items to working memory, delete or update the old items, do necessary actions. Conflict resolution strategies based on recency, utility, or specificity, forward, backward, or bidirectional reasoning ways of traveling through space, state space. So we say, what is a cognitive architecture? Cognitive architecture is really a list of algorithms that could hypothetically explain all cognitive processes. And like we're talking about a universal model of a universal cognitive architecture would explain all mental processes for all people. And so see, why is that so far away? Why are there so many different theories of cognitive architectures? Because they're kind of like computer programmers, and it's very difficult to say, well, does this exist in the mind? Even though you could write a computer program that could hypothetically output everything that a human mind could do. Now we see with Chat GPT, driverless vehicles, robots, and to some extent we have cognitive architectures for the computer that could do basically everything the human could do, and in most cases now better than top performing humans could do. Although still, is this what's actually going on in our head? And if it's a set of algorithms that is conducive to being programmed into binary and being ran by electrical logical circuits, is there any evidence that that's what's actually happening in the brain, and that neurons or quantum consciousness is performing this function? So there's just things to keep in mind. Attacks to symbolic approaches, frame problem, symbol grounding problem, serial versus parallel, neurological plausibility, non-flexibility in explaining acquisition, learning deficits evolution, computation without representation, explicit algorithms possible. Other approaches, connectionism, we mentioned last week, dynamicism, phenomenon versus mechanisms, symbolic approaches to describing certain cognitive phenomenon versus connectionist mechanisms to specify mechanisms to explain them, optimality theory and connectionism, language acquisition and statistical learning. Another dichotomy, microtheories versus unified theories of cognition, and what is unified cognitive architectures versus frameworks. So you could, like, it's similar to qualia and the hard problem of consciousness versus, so to say, the soft problem of consciousness. So we're talking about individual qualia. What is it like to have an individual experience versus the totality of what is it like to be me? In terms of cognitive architectures, what is it like to explain one single cognitive function versus a unified theory to explain all cognitive functions? Problems about microtheories of cognition. Each individual discipline contributes microtheories, each stated in a different way. How do they fit into the whole picture? Comparative evolution may not be possible. Unified theories of cognition, single sets of mechanisms that cover all of cognition. Multiple candidate theories should cumulate, be refined, reformulate, corrected, and expanded. Recommendations for unified theories of cognition: have many unified theories of cognition, develop consortia and communities, be synthetic, incorporate, not replace local theories, modify, even radically change, create databases of results and adopt a benchmark philosophy, make models easy to use and reason about, acquire one or more application domains for support. Cognitive architectures, according to Newell, unified theories of cognition will be realized as architectures, nearly fixed structures that realize a symbol system, relatively complete proposals about the structure of human cognition. An architecture provides and manages the primitive resources of an agent. Architecture cross content equals behavior, one-to-many mappings between simple system architecture and technology. So unified theory of cognition is simulated by architectures of cognition, and a difference between cognitive versus computer architecture. Cognitive runs a model, is itself a model of a theory, makes predictions, needs to be evaluated against experimental data, as opposed to computer architecture runs a program, part of the design of the computer, is actually working evaluation by benchmarking. So it's saying it's actually easier to test computer architectures than cognitive architectures. Architecture versus task model, fixed structures, common, constant, and available to all tasks. Task model is system required knowledge mechanisms implemented on the architecture to generate specific predictions with respect to certain tasks. An architecture should demonstrate flexibility and generally rather than success of a single domain. Common elements of cognitive architectures: production systems with conflict resolution, connectionist, associationist aspects, modeling, forgetting, utility, declarative versus procedural memory, goals, long-term versus short-term memory, learning, sensory buffers, and interaction with sensory, vision, motor, input, output, experiment, setup, and evaluation. The real-time constraint on cognition, a biological band of time is from 100 millionths of a second to 10 milliseconds. Cognitive band is from 100 milliseconds to 10 seconds. A rational band, minute to hours. Social band, human cognitive architecture must be shaped to satisfy the real-time constraint. So here's a list of cognitive architectures versus framework tools. So we've seen SOAR, ACTAR, 4CAPS, EPIC, PSI, CLARION, Icarus, Prodigy, and framework tools: Cogent, Cognet, CogAF, CogAd, connectionist toolkits, Emergent, computational neuroscience toolkits like Genesis and Neuron. As in the other paper, there's over 50 still being worked on major cognitive architecture theories. So advantages of cognitive architectures: learnability and support, inventory of models and data, user interfaces, portability, public design specifications, modularity, modifiability. Problems of cognitive architectures: description as cognitive theory versus description as a computational model versus the software itself, independent testability of individual assumptions, aspects of the architecture that are implementational, details, special I/O functions, input-output functions, effective working memory management, small changes equal big effects. So there's 3 caps and 4 caps. So I'm not going to have a time to look even all the ones in the slide, but we'll see these again. EPIC, executive processing, interactive control, study of bottlenecks in human multiple task performance, perceptual motor processors interacting with a cognitive processor, parallel ruling and firing. So as I mentioned, there's over 50 major cognitive architectures: PSI, a German model, Cognet, theory neutral framework for modeling cognitive agents at near expert levels of performance on real-time multitasks, CogAF, a simulation software toolkit, CogAG, framework for conscious agents inspired by Baer's global workspace theory, in Java, Cogent, a sample modeling tool, a modeling environment. It's not an architecture. Principal features: a visual programming environment, research program management tools, a range of standard functional components, an expressive rule-based modeling language and implementation system, automated data visualization tools, and a modeling testing environment. Is visual programming, as you mentioned, like John Laird at University of Michigan is in the School of Computer Science. Most cognitive architectures now today exist in computer science, not psychology. Standard functional components, so rules-based modeling language, if-then operators. How do rules get activated? Autonomous rules test their condition on every processing cycle and fire when their conditions are met. Triggered rules only test their conditions when they're triggered by the arrival of an appropriate message. Firing rate of the rules: some rules should fire just once for each possible instantiation of its variables, and the rule should not fire on every cycle with the same variable binding. This is enabled with the refraction parameter. Cogent models include memory, arithmetic, mental imagery, problem solving, deductive reasoning, categorization, decision making. ACTAR. Okay, so as I said, this is a whole course, graduate course at the University of Indiana. They had videos, but they actually have the slides to most of the course. So pretty interesting. It actually looks like Pat Langley, who I showed the slides from early, has at the University of Arizona has multiple slides. So I didn't look at these before. These are pretty short. So, this is a big topic, and I'll be covering this from, probably through the rest of the year. So we will be returning to these cognitive architectures again and again. So let's look at one more major thinker. I read 2 or 3 books this week from Ron Sun. Ron Sun has a major theory. There were 5 slides. This is from like a symposium, and there were 5 lectures. So this is just the first lecture. All 5 slides are on SlideShare on the web. So Ron Sun is the major developer of CLARION cognitive architecture, which is one of the big modern cognitive architectures that's still being worked on. And these slides are from the symposium, so there's 1 of 5. So Ron Sun, what is a cognitive architecture? Cognitive architecture is a broadly scoped, domain generic computational cognitive model capturing the essential structures and processes of the mind to be used for a broad, multiple level, multiple domain analysis of behavior. Architecture of a building, overall design and overall framework, as well as roofs, foundation, walls, windows, floors, and so on. Cognitive architecture, overall structures, essential divisions of modules, essential relations between modules, basic representations, essential algorithms, and a variety of other aspects within the modules. Componential processes of cognition, relatively invariant across time, domain, and individual, structurally and mechanistically well-defined. Functions in relation to cognitive science and in relation to AI to provide an essential framework to facilitate more detailed modeling and exploration of various components of the mind, mechanisms, and processes, specifying computational models of cognitive mechanisms and processes, embodying theories, descriptions of cognition and computer programs to provide the underlying infrastructure for building intelligent systems, including a variety of capabilities, modules, and subsystems, implementing understanding of intelligence gained from studying the human mind, more cognitively grounded intelligent systems. Why are cognitive architectures important for cognitive science? Psychologically oriented cognitive architectures, intelligent systems that are cognitively, psychologically realistic, detailed cognitive psychological theories that have been tested through capturing and explaining psychological data and so on. They help to shed light on human cognition, and therefore they're useful tools for advancing the science of cognition psychology. They may serve as a foundation for understanding collective human behavior and social phenomena. Force one to think in terms of processes, in terms of mechanistic detail, require that important elements of a theory be spelled out explicitly, thus leading to conceptually clearer theories, provide a deeper level of explanation, not centered on superficial, higher-level features of a task, lead to unified explanation for a large variety of cognitive data and cognitive phenomenon, developing generic models of cognition capable of a wide range of cognitive functionalities, helps to avoid the myopia of narrow-scoped research. Still room for grand theories? Some have claimed that fundamental scientific discovery and grand scientific theorizing have become a thing of the past. What remains to be done is filling in details. Researchers in cognitive science are pursuing an integrative approach that explain data in multiple levels, domains, and functionalities. Significant advances may be made through hypothesizing and confirming deep-level principles that unify superficial explanations across multiple domains. Cognitive architectures can be the basis of such unified theories in cognitive science. CLARION, an example of a cognitive architecture. An integrative cognitive architecture consisting of a number of distinctive but symbiotic subsystems with critical mutual dependencies and complex interactions, a dual representation structure in each subsystem, implicit versus explicit representations. Its subsystems include the action-centered subsystem, procedural, the non-action-centered subsystem, declarative, the motivational subsystem, and the metacognitive subsystem. Each subsystem consists of two levels of representation, that is a dual representational structure. The top level encodes explicit knowledge, the bottom level encodes implicit knowledge. Essentially, it is a dual process theory of mind. Duality of representation extensively argued. The two levels interact, for example, by cooperating in actions and in learning. So there's a lot of graphs and models, cognitive architectures, because they're algorithmic. There's always models, flow charts that are conducive more to computer programming. From perception to action, and you can compare to active inference, or similar to like computational modeling that could include like Bayesian reasoning or Markov blankets. Essential characteristics: the dichotomy of implicit and explicit processes, justifications later, the focus of cognition, motivation, environmental interaction, the constant interaction of multiple subsystems and modules, involve implicit cognition, explicit cognition, motivation, metacognition, and so on, complex interactions and mutual dependencies, autonomous and bottom-up, top-down learning. CLARION can learn on its own, regardless of whether there is a priori or externally provided domain knowledge, while it does not exclude innate biases, innate behavioral propensities, prior knowledge. Sketching quickly some details of the subsystems: the action-centered subsystem, the non-action-centered subsystem, motivational subsystem, the metacognitive subsystem, the four subsystems of CLARION. So the action-centered subsystem, in the bottom level, the action-centered subsystem, implicit active action routines are formed, learned, values, and reinforcement learning, modularity, essential to and primary in cognition. And some could consider it a chunk-based system. Well, CLARION is not always a chunk-based system. Most researchers use a chunk system. I say CLARION has many, many researchers and many papers and new developments using the CLARION model. In the top-level action-centered subsystem, explicit action knowledge is captured in the form of explicit symbolic rules and learned through a variety of means. With regards to explicit knowledge at the top level, bottom-up learning, top-down learning, independent hypothesis testing, learning of explicit knowledge, other forms of learning. You see, this is very comparable to something like active inference with the Markov blankets. Autonomous generation of grounded explicit conceptual structure, the basic process of bottom-up learning. If an action implicitly decided by the bottom level is successful, then the agent extracts an explicit rule that corresponds to the action selected by the bottom level and adds the rule to the top level. Then in subsequent interactions with the rule, the agent verifies and modifies the extracted rule by considering the outcome of applying the rule. If the outcome is not successful, then the rule should be made more specific and exclusive of the current case. If the outcome is successful, the agent may try to generalize the rule to make it more universal in the statistical measure. So people remember last week, like heuristics, and this is a main method of how machine learning, artificial intelligence works, although it was originally designed, and we'll look at, even go back to Kant later in the episode, for cognitive human consciousness. Bottom-up learning, a kind of rational, explicit reconstruction of explicit knowledge. After explicit rules have been learned, a variety of explicit reasoning may be performed. Explicit knowledge of the top level, enhance skill, performance, facilitate verbal communication, and so on. Learning explicit representations at the top level can be useful in enhancing learning at the bottom level. Assimilation of externally given conceptual structures. CLARION can learn even when no a priori externally provided explicit knowledge is available. However, it can make use of it when such knowledge is available. Externally provided knowledge in the forms of explicit conceptual structures such as rules, plans, categories, and so on can be combined with existing conceptual structures at the top level or assimilated into implicit active routines at the bottom level. This process is known as top-down learning. The non-action centered subsystem, representing general knowledge about the world, that is declarative knowledge, semantic memory, episodic memory, performing various kinds of memory retrievals and inferences under the direction of the action-centered subsystem through its actions. At the bottom level, associative memory networks encode the implicit non-action-centered knowledge with distributed representation of microfeatures. At the top level, explicit non-action-centered knowledge is encoded. Symbolic localist representation of concepts, chunk nodes. A node is sent up at the top level to represent a chunk, a concept, and connects to its corresponding microfeatures, distributed representations at the bottom level. At the top level, links between chunk nodes encode associations between pairs of chunks, explicit association rules. Similarity-based reasoning may be employed. During reasoning, a known, given, or inferred chunk may be automatically compared with another chunk. If the similarity between them is sufficiently high, then the latter chunk is inferred. Mixed rule-based and similarity-based reasoning, accounting for a large variety of human everyday common sense reasoning patterns, including inheritance reasoning. So the non-action-centered subsystem, bottom-up learning, top-down learning, other forms of learning. The motivational subsystem is concerned with why an agent does what it does. Simply saying that an agent chooses actions to maximize gains, rewards, reinforcements, or payoff leaves open the question of what determines these things. Drivers and their interactions lead to goals and action. It provides the context in which the goal and the reinforcement of the action-centered subsystems are set. A bipartite dual representational system of motivational representations, explicit goals versus drive activations. The explicit goals of an agent may be generated based on internal drive activations. Low-level primary drives, mostly physiological, hunger, thirst, physical danger. Higher-level primary drives, mostly social, seeking of social approval, striving of social status, desire for reciprocation. You think of Maslow's hierarchy. Secondary drives, there are also drives which are secondary, changeable, and acquired mostly in the process of satisfying primary drives. Drives may include gradually acquired drives through conditioning, externally set drives through externally given instructions. In the metacognitive subsystem, metacognition refers to one's knowledge concerning one's own cognitive processes and products and the control and regulation of them. Studied extensively in experimental psychology, regulates not only goal structures but also cognitive processes per se. Metacognitive subsystems include behavioral aiming, setting of reinforcement functions, and setting of goals. Information filtering focuses on inputs of the action centered subsystem and the non-action centered subsystem. Information acquisition, selection of learning methods of the action centered and non-action centered subsystems. Information utilization, selection of reasoning methods in the top level of the action centered and non-action centered subsystems. Outcome selection of output dimensions, the action-centered, non-action-centered subsystems. Cognitive models, selection of explicit processes, implicit processes, or a combination thereof with proper integration parameters in the action-centered subsystem. parameters of the action-centered and non-action-centered subsystem, setting parameters for the bottom level and top levels. Too many mechanisms. Are there too many specialized mechanisms? General semantic memory in both implicit and explicit forms in the non-action-centered subsystem for general knowledge, episodic memory in the non-action-centered subsystem, procedural memory in both implicit and explicit forms in the action-centered subsystem, working memory in the action-centered subsystem, goal structures in the action-centered subsystem as a part of working memory. In general, CLARION is grounded in existing psychological theories, constitutes a comprehensive psychological theory by itself, is reasonably compact and matches a wide range of psychological data. Differences with ACT-R. CLARION makes a principal distinction between explicit and implicit processes, knowledge learning. ACT-R does not directly capture the distinction in the interaction between implicit and explicit processes. ACT-R provides no direct explanation of synergy effects between the two types of processes, knowledge and learning. ACT-R is not meant for autonomous learning without a lot of a priori knowledge. It does not directly capture the psychological process of bottom-up learning as CLARION does. CLARION is capable of an automatic and effortless similarity-based reasoning, while ACT-R has to use cumbersome pairwise similarity relations. CLARION has a general functional approximation capability in its bottom level, where ACT-R does not. In ACT-R, there is no built-in modeling of motivational processes. Goals are externally set and directly hand-coded. In ACT-R, there's no built-in sophisticated metacognitive process. ACT-R has some detailed sensory motor modules that CLARION currently does not include. CLARION and ACT-R often account for different tasks, although there have been some overlap also. Differences with SOAR of University of Michigan, John Laird, Alan Newell. In SOAR, a large amount of initial a priori knowledge is required, and there is no autonomous learning and no bottom-up learning. SOAR makes no distinction between explicit and implicit knowledge and learning, and its learning is based on specialization using only symbolic representation. In SOAR, there's no built-in modeling of the psychological process of the interaction and synergy between explicit and implicit processes. In SOAR, there's no distinction between symbolic, localist, and distributed representation, nor is there general function approximation capability. It does not embody similarity-based reasoning processes directly. In SOAR, there's no built-in motivational processes, nor is there built-in sophisticated metacognitive processes. Accounting for the cognitive data, past simulations using CLARION. So there's a lot of studies over many years, decades of CLARION. Including all types of various cognitive functions. Ron Sun has written multiple books. I read a few of those this week. And CLARION is a computer program module that is downloadable, I think, for free, or at least certain versions of it. So CLARION is a comprehensive theory of mind. Cognition is broadly defined. Conceptual framework for analyzing cognition, psychological processes, various functionalities and tasks, a computation modeling framework for simulating cognitive psychological data, a set of simulation programming tools in Java and C. And so there's 5 slides in this tutorial. And so I just looked at the first one. So if people are interested, they could look at all 5 of them. And CLARION is something we'll be returning to often. It's one of the leading cognitive architectures out there today, and it's a chunking-based model. Okay, so I have more slides, kind of a wide overview from, I guess, a Polish researcher, but they're pretty complicated and pretty all over the place. So Włodzisław DUCH in Poland at the Copernicus University. So first I'm going to read a paper from Włodzisław DUCH that should help out with the slideshow. So what was okay, so let me just pour myself another tea. Okay, so yeah, these cognitive architectures are a little bit tedious, but they're very important. Week in review will be for the next months extensive detail of cognitive architectures. And at the main level, cognitive architectures are programmed by the computer. So, um, what's going on? Yes, the cognitive architectures are programmed into the computer. So there's theories of human cognition, the hard problem of consciousness. They're not usually neurological; they're algorithmic, and they're tested models based on programming in the computer, going all the way back to Alan Newell in the 1950s. Alan Newell and Herbert Simon. So let's look at cognitive architectures. Where do we go from here? By Włodzisław DUCH, and then we'll look at his slides and get a broad overview. Cognitive architectures play a vital role in providing blueprints for building future intelligent systems supporting a broad range of capabilities similar to those of humans. How useful are existing architectures for creating artificial general intelligence? A critical survey of the state of the art of cognitive architectures is presented, providing useful insight into possible frameworks for general intelligence, grand challenges, and an outline of the most promising future directions are described. Introduction. Long-term goal for artificial general intelligence, AGI, is to create systems that will exceed human-level competence in a large number of areas. There's a steady progress towards this goal in several domains, including recognition of specific patterns, memorization, retrieval of vast amounts of information, interpreting signals and other types of numerical information, autonomous control, board games, and reasoning in restricted domains. Yet even in lower-level cognitive functions, such as object recognition or scene analysis, artificial systems are still far behind the natural ones. Higher-level cognitive functions such as language, reasoning, problem-solving, or planning involve complex knowledge structures and are much more difficult to realize. Various types of memory stored in the brain facilitate recognition, associate semantic interpretation, and rapid retrieval of large amounts of complex information patterns. At quite basic level, organization, storage, and retrieval of information in computers is completely different than in brains. Computing architectures are universal only in principle. In practice, they always constrain information processing in some specific ways. Computers are better in many tasks than brains and vice versa. Brains are better in many important tasks than computers. It is not clear at all whether cognitive architectures running on conventional computers will reach the flexibility of the brain in lower or higher level cognitive functions. Traditionally, higher cognitive functions such as thinking, reasoning, planning, problem solving, or linguistic competencies have been the focus of artificial intelligence, relying on symbolic programming solving to build complex knowledge structures. These functions involve sequential search processes, while lower cognitive functions such as perception, motor control, sense motor actions, associated memory recall, or categorization are accomplished on a faster timescale in a parallel way without stepwise deliberation. Embodiment is a powerful trend in robotics, and there's now a general agreement that the meaning of many concepts should be grounded in embodied sensomotor representations. However, the actual limitations of the symbolic and the embodied approaches to cognition are not known. Perhaps the dream of creating a general problem solver may be realized with relatively minor extensions to symbolic cognitive architectures. One understanding animal behavior in robotic applications may require embodied cognition. Analysis of existing cognitive architectures should facilitate understanding of limitations of different approaches. Many general ideas seem to explain everything, but do not scale up well to real applications. Therefore, a clear notion what exactly artificial general intelligence should do is necessary. Grand challenges for AGI, artificial general intelligence. What should be required for an AI system to be worthy of the artificial general intelligence name? Artificial intelligence is focused on many specific approaches to problem solving, useful for development of expert systems, neglecting its initial ambitious goals. One requirement for AGI, storing and manipulation of a vast amount of knowledge, has been addressed by the SICK project, started in 1984. A huge brain-based knowledge base has been constructed, but its potential application list has not been replaced by actual applications for decades. The biggest failure of the AI community is evident in the language-related domains. For example, in general-purpose conversational systems, developed mostly in the forms of various chatterbox by commercial companies and enthusiastic individuals, restricted from form of the Turing test called Loebner Prize competition has been won for almost 2 decades by chatterbox based on old template matching techniques or more recent contextual pattern matching techniques. Such programs have no chance to develop real understanding of language and use it in meaningful dialogues or text analysis, but may be used for stereotyped question and answer systems or impressions. Carpenter and Freeman have proposed a personal Turing test where a person tries to guess if the conversation is done with a program or a real personality, a known individual. Human behavior includes the ability to impersonate other people, and the personal Turing test may be an interesting landmark step in the road to general intelligence. Another area that poses remarkable challenges to AI is word games, and in particular, the 20 questions game. Word games require extensive knowledge about objects and their properties, but not about complex relations between objects. Different methods of knowledge representation may be used in different applications, from quite simple, facilitating efficient use of knowledge, to quite involved, needing only in deep reasoning. In fact, vector space techniques for knowledge representation are sufficient to play the 20 question game. Success in learning language depends on automatic creation and maintenance of large-scale knowledge base. Bootstrapping on the resources from the internet, question and answer systems pose even more demanding questions. Challenges in this area. A series of competitions arranged by Text Retrieval Conference series have been used to measure progress. Intelligent tutoring systems are the next challenge, but there seem to be no clearly defined milestones in this field. Feigenbaum proposed a grand challenge building a super expert system in a narrow domain. This seems to go in a direction of specialized rather than general intelligence, but one may argue that a super expert without general intelligence needed for communication with humans is not feasible. Sophisticated reasoning by human experts and artificial systems in such fields as mathematics, bioscience, or law may be compared to a panel of experts who will pose problems, raise questions, and ask for further explanations to probe the understanding of the subject. A good example of such a challenge is provided by the automated theory proving systems, competitions, and many subcategories. An interesting step towards general AI in mathematics would be to create general theory provers, perhaps using meta-learning techniques that rely on specialized modules. Automatic curation of genomic pathways, databases, and creation of models of genetic and metabolic processes for various organisms poses great challenges for super experts, as the amount of information in such databases exceeds by far human capacity to handle it. Defining similar challenges and milestones towards AGI in other fields is certainly worthwhile. The ultimate goal would be to develop programs that will advise human experts in their work, evaluating the reasoning, perhaps even adding some creative ideas. DARPA, in the personal assistants that learn program, sponsor a large-scale effort in similar directions. Nielsen has argued for development of general purpose educable systems that can be taught skills needed to perform human jobs and to measure which fraction of these jobs can be done by AI systems. Building one such system replaces the need for building many specialized systems, as already Turing had noted, proposing a child machine in his 1950 paper. Some human jobs are knowledge-based and can be done by information processing system, where progress may be measured by passing a series of examination, as done in such fields as accounting. However, most human jobs involve manual labor, requiring sensomotor coordination that should be mastered by household robots or autonomous vehicles. The DARPA Urban Challenge competition requires integration of computer vision, signal processing, control, and some reasoning. It is still simpler than control of a humanoid robot, where direct interaction of robots with people will require an understanding of perception, controlling of attention, learning causal models from observations, and hierarchical learning with different temporal scales. Creation of partners of personal assistants rather than complete replacements for human workers may be treated as a partial success. Unfortunately, specific milestones for this type of application have yet to be precisely defined. Some ordering of different jobs from the point of view of difficulty to learn them could be worthwhile. In fact, many jobs have already been completely automated. So, reducing the number of people in manufacturing, financial services, printing houses, etc. In most cases, alternative organizations of work is to be credited for the reduction in the number of jobs, not because of deployment of AI systems. A detailed roadmap to AGI should thus be based on detailed analysis of the challenge, relationships between various functions that should be implemented to address them, systems requirements to achieve these functions and classes of problems that should be solved at any given stage. Cognitive architectures. Cognitive architectures are frequently created to model human performance in multiple task situations rather than to create AGI. A short critical review of selected cognitive architectures that can contribute to development of AGI is provided below. Elon in his 1990 book, Unified Theories of Cognition, provided 12 criteria for evaluation of cognitive systems: adaptive behavior, dynamic behavior, flexible behavior, development, evolution, learning, knowledge integration, vast knowledge base, natural language, real-time performance, and brain realization. These criteria have been analyzed and applied to ACT-R, SOAR, and classical connectionist architectures, but such fine-grained categorization makes comparison of different systems rather difficult. Without going into such detail, we shall provide below a simpler taxonomy, give some examples of different type of cognitive systems that are currently under development, and provide a critique and some recommendations for better systems, surveys on the system organization and working mechanisms of few cognitive architectures that have already been published were not written from the AGI point of view. Two key design properties that underlie the development of any cognitive architecture are memory and learning. The importance of memory has been stressed from different perspectives in a few recent books. Various types of memory serve as a repository for background knowledge about the world and oneself, about the current episode of activity, while learning is the main process that shapes this knowledge. Together, learning and memory form the rudimentary aspects of cognition on which higher order functions and intelligent capabilities such as deliberate reasoning, planning, and self-regulation are built. Organizations of memory depends on the knowledge representation schemes. A simple taxonomy of cognitive architectures based on the two main features leads to a division of different approaches into three main groups: symbolic, emergent, and hybrid models. Cognitive architectures, symbolic, emergent, and hybrid, all having memory and learning, but based on different things. Symbolic memory based on rules-based memory, graph-based memory, learning is inductive and analytic, is emergence, a globalist and localist, and the learning is associated and competitive, and the hybrid, the localist and distributed memory and symbolic connectionist, and learning is bottom-up and top-down. Roughly speaking, symbolic architectures focus on information processing using high-level symbols or declarative knowledge in a classical AI top-down analytic approach. Emergent architectures use low-level activation signals flowing through a network consisting of numerous processing units, a bottom-up process relaying on the emergent self-organizing and associated properties. Hybrid architectures result from combining the symbolic and emergent paradigms in one way or another. The memory and learning aspect of these three broad classes of approaches are investigated in details below. Symbolic architectures. There's a strong link between the type of architecture and problems it is supposed to solve. The use of symbols as the key means to support information processing originates from the physical symbol system hypothesis, which has been motivated by research on memory and problem solving. A physical symbol system has the ability to input, output, store, and alter symbolic entities, and to carry out appropriate actions in order to reach its goal. The majority of symbolic architectures utilize a centralized control over the information flows from sensory input through memory to motor outputs. This approach stresses the working memory executive functions with an access to semantic memory for knowledge retrieval. Rules-based representations of perception action memory in knowledge-based production systems embody the logical reasoning skills of human experts. Graph-based representations are typically encoded as directed graph structures comprising nodes for symbolic entities and their attributes, and edges for relationships among them. Main examples of this sort of knowledge representations are semantic networks and conceptual graphs, frames, schemata, and reactive action packages. The underlying paradigms of these approaches remain very similar and are sometimes even equivalent. Substantial efforts have been made over the years to introduce analytical and inductive learning techniques to symbolic systems. The former aims at exploiting existing general specific facts to infer other facts than they entail logically. Prominent examples include explanation-based learning and analogical learning. Inductive machine learning, on the other hand, seeks to derive from specific facts or examples general rules which capture the underlying domain structure. Well-known examples of this kind include knowledge-based inductive learning and delayed reinforcement learning. Many ambitious cognitive architectures have been proposed and abandoned after a period of vigorous activity. Only those potential candidates for AGI that are still actively developed are reviewed below. SOAR, state, operator, and result, is a classic example of expert rule-based cognitive architecture designed to model general intelligence based on theoretical frameworks of knowledge-based systems, seen as the approximation to physical symbol systems. SOAR stores its knowledge in the form of production rules arranged in terms of operators that act in the problem space. That is a set of states that represent the task at hand. The primary learning mechanism in SOAR is termed chunking, a type of analytical event-based learning technique for formulating rules and macro operations from problem-solving traces. In recent years, many extensions of the SOAR architecture have been proposed. Reinforcement learning to adjust the preference values for operators, episodic learning to retain history of systems, evolution, semantic learning to describe more abstract declarative knowledge, visual imagery, emotions, moods, and feelings used to speed up reinforcement learning and direct reasoning. SOAR architecture has demonstrated a variety of high-level cognitive functions, processes large and complex rule sets in planning, problem-solving, natural language comprehension in real-time distributed environments. At present, SOAR architecture has not yet integrated all of these extensions. A few additional ones like memory decay, forgetting, attention and information selection, learning hierarchical representations, or handling uncertainty and imprecision will also be useful. The design of the perceptual motor system within SOAR is fairly unrealistic, requiring users to define their own input and output functions for a given domain. It remains to be seen how well numerous problems that face such an extensive extension can be handled using the existing architecture as a base. EPIC, Executive Process Interactive Control, is a cognitive architecture for building computational models that assume many aspects of human performance. It aims at capturing human perceptual, cognitive, and motor activities through several interconnected processors working in parallel, and to build models of human-computer interaction for practical purposes. The system is controlled by production rules for cognitive processors and a set of perceptual, visual, auditory, tactile, and motor processors operating on symbolically coded features rather than raw sensory data. Although EPIC is focused on multiple simple tasks in one experiment, that has been connected to SOAR for problem-solving, planning, and learning, and the EPIC-SOAR combination has been applied to air traffic control simulators. Icarus Project defines an integrated cognitive architecture for physical agents with knowledge specified in the form of reactive skills, each denoting goal-relevant reaction to a class of problems. The architecture includes a number of modules, a perceptual system, a planning system, an execution system, and several memory systems. Concepts are matched to precepts in a bottom-up way, and goals are matched to skills in a top-down way. Conceptual memory contains knowledge about general classes of objects and their relationships, while skill memory stores knowledge about the ways of doing these. Each comprises a long-term memory and short-term memory. The long-term memory is organized in hierarchical fashion, with the conceptual memory directing bottom-up, precept-driven inference, and skill memory controlling top-down. Goal-driven selection of actions. The acquisition of knowledge in Icarus is achieved through hierarchical incremental reinforcement learning, propagating reward values backward through time. Since skills comprise sub-skills, the system learns to calculate the value estimates over a stack of state-action pairs instead of just a single pair as the traditional reinforcement learning. The hierarchical processing strategy yields in turn a much faster learning rate than that of the standard reinforcement learning. The hierarchical memory organization and learning procedure have equipped Icarus with the ability to focus its attention on a specific object or event in its sensory range and to reduce the reaction time and to search space requirements. Through its planning and memory modules, Icarus is able to incrementally learn new concepts in an efficient manner by constructing a feature tree that the system can comprehend, relational reinforcement learning that gives priority to high utility beliefs and rapidly finds most useful inferences, handles well large memory hierarchies. Interesting applications of architecture to in-city driving blocks world of free cell solitaire have been demonstrated. One vital problem is the lack of concurrent processing to cope with an asynchronous inputs from multiple sensors while coordinating resources and actions across different modalities. Issues related to uncertainty have also been largely ignored. NARS, non-axiomatic reasoning system project, has been developed over 2 decades. It is a reasoning system based on language for knowledge, representation, and experience-grounded semantics of the language, a set of inference rules, a memory structure, and a control mechanism, carrying out various high-level cognitive tasks as different aspects of the same underlying process. The non-axiomatic logic is used for adaptation with insufficient knowledge and resources, operating on patterns that have the truth value, evaluating according to the system's experience with using these patterns. This approach allows for emergence of experience-grounded semantics and inference defined on judgments. While several working NARS prototypes of increasing complexity have been built, they are solving only rather simple problems. SNEP, Semantic Networking Processing Systems, is a logic frame and network-based knowledge representation, reasoning, and acting system that went through over 3 decades of development. It stores knowledge and beliefs in some agents and forms of assertions, propositions about various entities. Each knowledge representation has its own inference scheme, logic formula, frame slots, and network path integrated in SNP and the SNP's inference package. When a beliefs revision system discovers contradiction, some hypothesis that led to the contradiction have to be unasserted by the user, and the system removes all those assertions that depend on it. The SNP's rational engine controls plans and sequences of action using frames and believing disbelieving propositions. The natural language processing system works with English, morphological analyzers, synthesizers, and generalized augmented transition network grammar interpreter. SNPs has been used for common sense reasoning, natural language understanding and generation, contextual vocabulary acquisition, control simulated cognitive agents that are able to chat with the users, question and answer systems, and other applications. Interesting inference have been demonstrated, but the program has not yet been used in a large-scale real application, for example, a chatterbox. Emergent paradigm architectures. Emergent cognitive architectures are inspired by connectionist ideas. The relation to the processes that take place in the brain may be rather distant. Processing elements form network nodes that interact with each other in a specific way, changing their internal states and revealing interesting emergent properties. There are 2 complementary approaches to memory organization, globalist and localist. The multi-layer perception and other neural networks based on delocalized transfer functions process information in a distributed global way. All parameters of such networks influence their outputs. Generalization of learned responses to novel stimuli is usually good, but learning new items may lead to catastrophic inference with old knowledge. The basis set expansion network that uses localized functions such as Gaussians are examples of localist networks. The output signals for a given input depend only on a small subset of units that are activated. However, it should be remembered that modular organization of globalist network will easily create a subgroup of processes element that react in a local way. The learning methodologies for emergent architectures are quite diverse. Associative learning creates a mapping of specific input representations, specific output representations, and this sense remembers the reactions. Heteroassociations or enables pattern completion. Audio associations, in this case, learning may be either guided directly by a set of correct targets, signals, or indirectly by a certain critic inputs, which correspond to a supervised and reinforcement learning paradigm in AI, respectively. In competitive learning, all PEs compete to become active and learn in an unsupervised fashion. The simplest form procedure is the winner takes all rule, which permits only one PE or one per group to learn at a time, while inhibiting others that lose the competition. Correlation-based learning use head learning rule captures statistical properties of incoming signal, creating the internal model of the environment. A few emergent architectures are still under active development and are presented below. In applications to complex reasoning, they've not yet reached the same level of maturity as symbolic architectures, but are much closer to natural perception reasoning based on perception rather than symbolic knowledge. IBCA, Integrated Biologically Based Cognitive Architectures, is a large-scale emergent architecture that epitomizes the automatic and distributed notions of information processes in the brain. The role of the 3 regions of the brain is emphasized: the posterior cortex, BC, frontal cortex, FC, and the hippocampus. The posterior cortex module assumes an overlapping distributed localist organization that focuses on sensory motor as well as multimodal hierarchical processing. The frontal cortex module employs a non-overlapping recurrent localist organization in which working memory units are isolated from one another and contribute combinatorially. The hippocampus module utilizes a sparse conjunctive globalist organization where all units contribute interactively, not combinatorially, to a given representation. It permits rapid binding of all activation patterns across the posterior cortex and frontal cortex episodic memory while reducing interference. The Liaison learning algorithm includes error-driven learning of skills and Hebbian learning with inhibitory competition dynamics. In this framework, the posterior cortex, the frontal cortex modules employ slow integrative learning that blends many individual experiences to capture the underlying regularities of the world and to support sensory motor activities. The hippocampus module adds fast learning that retains and discriminates instead of integrating the individual experience. The cooperation between the hippocampus and posterior and frontal cortex reflects in turn the complementary learning paradigms in the brain. A salient trait of the integrated biological-based cognitive architecture is the knowledge dependency, merits, generalization, parallelism, flexibility of content-specific distributed representations in the brain. Missing in symbolic models, complementary learning capacity resolves problems with knowledge consolidation or transfer of short-term into long-term memory. Higher-level cognition, variable binding, chaining of operation sequences is a result of emergent power activation processing, invocation, maintenance, or updating of active representations for self-regulation in the frontal cortex module. These capacities have been validated on basic psychological tasks such as Stroop test, dynamic sorting task, or visual feature binding. However, the fine-grained structure of the architectural modules requires a large number of neurons to simulate cognitive functions and raises the issue of system socio-scalability. The current architecture is limited to learning the ANN weight parameters, but not the network local structure, representations of emotions and motivation, and setting goals, as well as motor coordinating timing is still missing. While this type of architecture may be used to explain human behavior probed by psychological, psycholinguistic experience, no one has yet demonstrated how to use it for tasks that require reasoning, where many symbolic architectures reach the human competence level. Cortronics is a new emergent architecture that models the biological function of the cerebral cortex and thalamus system in the human brain. Its memory organization consists of modular feature attractor circuits called lexicons. Each lexicon comprises further localist cortical patch, a localist thalamic patch, and a reciprocal connections linking them. Essentially, each lexicon implements a large stable set of attractive states called symbols, each represented by a specific group of neurons. The number of neurons overlapping between each pair of symbols is relatively small, and each neuron representing one symbol may be used to represent many symbols. Accordingly, knowledge in cotronics takes the form of parallel, indirect, unidirectional links between the neurons representing one symbol in a lexicon and those describing a symbol in another lexicon. Each such knowledge link is termed an item of knowledge, and the collection of these links is called a knowledge base. The union of cortical patches of all lexicons constitutes, in turn, the entire cortex, while that of the thalamic patches of all lexicons forms only a portion of the thalamus. A competitive activation of symbols of lexicons called confabulation is used for learning and information retrieval. Confabulation is carried out by every lexicon when appropriate knowledge links input and operation commands inputs arrive at a lexicon at once. The states of involved neurons evolve dynamically via the parallel mutual interactions of these neurons, and the minority that ends up in the excited activated state denote conclusions, the symbols that won the competition, or null symbol implying a don't know answer. The model predicts or anticipates the next state, move, or word that should follow. This is quite new architecture and is not yet clear how it can be extended to create AGI. A non-confabulation is not sufficient for reasoning. With complex knowledge, however, it is an interesting process involved in anticipation, imagination, and creativity, a process at a shorter time scale than reasoning processes. The Numenta platform for intelligent computing is an emergent architecture based on the hierarchy temporal memory technology, which is modeled on the putative algorithm used by neocortex. Network nodes are organized in a hierarchical way, with each node implementing learning and memory functions. Hierarchical organization is motivated by the growing size of the cortical receptacle fields in the information streams that connect primary sensory cortexes, secondary and higher level associated areas. The feature is also present in IBCA architecture, where specific connectivity between different layers leads to growing and invariant object representation. Hierarchical temporal memory is unique in stressing the temporal aspect of perception, implementing memory for sequences of patterns that facilitate anticipation. Each level in the hierarchical network is trained separately to memorize spatial temporal objects and is able to recognize new similar objects than bottom-up, top-down processes. The architecture has not yet been tested in larger applications, therefore it's hard to evaluate its potential limitations. Nomad. Neurally organized mobile adaptive devices. Automata are based on neuro-Darwinism theory. Nomads, also known as Darwin automata, demonstrate the principle of emergent architectures for pattern recognition tasks in real time. They use many sensors for vision, rangefinders to provide a sense of proximity, a proprioceptive sense of head direction and self-movement, artificial whiskers for texture sensing, artificial taste, conductivity sensors. Nomad is controlled by a large simulated nervous system running on a cluster of powerful computers. The brain-based robotic device that developed through behavioral tasks has elucidated a role of value systems based on reward mechanisms in adaptation and learning, importance of self-generated movement in developmental perception, the role of hippocampus in spatial navigating episodic memory, invariant visual object recognition, binding visual features of complex objects into a unified scene by neural synchronity due to recurrent connections in visual pathway, implementation of concurrent real-time processes. However, the emergence of high-level cognition does not seem likely in this architecture. I think the nomad Darwin model is similar to like the shark self-vacuuming devices. Number of emergent architectures based on the global workspace theories of bars have been formulated in the last 2 decades, but very few reached implementation level. Shanahan has described a very simple implementation based on weightless neural network built from generalizing random access memory processing unit and used to control simulated robot. Other examples of architecture inspired by the global workspace theory are discussed in the hybrid system subsection below. Many other interesting emergent architectures have been discussed in recent years, but there's little experience with them due to the lack of software implementation to experiment with. Heikkinen has written a book outlining an approach to conscious machines and discussing cognitive architectures for robot brains. Anderson and his colleagues proposed that Erzat's brain project, the autonomous mental development movement motivated by the human mental development from infancy to adulthood, has been active for about a decade now, going in a similar direction as the Edelman-Darwin project and Brooks-Cog project that is creating a robot agent for real-time interaction. Corner and Matsumoto argue that cognitive architecture should control constraints that are used to select a proper algorithm from existing repertoire to solve a specific problem or to create a new one if the stereotype behavior are not sufficient. This is very much in agreement with the meta-learning ideas of computational intelligence, where solving hard learning problems is done by learning which transformation should be composed to achieve the goal. The DARPA biologically inspired cognitive architecture program has already resulted in several interesting proposals, such as the Tosca comprehensive brain-based model of the human mind, written by a number of experts from leading U.S. institutions, which essentially came to the same conclusion. Hybrid paradigm architectures. Given the relative strengths of the symbolic and emergent paradigms, it has become clear that combining the two would offer a promising venue for developing a more complete framework for cognition. Symbolic architectures are able to process information and realize high-level cognitive functions, such as planning and deliberative reasoning, in a way that resembles human experience. However, the major issues in this approach are the formulation of symbolic entities from low-level information, as well as the handling of large amount of information uncertainty. Emergent architectures are better suited for capturing the context specificity of human performance and handling many pieces of low-level information simultaneously, yet their main shortcomings in the difficulty in realizing higher cognitive functions. The potential benefit of a combined approach is therefore to have each method address the limitations of the other, allowing creation of a complete brain architecture that covers all levels of processing, from stimuli to high-level cognition. Research in this area has led to many proposals of hybrid cognitive architectures, which can be roughly divided into two classes based on the memory type of the constituent modules, localist, distributed, and symbolic connectionist. The first class of hybrid architectures comprise a combination of localist modules, with each concept specified by one PE node, and distributed modules with each concept represented by a set of overlapping nodes. In comparison, the second class involves a mixture of symbolic modules, rule or graph-based memory, and connectionist modules, either of localist or distributed type. Correspondingly, hybrid architectures can be categorized in two main classes according to their direction of learning, top-down and bottom-up learning. The former involves the transition of knowledge from explicit, accessible, conceptual level to implicit, inaccessible, subconceptual level, with the latter goes from subconceptual level to the conceptual level. The top-down learning can be achieved by pre-coding a set of expert rules at the top, localist symbolic module, and allowing the bottom-level distributed ANN to learn by observing action guided by the top level. Conversely, bottom-up learning may be accomplished by extracting or translating implicit knowledge coded by a bottom-level module into a set of conceptual rules. A few examples of hybrid cognitive architecture follow, focused on the memory organization, learning methodologies, and key strengths and issues. ACTAR, Adaptive Components and Thought Rational, is a hybrid cognitive architecture and theoretical framework for emulating and understanding human cognition. It aims at building the system that can perform the full range of human cognitive tasks and describe in detail the mechanisms underlying perception, thinking, and action. The central components of ACT-R comprise a set of perceptual motor modules, memory modules, buffers, and a pattern matcher. The perceptual motor module basically serves as an interface between the system and the world. There are two types of memory modules in ACT-R: declarative memory and procedural memory, which encode factual knowledge about the world and about how to do things respectively. Both are realized as symbolic connection structures, where the symbolic level consists of productions for procedural memory and or chunks for declarative memory, and the subsymbolic level of a massively parallel connection structure. Each symbolic construct, production, or chunk has a set of some symbolic parameters that reflects its past usage and controls its operations, thus enabling an analytic characterization of connectionist computations using numeric parameters associated with activation that measure the general usefulness of a chunk or production in the past and current context. Finally, the ACT-R buffers serve as a temporal storage for inter-module communications, excluding procedural memory, while the pattern matchers used to find a production in procedural memory that matches the present state of the buffers. ACT-R utilizes a top-down learning approach to adapt to the structure of the environment. In particular, symbolic constructs, chunks, or productions are first created to describe the results of a complex operation so that the solution may be available without recomputing the next time a similar task occurs. When a goal declarative memory activation and perceptual information appears, it becomes a chunk in the memory buffer, and the production system, guided by subsymbolic processes, finds a single rule that responds to the current problem. Some symbolic parameters are then tuned using Bayesian formula to make the existing symbolic constructs that are useful more prominent. In this way, chunks that are often used become more active and can thus be retrieved faster and more reliably. Similarly, productions that are more likely to lead to a solution at a lower cost will have higher expected utility and thus may be more likely chosen during conflict resolution, selecting one production among many that qualify to fire. This architecture may be partially mapped out on brain structures. It has been applied in a large number of psychological studies and intelligent tutoring systems, but ambitious applications to problem solving and reasoning are still missing. CLARION, the connectionist learning adaptive rule induction online, is a hybrid architecture that incorporates a distinction between explicit symbolic and implicit subsymbolic processes and captures the interaction between the two. The design objective is twofold: to develop artificial agents for certain cognitive task domains and to understand human learning and reasoning processes in similar domains. The CLARION architecture contains 4 memory modules, each comprising a dual explicit-implicit representation: action-centered subsystem, non-action-centered subsystem, motivational subsystem, and metacognitive subsystem. Essentially, the action-centered subsystem module serves to regulate the agent's actions, while the non-action-centered subsystem maintains the general system knowledge, either implicit or explicit. On the other hand, the motivational subsystem functions to provide a motivational impetus for perception, actions, and cognitions, while the metacognitive subsystem monitor, direct, and alter the operations of the other 3 modules. Each of these modules adopts a localist distributed representation, where the localist section encodes the explicit knowledge and the distributed section the implicit knowledge. CLARION also employs different learning methods for each level of knowledge. Learning of implicit knowledge is achieved using reinforcement learning methods such as Q learning or supervised methods such as the standard backpropagation, both of which can be implemented using an MLP network. The implicit knowledge already acquired at the bottom level is then utilized to craft the explicit knowledge at the top level via bottom-up learning. This can in turn be viewed as a rational reconstruction of implicit knowledge at the explicit level. The top-down learning may also be achieved by pre-coding, fixing some rules at the top level, and allowing the bottom level to accumulate knowledge by observing actions guided by these rules. As such, the system's decision-making that relies initially on the top level gradually becomes more dependent on the bottom level. Software is available for experimentation with CLARION. A lot of psychological data has been simulated with this architecture, but also a complex sequential decision-making for a minefield navigation task. LIDA, the Learning Intelligent Distribution Agent, is a conceptual and computational framework for intelligent, autonomous, conscious software agent that implements some ideas of the global workspace theory. The architecture is built upon an older IDA framework, which was initially designed to automate the whole set of tasks of human personal agent who assigned sailors to new tours of duty. LIDA employs a partly symbolic and partly connectionist memory organization, with all symbols being grounded in the physical world in the sense of Brooks. LIDA has distinct modules for perception, working memory, emotion, semantic memories, episodic memory, action selection, expectations, automation, learning procedural tasks from experience, constraint satisfaction, deliberation, negotiation, problem solving, metacognition, and conscious-like behavior. Most operators are done by codelets, implementing the unconscious processor, specialized networks of the global workspace theory. A codelet is a small piece of code or program that performs one specialized simple task. The LIDA framework incorporates three new modes of learning into the older IDA model: perceptual, episodic, and procedural learning, which are all of bottom-up type. Perceptual learning concerns learning of new objects, categories, relations, and takes two forms: strengthening or weakening of the base level activation of nodes, as well as creation of new nodes and links in the perceptual memory. Episodic learning, on the other hand, involves learning to memorize specific events, the what, where, and when. It results from events that taken form, the context of consciousness being encoded in the transient episodic memory. Finally, procedural learning concerns learning of new actions and action sequences with which to accomplish new tasks. It combines selectionist learning, selecting from obsolete repertoire, and instructionist learning, constructing new representations with functional consciousness, providing reinforcement to actions. There's no doubt that this architecture may explain many features of the mind. However, it remains to be seen high confidence it will achieve in understanding language, vision, and common sense reasoning based on perception. Dual architecture, inspired by Minsky's Society of Mind theory of cognition. It is a hybrid multi-agent general-purpose architecture supporting dynamic emergent computation with a unified description of mental representation, memory structures, and processing mechanisms carried out by small interacting micro-agents. As a result of lack of central control, the system is constantly changing depending on the environment. Agents interact, forming larger complexes, coalition, and formulation, some of which may be reified. Such models may be evaluated at different levels of granularity: the micro level of micro-agents, the meso level of emergent dynamic conditions, and the macro level of the whole systems and models, where psychological interpretations may be used to describe model properties. Microframes are used for symbolic representation of facts, while relevance and activation level of these facts in a particular context is represented by network connections, while spreading activation that changes node accessibility. Links between micro-agents are based on their frame slots and weight control the influence of agents on each other's activity. Dual architecture has been used in a number of projects. AMBR, a model of human reasoning that unifies analogy, deduction, and generalization, including a model of episodic memory, a model of human judgment, a model of perception, analysis of interaction between analogy, memory, and perception, understanding the role of context and priming effects in the dynamics of cognitive processes. This is certainly a very interesting architecture that is capable of explaining many cognitive phenomena. It is not clear how well it will scale up to the real problems requiring complex reasoning, as nothing in this area has yet been demonstrated. Polyscheme integrates multiple methods of representation, reasoning, and inference schemes, and problem solving. Each polyscheme specialist models a different aspect of the world using specific representations and inference techniques, interacting with other specialists and learning from them. Scripts, frames, logical propositions, neural networks, and constraints graphs can all be used to represent knowledge. A reflective specialist guides the attention of the whole system, provides various focus schemes that implement inference via script matching, backtracking, search, reason maintenance, stochastic simulation, and counterfactual reasoning. Higher order reasoning is guided by higher level policies for focusing attention. Many problem-solving algorithms use forward inference, subgoaling, grounding, representing alternative words, and identity matching as their basic operations. Such operations are handled by specialists who are equipped with different representations but focus on the same aspect of the world, and may integrate also lower level perceptual and motor processes. This polyscheme may be used both in abstract reasoning and also in common sense physical reasoning in robots. It has been used to model infant reasoning, including object identity, events, causality, spatial relations. The meta-learning approach, combining different approaches to problem solving, is certainly an important step towards AGI and common sense reasoning. 4-CAPS architecture has plausibly neural implementation designed for complex tasks such as language comprehension, problem solving, or spatial reasoning. A unique feature is the ability to compare the activity of different 4-CAPS modules with functioning neural imaging measures of brain activity. It has been used to model human behavioral data, response times and error rates for analogical problem solving, human-computer interaction, problem solving, discourse comprehension, and other complex tasks solved by normal and mentally impaired people. Its first operating principle, thinking is the product of the concurrent activity of multiple centers that collaborate in large-scale cortical network, leads to architecture based on a number of centers corresponding to particular brain areas that have different processing styles. For example, Wernicke's area is specialized for the associated retrieval design, constructing, and selectively assessing structured sequential and hierarchical representation. Each center can perform and can be part of multiple cognitive functions, but has a limited computational capacity constraining its activity. Functions are assigned to centers depending on the resource availability. Therefore, the topology of the whole large-scale network is not fixed, although 4CAPS contains many interesting ideas. It is not aimed at achieving intelligent behavior, but rather tries to model human performance. Software written in Lisp is available for experimentation. Shruti, biologically inspired model of human reflexive interference, represents in connectionist architecture relations, types, entities, and causal rules using focal clusters. These clusters encode universal existential qualification, degree, or belief, and the query status. The synchronous firing of nodes represents dynamic binding, allowing for representation of quite complex knowledge and inferences. This architecture may have great potential, but after a rather long time of development has not yet found any serious application to problem solving or language understanding. The Novamente AI engine is based on systems theoretic ideas regarding complex mental dynamics and associated emergent patterns, inspired by the SciNet model and more generally Paternist philosophy of mind, similarly as the Society of Minds and the global workspace self-organizing goal-oriented interactions between patterns are responsible for mental states. Emergent properties of network activations should lead to hierarchical and relational hierarchical pattern organization, probabilistic term logic, and the Bayesian optimization algorithm. Algorithms are used for flexible inference. Actions, perceptions, and internal states are represented by tree-like structures. There is still an experimental architecture. There's still an experimental architecture that is being developed, seems to be in a fluid state, and its scaling properties are not yet known. So where do we go from here? The previous section has presented a number of very interesting models of cognition that have potential to develop general intelligence. Many excellent projects have already been formulated. Some have been developed over many decades, while others are just starting. So far, cognitive architectures are used in a very few real-world applications. Grand challenges, as discussed in Section 2, are smaller steps that lead to human and superhuman levels of competence, should be formulated to focus the research, extending small demonstrations in which cognitive systems reasons in a trivial domain to larger scale applications, for example, generating results that may be of interest to experts or acting as an assistant to a human expert is one important direction. Without a set of demanding test problems, it's very hard to evaluate new projects, compare their capabilities, and understand their limitations. Interactive models of human performance are great interest in the defense and aerospace industries. A recent project, the agent-based modeling and behavioral representation model comparison, resulted in a quantitative data comparing the performance of humans and cognitive architectures in a simplified air traffic controller environment. Some efforts have been expanded on the evaluation of software agents, and several proposals in this direction has been put forth for the 2007 AAI workshop evaluating architectures for intelligence. Ideas range from using in-city driving environment as a testbed for evaluating cognitive architectures to measuring incrementally and adaptive components of general intelligent behavior. Perhaps a measure of cognitive age could be established with a set of problems that children at a given age are able to solve. Problems should be divided into several groups: vision and auditory perception, understanding language, common sense reasoning, abstract reasoning, probing general knowledge about the world, learning, problem solving, imagination, creativity. Solving all problems from a given group that children at some age are able to solve will qualify cognitive systems to pass to the next grade in this group of problems. It should be expected that some systems will show advanced age in selected areas and not in the other. For example, solving problems requiring vision may require addition of specialized computer vision modules with mathematical reasoning. In many reasoning systems may be fairly advanced. Comparing to children, experts in human intelligence largely agree to the original Gardner's proposal that 7 kinds of intelligence should be distinguished: logical, mathematical, linguistic, spatial, musical, bodily, kinesthetic, interpersonal, intrapersonal intelligence, perhaps extended by emotional intelligence, and a few others. General world knowledge is fairly difficult to collect and could be probed using a question-answer system. If a 5-year-old child could get all the answers to general questions from an avatar controlled by some cognitive architecture, one should assume that the mental age of the control system in this respect is at least 5. Knowledge-based and cognitive systems are usually quite limited and require very different kind of organization and knowledge representation methods. Huge CYC knowledge base is an exception, and using it to construct large knowledge base suitable for other cognitive systems is certainly worth the effort. Such analysis should certainly help to understand what type of intelligence may be expected from body cognitive robotic projects and what the limitation of symbolic approaches are. Brooks has made a good point that elephants do not play chess and expressed hope that a robot with integrated vision, hearing, and dexterous manipulation controlled by a large-scale parallel MIMD computer will learn to think by building on the bodily experiences to accomplish progressively more abstract tasks. His COG project, based on the grounding of the meaning of concepts in deep embodiment, has many followers, although after 15 years it has stayed at the level of reactive agent. There are no good ideas how to extend it to higher cognitive levels. While behavioral intelligence in robotic devices may be difficult to achieve without embodiment experiences, with this approach in the last 2 decades are not very encouraging for AGI. Elephants are intelligent but cannot learn language or be personal assistants. It is also possible that ideas on which cognitive architectures are based are not sufficient to solve the problems in computer vision or language, and more specific models of some brain functions are needed. The survey presented above showed several trends that will probably dominate the research on cognitive architectures. First, the number of hybrid architectures is already quite large. Biological inspirations are becoming increasingly important. This will lead to the domination of the BICA architectures. Eventually, hardcore symbolic architecture proponents base now further extension of their architectures on inspirations from the brain. They focus on the role of cortex and limbic systems, but completely neglect the regulatory role of the brain stem, which may provide overall meta control selecting different types of behavior. Second, there may be BACA architectures, but several key features need to be preserved. Different types of memory are certainly important, as has been already stressed by several symbolic, emergent, and hybrid architectures. Processing of speech or text requires recognition of tokens or mappings from sounds or strings or letters to unique terms, resolving ambiguities and mapping terms to concepts in some ontology, and a full semantic representation of the text that facilitates understanding and answering questions about its context. These 3 steps are roughly based on several kinds of human memory. First, recognition memory that helps focus quickly attention when something is wrong. For example, a strangely spelled word that could be a misspelling, a foreign word, a personal name, or an attempt to avoid spam filters. This may be implemented by simple neural networks without a hidden layer or correlation matrix memory. The role of recognition memory has also been largely forgotten. Second, there is a need for a semantic memory that serves not only as a hierarchical ontology, but approximates spreading activation processes in real brains and thus activates various types of association, providing background knowledge that humans use for token to concept mapping and disambiguation. Unfortunately, large-scale semantic memories that contain both structural properties of concepts and their relationships and associations and could be used in computationally efficient ways do not exist. While significant progress has been made in drawing inspiration from neuroscience in analysis of auditory, visual, and olfactory signals, much less has been done at the higher cognitive function level, although neurocognitive approaches to linguistics has been formulated with an attempt to understand the linguistic system of the human brain, the system that makes it possible for us to speak and write, to understand speech and writing, to think using language. In practice, it has been used only to analyze specific linguistic phenomenon. A practical algorithm to discover these pathways of the brain has been introduced recently, opening the way for a construction of large-scale semantic networks that will approximate symbolic knowledge stored in the human brain. Although creating such large-scale memories will require large efforts to build concept discriminations from electronic dictionaries, ontologies, encyclopedias, result of collaborative projects and active searches in unstructured sources have been described. Third, the episodic memory is required to store experiences from interactions with individual users to understand the context of current interactions and interpret all events in view of this context. Various elements of semantic episodic memories are kept in the working memory. All types of memory are intimately connected. Recognition of tokens is facilitated by active part of semantic memory and made easier by the expectation resulting from episodic memory. Reading text leads to priming effects, expectations, and anticipation of a few selected words, and inhibition of many others that do not come to mind of the reader. Episodic memory is based on semantic relations of the context found in the text, although several proposals for memory-based cognitive architectures have been formulated. The role of different types of memory has not been stressed, and no effort to create appropriate large-scale knowledge bases have been made. AGI requires such memories as and is a step towards such memory-based architectures. An avatar that uses semantic memory to play word games has been demonstrated. What is the best practical way to implement these ideas? Template matching proved to be amazingly effective in simulation of dialogues and is still dominating the chatterbox, but it obviously does not lead to real understanding of the concepts that appeared in the discussion. Neural template matching, or templates approximating the distribution of neuronal group activities in the brain during concept comprehension, is the simplest technique that goes beyond symbolic template matching, leading to sets of consistent concepts. Words are ambiguous and form concepts that have meanings modified by their context. In the brain, a word has phonological components, the memorized form of the word, strings of phonemes or characters, and an extended semantic representation, extended activations related to the use and category of the word, including immediate associations. The extended activation is not unique. Only when the current context is specified, specific activation and other concepts are determined. The meaning of the word is established, resulting from spreading activation in the brain to a form of a global state. The state changes with each new word received in the sequence, with quasi-stationary forms after each sequence is processed and understood. It is quite difficult to decompose the state into components because the semantic representation is strongly modified by the context. The state may be regarded as a quasi-stationary wave with its core components centered on the phonological visual brain activation and with quite variable extended representation. As a result, the same word in a different sentence creates quite different states of activation, with the lexicographical meaning of the word may be only an approximation of almost continuous process. To relate states to lexicographical meanings, one can cluster all such states for a given word in different contexts and define prototypes for different meanings. These prototypes are neural templates that should replace symbolic templates. The form of the word identifies several candidate templates with different meanings, and the one that fits two other templates, maximizing overall consistency interpretation, is selected. The symbolic approach to language is a poor substitute for neurolinguistic processes, and high-dimensional vector model of language, popular in statistical approaches to natural language processing, is a very crude approximation that does not reflect essential properties of the perception, action, naming activity of the brain. The process of understanding words spoken and read starts from the activation of word form representation, the phonological or grapheme representation in the temporal lobe, quickly spreading neural activation to further brain areas, including the non-dominant, usually right hemisphere, that does not contain representation of word forms but learns to evaluate clusters of activations, forming constraints on the way words may be used, or forming general higher level concepts. This continuous process may be approximated through a series of snapshots or pattern created by microcircuit activations that can be treated as a basis function for the expansion of the state, where the summation extends over all patterns and shows significant activity resulting after presentation of the word. The high-dimensional vector model used in natural language processing measures only the co-occurrence of words in a small window neighborhood, averaged over all contexts, while human knowledge includes all structural properties of concepts that are important but do not appear explicitly in text. The use of wave-like representation in terms of basic functions to describe neural states makes this formalism similar to that used in quantum mechanics, although no real quantum effects are implied here. Objects of discourse or actual episodes are memorized in the hippocampus that links to the cortex and are able to recreate the original activations at the moment the episode has been experienced. An outline of the road from a single neuron to brain modules to societies of brains has been presented. Single neurons have little internal knowledge and very simple interactions via weighted links, assemblies of neurons at different levels of coalitions, and may be regarded as specialized processors passing structured information and attaining rather complex internal states. This may be approximated by interacting agents with internal knowledge and means of communication with coalitions of simple agents, creating dynamic higher ordered units that may be viewed as soft agents with new competencies arising demand by variation of the main theme. Such meta-learning ideas for solving pattern recognition and reasoning based on partial observation has been recently described in preliminary implementation of the general system architecture. To support such approach has been presented. The role of imagination, creativity, learning from partial observations, and using this knowledge in an intuitive way in the role of the right hemisphere in the linguistic process has only recently been discussed. The artificial mind architecture based on these ideas under development and will be presented in the near future. This architecture will draw inspiration from some of the projects presented in this paper, but will primarily aimed at ambitious applications requiring natural language processing. It is quite likely that this approach will lead to the creation of conscious artifacts. So now this paper is a good few years old before ChatGPT many advances. So hopefully, people watching gain from this. And this was really just the preparation for the slides, because we're coming to the slides, and there's a huge thing. We'll be covering this topic for months. And okay, so let's look at these slides now. So this is the same author, Włodzisław DUCH, that we just read. Okay, Judas, yeah, God bless. Gamar, may be written in the book of life for peace, prosperity, blessings, all the good things. So this is the same author, Consciousness and Creativity and Brain-Inspired Cognitive Architecture. Some slides from Copernicus University in Turin, Poland. Just put these slides back in the chat. So I read that paper first because these slides are pretty complicated, and I'm not going to read all the stuff in the slides because a lot of it's repetitive. So this overview of cognitive architecture is suitable for artificial general intelligence. A little outline, look at AI failures, grand challenges for AI, AGI, symbolic cognitive architectures, emergent cognitive architectures, hybrid cognitive architectures, and where do we go from here, similar to the paper we just read. So the failures of AI has failed in many areas: problem solving, reasoning, flexible controlled behavior, perception, computer vision, and language. Why? So ambitious approaches, CYC, developed by Douglas Nett in 1984, commercial since 1995, with 2.5 million assertions linking over 150,000 concepts and using thousands of microtheories. Open Mind Common Sense Project at MIT. So a whole bunch of ambitious approaches. The challenges: the language, the Turing test, the personal Turing test, word games like the 20 questions game, reasoning, super expert systems in a narrow domain. The Feigenbaum needs a lot of general intelligence to communicate. Should reason in math, bioscience, or law. Experts will pose problems, probe understanding. So this is before ChatGPT, these slides in the paper. Same direction, but without natural language processing, automated theorem proving, system competitions in many subcategories, general AI and math, general theory provers, possibly genomic pathways, databases, partners that advise human in their work, human-computer cooperation. So real AGI, general purpose systems that can be taught skills needed to perform human jobs and to measure which fraction of these jobs can be done by AI systems. So a lot of this was mentioned in the paper. So we say cognitive architectures frequently create to model human performance. Newell's Unified Theory of Cognition, 1990, the 12 criteria for cognitive architectures: behavioral, adaptive, dynamic, flexible, development, evolution, learning, knowledge, integrative, vast knowledge-based, natural language, real-time performance, and brain realization, with the symbolic, emergent, hybrid models. So the problem: how do brains using massively parallel computations represent knowledge and performing thinking? So Boltzmann, 1899, all our ideas and concepts are only internal pictures or a spoken combination of sounds. The task of theory consists in constructing an image of the external world that exists purely internally. Wittgenstein, thoughts are pictures of how things are in the world. Propositions point to pictures. Kenneth Craik, 1943, the mind constructs small-scale models of reality to anticipate events, to reason, and to help in explanation. Johnson Liard, 1983, mental models are psychological representations of real, hypothetical, or imaginary situations. Piaget, humans develop for a context-free deductive reasoning scheme at the level of elementary. So we talked about many times related to the philosophy of science. 1990, the International Congress of Mathematical mathematicians in Paris, David Hilbert delivered what is now considered the most important talk ever given in the history of mathematics, proposing 23 major problems worth working at in the future. 100 years later, the impact of this talk is still strong. Some problems have been solved, new problems have been added, but the direction once set, identify the most important problems and focus on them, is still important. It became quite obvious that this new field also required a series of challenging problems that will give it a sense and direction. So the promise: mind is a shadow of neurodynamics, geometrical model of mind processes, psychological space providing inner perspectives as an approximation to neurodynamics, intuition, learning from partial observation, solving problems without explicit reasoning, and combinatorial complexity in an intuitive way, neurocognitive linguistics, how to find neural pathways in the brain, creativity, and word games. The motivation and possibilities: to reach human level intelligence, we need to go beyond pattern recognition, memory, and control. So a top-down style, inventing principles, laminar and complementary computing, chaotic attractors, confabulation, dynamic logical and mental fields, mnemonic equations, bottom-up style, syntactic approximations, scaling up, neuromorphic systems, designed for artificial brains based on cognitive effective architectures, integration of perception, effect, and cognition, large-scale semantic mental memory models, implementing control attention mechanisms. So I'd mentioned this earlier in terms of the projection a year versus calculations per second. By 2020, the computer has overtaken basically one human brain in all functions. And here, estimated by 2050, the computer will take over the collective power of all humans put together, possibly even earlier. Brain states are physical, spatial, temporal states of neural tissue. In contrast to computer registered, brain states are dynamical and thus contain in themselves many associations, relations. Inner world is world, mind is based on a relation of brain states. Computers and robots do not have an equivalent such as. So here's the Gamma's fuzzy classification system: MC1, external behavior associated with consciousness; MC2, cognitive characterizations associated with consciousness; MC3, architectural causing or just correlating with human consciousness; and MC4, phenomenal consciousness. So this from the roadmap to human level intelligence, steps towards AGI roadmap, based on the Hilbert platform, 10-year roadmap. Some of the big names involve failed attempts of the past, hardware, computer systems, projects. We'd mentioned the Darwin Nomad robots. The device must engage in a behavioral task. The device behavior must be controlled by a stimulated nervous system having a design that reflects the brain's architecture and dynamics. The device behavior is modified by a reward or value system that signals the salience of the environmental cues to the nervous system. The device must be situated in the real world. The Blue Brain Project, Blue Brain 2, C Cortex. Don't have enough time to go through all of these. We'd mentioned Hakenem, conscious machines. Hakenem has done some simulations based on rather straightforward design with neural models feeding the sensory information into the associated working memory. I think it was already back in the 1940s and 50s. Artificial mind system, kernel memory approach. Stan Franklin, important name, intelligent distributed agents, an intelligent autonomous software agent that does personal work for the U.S. Navy. The precursor to LIDA that we talked about in the paper. Stan Franklin Conscious Software Research Group, which led to LIDA. In the robots, early work on cognitive architectures for robotics. Get the Dream Project, Bayesian confidence propagating, Polyscheme was mentioned in the paper. Harvard four caps also mentioned in the paper. So we talked LIDA, the Learning Intelligent Distribution Agent, Stan Franklin. LIDA is a partially symbolic and partly connectionist memory organization, models for perception, working memory, emotions, semantic memory, episodic memory, action selection, expectation, learning, procedural task, constraint satisfaction, deliberation, negotiation, problem solving, metacognition, and conscious-like behavior, cooperation of codelets, specialized subnetworks, perceptual, episodic, procedural, learning, bottom-up style. Talked about dual in the paper, Nomad, Coretronics. So I just read these in the paper because there were so many of them. ACT-R, cover this many times. Polyscheme, four caps. Not sure where the slide's giving me difficulties. So LIDA, dual, Shruti. So grand challenges, smaller steps that lead to human and superhuman levels of competence should be formulated with focus of research, extend small demonstrations of which cognitive systems, reasons, and trivial domain to results that may be of interest to experts or acting as an assistant to humans. Like the modular aspect, like Hardner's 7 types of intelligence. So trends, hybrid architectures dominate, but biological inspirations are very important. Focus is mainly on the role of thalamocortical and limbic systems identified with cognitive and emotional aspects. Several key brain-inspired features should be preserved. Hierarchical organization of information processing at all level, specific spatial localization of functions, flexible use of resources, timescales, attention, role of different types of memory, imagination, intuition, creativity. So far, we're missing specific role left and right brain hemispheres, the brainstem, many specific functions, various aspects of self, fear versus apprehension, possessed by different amygdala structures, regulatory role of the brainstem, which may provide overall meta control, selecting different types of behavioral is completely neglected. So biologically inspired cognitive architectures of approximation, significant progress has been made drawing inspiration from neuroscience and analysis of perception, less in higher cognition. For example, neurocognitive approach to linguistics has been used only to analyze linguistic phenomenon, but has no influence on natural learning processing. Brain pattern calculus to approximate spreading neural activation in higher cognitive functions is urgently needed. How do we do it? Neural template matching, network constrained quasi-stationary waves describing global brain states. Possibly not mentioned here is active inference and the free energy principle, Carl Friston. Practical algorithms to discover a pathway of the brain has been introduced recently to approximate symbolic knowledge and associates stored in the human brain. Efforts to build concept descriptions from electronic dictionaries, ontologies, encyclopedias result in collaborative projects and active searches in unstructured sources and underway. Architecture that use large semantic memory to control an avatar playing word games has been demonstrated. Neurocognitive informatics use inspiration for the brain, derive practical algorithms. Duke's own attempt, mind is the shadow of neurodynamics, geometric model of mind processes, psychological spaces, providing inner perspective as an approximation, intuition, learning from partial observation, solving problems without explicit reasoning in an intuitive way, neurocognitive linguistics, how to find neural pathways in the brain, creativity in word games. And imagery, how and where mental images formed. Stephen Koslin, Jeffrey Epstein at the MIT Harvard Center. Presence findings support the claim that image representation depicts information the same way that visual representations do. Speech in the brain, huge area. And words in the brain, we looked at the end. Neuroimaging of words, very complicated, an important topic to come back to. The aspects of language and linguistics, problems requiring insights, the like games and chess. insight, some neural correlates of insight, the relationship to problem solving, categorization, behavior, attractors and other important concepts relate to intention, how to become an expert. Mental models. The mental models theory is an alternative to the view that deduction depends on formal rules of inference. Mental models represents explicitly what is true but not what is false. This may lead to naive reasoners into systematic error. Large number of complex models, poor performance, tendency to focus a few possible models, erroneous conclusions, and irrational decisions. P spaces, psychological spaces, how to visualize inner life. A P space, a region in which we may place and classify elements in our experience, constructed and evolving a space without distance. P space should have minimal dimensionality, distances that monotonically decrease with increasing similarity. This may be achieved using multidimensional non-metric scaling, reproducing similarity relations, low-dimensional spaces. We looked at this in the paper, the neurocognitive representation for words. Interesting using like Schroeder's equation, that possibly relation to quantum consciousness, not mentioned here. Computational creativity. Think the Penrose-Hameroff model possibly of non-computational. Mentioned the dream architecture. Intuition. So conclusions, understanding of reasoning requires a model of the brain process, minds, logic, and reasoning. Simulations of the brain may lead to mind functions, but we still need conceptual understanding. Psychological interpretations of modules are confabulations. They provide wrong conceptualization of real brain processes. Low-dimensional representation of mental brain events are needed. Complex neurodynamics, dynamics of p-spaces, visualization helps. Is this a good bridge between mind and brain? Mind models, psychology, logic, do not even touch the truth. However, p-spaces may be high-dimensional, so hard to visualize. How to describe our inner experience? Still, I hope that at the end of the road, physics-like theory of events in mental spaces will be possible, explaining higher cognitive functions. Robots and avatars will make steady progress towards realistic human-like behavior. Think about progress in computer graphics. Artificial minds like brain-like systems will claim qualia. There will be as real as artificial systems as they are in our brains. There are no good arguments against convergence of the neural modeling process to conscious artifacts. Achieving human-level competence in perception, language, and problem solving may take longer than creation of basic consciousness. Creation of conscious artifacts will open Pandora's box. What should be their status? Will it degrade our own dignity? Is switching off a conscious robot a form of killing? Will they ever turn against us, or is the governor of California already one of them? Okay, so a lot of information there, and you gotta see all this stuff happen here. I gotta let tags on Twitter. I have to look at it later. Not sure any of it's important. Okay, so one last article on cognitive architectures, and then we're going to move on to Kant. Okay, so this is based on an article from Ron Sun of the CLARION cognitive architecture we were talking about, and that he had Desiderata for cognitive architecture, like the future goal or what needs to be done. And that was like 2004 something, his famous article, a well-known article related to cognitive architecture. So this was a revised list of desired outcomes for cognitive architectures by Vernon Hobson and Fatiga from Sweden and Italy. Desiderata for developmental cognitive architectures. This paper complements Ronson's influential Desiderata for cognitive architectures by focusing on the desirable attributes of a biologically inspired cognitive architecture for an agent with the capacity for autonomous development. 10 Desiderata are identified, dealing with value systems and motives, embodiment, sensomotor contingencies, perception, attention, prospective action, memory, learning, internal simulation, and constitutive autonomy. These desiderata are motivated by studies in developmental psychology, cognitive neuroscience, and enactive cognitive science. All 10 focus on the ultimate aspects of cognitive development, why a feature is necessary and what it enables, rather on that the approximate mechanisms by which it can be realized. As such, the desiderata are for the most part neutral regarding the paradigm of cognitive science, cognitivist or emergent, that is adopted when designing a cognitive architecture, where some element of a desideratum is specific to a particular paradigm. This is noted. Introduction. 2004, Ronson published an influential paper, Desiderata for Cognitive Architectures, in which he listed and discussed several attributes to which general cognitive architecture should exhibit. While the Desiderata emphasizes the desirability of biological realism, the attribute of development exhibited by all altricial species, and one of the chief characteristics of cognition in human, is not the central focus of this article. This is not to say that the article underestimates the importance of development. On the contrary, it notes that some structures in a cognitive architecture result from ontogenetic development under the influence of physical, social, and cultural environments, and it states that an architecture should include only minimal structures and minimal learning mechanisms, which should be capable of bootstrapping all the way to full-fledged cognitive model. It notes that while human everyday activities are largely made of routines, habitual sequences of behavioral responses, these are a result of gradual trial and error adaptation and are subject to constant modification. It also emphasizes the importance of bottom-up learning. It discusses Anderson's proposal that skill development is characterized by initial acquisition of declarative knowledge, explicit verbal knowledge concerning a task, and through practice, the development of a set of implicit procedures that allow the task to be performed without using declarative knowledge. It also addresses Karmeloff-Smith's notion of representational redescription, whereby during developmental low-level implicit representations are transformed into more abstract and explicit representation and are thus made more accessible. Sun's own cognitive architecture, CLARION, exhibits both of these explicit to implicit and implicit to explicit desiderata, among others. Significantly, Sun remarks in the context of the desideratum of cognitive realism that cognitive architecture should capture essential characteristics of human behavior and cognitive processes, and he suggests that we may incorporate even more desiderata down the road. Since ontogeny is such an important aspect of human cognition, we wish to follow through on what Sun himself anticipated by identifying several desiderata for developmental cognitive architectures. We begin by defining exactly what is meant by the term cognitive architecture, recognizing that it has different connotations in different branches of cognitive science. We follow with a brief summary of the main points of Sun's desiderata. We then outline very briefly some of the key aspects of cognitive development, drawing on the body of knowledge in developmental psychology and cognitive neuroscience. Finally, we identified and discussed 10 desiderata for developmental cognitive architectures. Our motivation in proposing them is to provide a minimal set of characteristics that can guide the design of either a developmental cognitive architecture or developmental cognitive architecture schema. The focus here is on those aspects that form the essential basis for scaffolding the subsequent development and other faculties will almost certainly have to be deployed to facilitate that scaffolding. Cognitive architecture. Ronson defines a cognitive architecture as follows. A cognitive architecture is the overall essential structure and process of a broadly scoped domain generic computational cognitive model used for broad multi-level, multi-dimensional domain analysis of cognition and behavior. In defining a cognitive architecture in this way, he builds on the work of Newell. In fact, the term cognitive architecture can be traced to Newell's pioneering work in cognitivist cognitive science, where the term has a very specific meaning. A cognitive architecture represents any attempt to create a unified theory of cognition. This is a theory that covers a broad range of cognitive issues such as attention, memory, problem-solving, decision-making, and learning from several perspectives, including psychology, neuroscience, and computer science. Alan Newell and John Layard's SOAR architecture, John Anderson's ACT ACT-R architecture, and Ron Sun's CLARION architecture are typical candidate unified theories of cognition. In the cognitivist paradigm, the focus in a cognitive architecture is on aspects of cognition that are constant over time and that are independent of the task, unchanging from situation to situation. The cognitive architecture determines the overall structural and organization of a cognitive system, including the component parts or modules, the relationship between these modules, and the essential algorithmic and representational details within them. Again, in Sun's words, the cognitive architecture provides a concrete framework for more detailed modeling of cognitive phenomenon through specifying the essential structures, division of modules, relations between modules, and a variety of other aspects. Thus, the architecture specifies the formalisms for knowledge, representations, and the types of memories used to store them, the processes that act upon the knowledge, and the learning mechanisms that acquire it. The cognitive architecture plays an important role in computational modeling of cognition in that it makes explicit the set of assumptions upon which the cognitive model is founded. These assumptions are typically derived from several sources: biological or psychological data, philosophical arguments, or ad hoc working hypotheses inspired by work in different disciplines, such as neurophysiology, psychology, or artificial intelligence. Once it has been created, the cognitive architecture also provides a framework for developing the ideas and assumptions encapsulated in the architecture. Although the term cognitive architecture originated in cognitive science, it has also been adopted in the emergent paradigm of cognitive science, where it is slightly different, meaning emergent approaches to cognitive focus on the development of the agent from primitive state to a fully cognitive state over an extended period of time. Here, the term cognitive architecture is used to denote the framework that facilitates the development. In this sense, an emergent cognitive architecture is essentially equivalent to a phylogenetic configuration of a newborn or newly created cognitive agent, the initial state from which it subsequently develops. It is a way of dealing with the intrinsic complexity of a cognitive system by providing a structure within which to embed the mechanisms for perception, action, adaptation, anticipation, and motivation that enable the ontogenic development over the system's lifetime. In contrast to cognitivist stance, the presence of innate capabilities in an emergent system does not necessarily imply that the architecture is functionally modular, that the cognitive system is comprised of distinct modules, each one carrying out a specialized cognitive task. Heinz van Forster argues that the constituents of a cognitive architecture cannot be separated into distinct functional components. In the stream of cognitive processes, one can conceptually isolate certain components, for instance, the faculty to perceive, the faculty to remember, and the faculty to infer, but if one wishes to isolate these faculties functionally or locally, one is doomed to fail. Consequently, if the mechanisms that are responsible for any of these faculties are to be discovered, then the totality of the cognitive processes must be considered. This quotation from Van Forster speaks powerfully in favor of the cognitive architecture endeavor, because the cognitive architecture is an attempt to address and circumscribe that totality in a single, well-specified framework. If modularity is present, it may be because the system develops this modularity through experience as part of the ontogenesis rather than being prefigured by the phylogeny of the system. The cognitive and emergent perspectives differ somewhat on the issue of innate structure. While in an emergent system, the cognitive architecture is the innate structure, that is not necessarily so of a cognitive system. Sun contends that an innate structure can but need not be specified in initial architecture. Indeed, a cognitive architecture can be both more than and less than a set of innate structures, more than when it characterizes a mature, developed adult cognitive model where the structures are not innate and have resulted from ontogenic development, and less than when the innate structure is not required for the current model and can be specified later in more detailed modeling. Cognitive architectures, developmental or otherwise, are designed with some purpose in mind, but be it as a candidate unified theory of cognition, human and artificial, or as the basis for the development of adaptive robot. In the later case, the relative importance of social and active interaction will affect the nature of the design and the degree to which a focus is placed on development based on human-robot interaction. Many of the Desiderata in this paper are based on the assumption that such interaction is desirable. This is certainly the case for a cognitive architecture that is a candidate unified theory of cognition, and will also be the case for cognitive robots that are intended to work and play with people. Furthermore, the Desiderata do not reflect the possibility of designing a cognitive architecture to exploit forms of advanced information processing that lie beyond the boundaries of biological cognition. On the contrary, much of the background research that forms the foundation of this paper was in the area of cognitive robotics, where the interest was in using robot as an apparatus for empirical investigations of human cognition in developmental psychology and neuroscience, and building artificial cognitive systems that can interact effectively with humans. Sun's Desiderata for cognitive architectures. In his Desiderata for cognitive architecture, Sun identifies 4 desirable features of a cognitive architecture. These are ecological realism, bioevolutionary realism, cognitive realism, eclecticism, and methodologies and techniques. The key ideas behind ecological realism is that a cognitive architecture should focus on allowing the cognitive system to operate in its natural environment, engaging in everyday activities. This means it has to be able to deal with being embodied, and that the attendant natural constraints on its actions and perceptions. It also means that the architecture has to deal with many concurrent and often conflicting goals with many environmental contingencies. Since human intelligence evolved from the capabilities of earlier primates, bioevolutionary realism asserts that a cognitive model of human intelligence should be reducible to a model of animal intelligence. Cognitive realism means that a cognitive architecture should capture the essential characteristics of human cognition as we understand them from the perspective of psychology, neuroscience, and philosophy. Finally, the design of a cognitive architecture should include prior perspectives and capabilities. It should exhibit eclecticism of methodologies and techniques. New models should draw on, subsume, or supersede older models. Sun also elaborates on the behavioral and cognitive characteristics, which should ideally be captured by cognitive architecture and exhibited by cognitive systems. From a behavioral perspective, a cognitive system should exhibit reactivity. It should act and react without employing excessive, complicated conceptual representations and extensive computation devoted to working through alternative strategies. That is, the system should behave in a direct and immediate manner. Furthermore, a cognitive system should exhibit sequentiality. It should operate sequentially, one step at a time, in a temporally extended sequence of actions. This leads naturally to the characteristics of routineness. A cognitive system should have gradually learned routine behaviors that are subject to constant modification and are typically acquired through a process of trial and error adaptation. From the perspective of cognitive characteristics, Sun suggests that a cognitive architecture should reflect the dichotomy of implicit and explicit processes. The explicit processes are accessible and precise, whereas the implicit ones are inaccessible and imprecise. Furthermore, there should be synergistic interaction. There should be a synergy between these two types of process, one supplementing and one complementing the other in various ways. There are, for example, explicit and implicit learning processes, and these interact. The most important type of learning in a cognitive architecture is what Sun refers to as bottom-up learning, whereby implicit learning is followed by explicit learning. In Sun's own work, implicit processes operate on connectionist representation, and explicit processes on symbolic representation. Significantly, they interact and cooperate both in action selection and in learning. The CLARION cognitive architecture is able to affect autonomous generation of explicit conceptual structures by exploiting implicit knowledge acquired by trial and error learning, and it could also affect top-down learning by integrating externally provided knowledge in the form of explicit rule-based conceptual structures and assimilate these into the bottom-level implicit representation. Finally, Sun argues from a form of modularity in a cognitive architecture so that some cognitive faculties are specialized and separate, either as functionally encapsulated modules or as physically, neurophysiologically encapsulated modules. Cognitive development. Cognitive development is a complex process that takes place over an extended period of time, especially during the first years of the cognitive agent's lifetime. It would be impossible to summarize all the facets of psychological development in a short paper such as this. Instead, we simply present some key principles of development and substantiate these by drawing on what is known of development in infants. We do this in 3 steps. First, we note the importance of prospection, internal simulation, motives, and value systems. We then highlight some core cognitive abilities linked to development. Finally, we illustrate the developmental process by looking very briefly at the development of one of the hallmarks of cognitive behavior and infants' capacity to cooperate and collaborate with others. Taken together, these considerations motivate the 10 Desiderata in the next section. To begin with, we remark that In the emergent paradigm of cognitive science, which focuses on the autonomous nature of cognitive systems, development is the process whereby a cognitive agent expands its repertoire of action capabilities and extends the time horizon of its ability to anticipate events and its world, including the need to act, the outcome of selected actions, the intentions of other cognitive agents, and the outcome of their actions. Ultimately, development results in an embodied agent capable of adaptively anticipatory interaction with the world in which it is embedded. Development itself arises from dynamic interaction with the environment and especially with other cognitive agents. It results in new forms of action and predictive control of these actions, anticipating the outcome of actions as well as anticipating the need for them in the first place. Ultimately, through development, cognition becomes a process of effective action, action that contributes prospectively to the maintenance of the system's autonomy. The importance of prospection, internal simulations, motive, and value systems. To act effectively, an agent must be able to infer the occurrence of upcoming events. Here we see the importance of prospection and in particular the establishment of prospective control of these movements in the context of the goals of an action. In this, it is the goal that is the focus, and action defines a movement made in order to achieve a goal. The goal, therefore, is the fundamental property of the action rather than the specific motoric details of how it is achieved. Development, particularly the prospective aspect, may be accelerated by internal simulation, mentally rehearsing the execution of action by inferring the likely outcome of those actions. While a cognitive agent's actions are guided by prospection and directed by goals, they are also triggered by effective motives. However, not only are actions modulated by motivations, but development itself is driven by the same motives. Significantly, these motives are not task specific. Instead, they modulate the effective state of the system and indirectly the actions in which it engages. In turn, these motivations reflect an inherent intrinsic value system that constrains behavior, with actions being selected based on the motivations and manifest of the value system. Actions that lead to the greatest decrease in the mean error rate of the system's predictive learning mechanism. From this perspective, the value system mediates the saliency of the environmental stimuli, yielding an intrinsic motivation system that signals the occurrence of important events and triggers the formation of goals, which are then acted upon by a behavioral system. However, value system focus not only on behavioral autonomy, but also on constitutive autonomy. That is, they include internal events in the state of the agent specifically to maximize the potential for the development of that system and thereby maintain and enhance the system agent's autonomy. This mirrors the concepts of self-aware, self-affecting agent that incorporates mechanisms for self-modification. Core cognitive abilities in infants. The phylogenetic configuration of a cognitive system provides the core on which development builds. Young infants have two core knowledge systems that provide the basis for representing objects, including persons and places, and the concept of a number, numerosities. While these core systems provide the foundation of cognitive flexibility, they are themselves limited in a number of ways. They are domain-specific, task-specific, and encapsulated. They operate relatively independently of one another. Infants build representations of objects, but only if they exhibit certain characteristics. Specifically, the entities that are considered to be object-like are complete, connected, solid bodies that maintain their identity over time and persist through occlusion when they are hidden by other objects. Infants can keep track of multiple objects simultaneously, but the number is limited to about 3 objects, and this ability is tolerant to changes in object properties such as color, precise shape, and spatial locations. An important part of core knowledge has to do with people. Specifically, it has to do with interaction between infants and their carers and the predisposition of human infants to interact with other humans. Infants are attracted by other people and are endowed with ability to recognize them and their expressions and to communicate with them. They develop an ability to perceive the goal-directedness of the actions of other people quite quickly. Similarly, young infants exhibit a preference for the motions produced by a moving person over other motions, so-called biological motion. The preference for biological motion by human infants at age 4 to 6 months was suggested in 1982 as evidence to support the hypothesis that this is an intrinsic capacity of the human visual system. Recently, in 2008, it was shown by Francesca Simeon and colleagues that even newborn babies are sensitive to biological motion. Intentions and emotions are displayed by elaborate and specific movements, gestures, and sounds that become important to perceive and control. Some of these abilities are already present in newborn infants and reflect their preparedness for social interaction. Young infants are very attracted by people, especially to sounds, movements, and features of the human face, and they look longer at a face that directs the eyes straight at them than the one that looks to the side. Frone and colleagues described an experiment that demonstrates that from birth, human infants prefer to look at faces that engage them in mutual gaze to interact with people that make direct eye contact. Human infants also engage in some social interaction and turn-taking that, among other things, is expressed in their imitation of facial gestures. The two classic papers on imitation of facial features by neonates and imitation generally are the result of the work of Metzold and Moore. The ability to spatially reorient and navigate, often taken as a typical cognitive ability, is also subject to development. While adults solve reorientation tasks by combining non-geometric information with geometric information, young children rely on geometry even when non-geometric information is available. This suggests that children exploit a core cognitive process for representing the shape of the environment and for using this representation to determine their own position within it. Similarly, there's evidence that navigation is based on representations that are momentary rather than enduring, egocentric rather than geocentric, and limited in information they capture about the environment. Wang and Spelke discussed the characteristic dependence by humans on momentary, egocentric, and informationally limited cues in spatial representation, contrasting it with the more widely held and more intuitive assumption that is based on enduring geocentric and cognitive maps. When navigating, children and adults base their turning decisions on local view dependent and geometry based representations. They navigate by forming and updating a dynamic representation of their relationship to the environment. This capacity is for both integration, whereby an agent navigates from point to point, cumulatively basing the next step on the previous ones, has been found to be one of the primary forms of navigation in insects, birds, and mammals. And like other animals, humans can return to the origin of a path and travel to familiar locations along novel paths, reorienting by recognizing landmarks rather than by forming global representations of scenes. Development of the ability to help others and collaborate with them. The phased aspects of development is particularly relevant in the manner in which infants and children come to understand the intentions of others and to help them achieve their goals. It takes several years for human infants to develop the requisite abilities. During the first year of life, the progressive acquisition of motor skills facilitates the development of the ability to understand the intentions of their agents, initially by anticipating the goal of simple movements and eventually understanding more complex goals. During this period, the ability to infer what another agent is focusing their attention on and the ability to interpret emotional expression begins to improve substantially. Around 14 to 18 months of age, children begin to exhibit instrumental helping behavior. They display spontaneous, unrewarded helping behaviors when another person is unable to achieve his goal. This is a critical stage in the development of a capacity for collaborative behavior, a process that progresses past 3 to 4 years of age. Around 2 years of age, children start to solve simple cooperation tasks together with adults. This phase of development sees the beginning of shared intentionality, where a child and adult form a shared goal and both engage in joint activity. It also seems that children seem to be motivated not just by the goal, but by the cooperation itself. The social aspect of the interaction, the ability to cooperate with peers and become a social partner in joint activities, develops over the second and third years of life as social understanding increases. More complex collaboration, which necessitates the sharing of intention and joint coordination of actions, appears at about 3 years of age, when children master more difficult cooperation tasks, such as those involved in complementary roles for the two partners in a collaborative task. At 3 years of age, children can develop the ability to cooperate by coordinating two complementary actions. By 3.5 years of age, children quickly master the task, can deal effectively with the roles in the task being reversed, and can even teach new partners. The motives which drive instrumental helping are simpler than those of collaborative behaviors. They are based on wanting to see the goal completed or wanting to perceive pleasures in the human at being able to complete it. In this case, the motivational focus is solely on the needs of the second agent, and the needs of the first agent do not enter into the equation. The motives underlying collaborative behavior are more complicated. In this case, the intention and the goals have to be shared, and the motivational focus is on the needs of both agents. Desiderata for development cognitive architectures. We now come to the main objective of the short paper, to complement Ronson's Desiderata with others that focus explicitly on endowing a cognitive architecture with a capacity for development that is driven both by exploratory and social motives, as espoused by the two pioneers in studying child development, Piaget in Vygotsky. They are derived in part from insights drawn from research in developmental psychology and cognitive neuroscience, encapsulated in a roadmap for cognitive development in humanoid robots, and from the increasingly important inactive stance on cognitive science, encapsulated in the study of inaction as a framework for development in cognitive robotics. Together, they lead to 10 desirable design goals, Desiderata for developmental cognitive architectures. Desiderata 1, value systems and motives. The development of cognitive agent is dependent on value systems and motives, which determine the goals of actions and provide the drive for achieving them. Thus, a cognitive architecture capable of development needs to have a value system that guides the selection of action that drives development. There are two broad classes of motive, exploratory motives and social motives, broadly reflective of the psychology and development espoused by Piaget and Vygotsky, respectively. Both forms of motive function from birth and provide the driving force for action throughout life. There are at least two explanatory motives, one to do with the discovery of novelty and regularity in the world, and the other to do with finding out about the potential of one's own action capabilities. Infants are visually attracted to new objects and events, but after a while they cease to be attracted. Infants also have a strong motivation to discover what they can do with objects, especially with respect to their own sensomotor capabilities and the particular characteristics of their embodiment. Effectively, infants have a strong motivation to discover the affordances of objects around them, and it isn't necessarily success at achieving task-specific goals that drives development in infants, but rather the discovery of new modes of interaction with the world in which the infant is embedded, the acquisition of a new way of doing something through exploration. The social motive focuses on finding comfort, security, and satisfaction through interaction with others, allowing the agent to learn new skills and acquire knowledge about the world from the experience of others. It is manifest from birth in the tendency to fixate social stimuli, imitate basic gestures, and engage in social interaction. The social motive is so important that it has been suggested that without it, a person would stop developing altogether. Social motives also include a strong need to belong, a drive for which self-preservation, and the need for cognitive consistency with others. The cognitive architecture's value system should manifest both exploratory and social motives. The exploratory motives should facilitate the discovery of novelty and regularities in both the environment and the cognitive agent's action capabilities. The social motive should exhibit a positive bias towards fixation on social stimuli, imitation of basic gestures, and engagement in social interaction. Both exploratory and social motives reflect the agent's interaction with its environment and its behavioral autonomy. However, the value systems that drive development are relevant not just to the processes of behavioral autonomy, but also to those constitutive autonomy, a concept addressed in the last desideratum. Arguably, the value systems and motives that drive development can support both constitutive autonomy and behavioral autonomy. For a discussion of the importance of prospective goal-directive action in cognitive development and the role of exploratory and social motives in this development process, see von Hofstede and other examples of value systems and self-motivated cognitive robots. Desideratum 2, physical embodiment. The concept of embodiment is complex and nuanced, with several stances on what it means to be embodied, what embodied cognition entails, and the key role embodiment plays in cognitive development. Given development's focus on expansion, action capabilities, and extension on the time horizon of anticipatory capabilities, an agent that is capable of development should have a variety of physical, sensory, motor interfaces that allow the system to act on the world and perceive the effects of these actions. The richer the sense of motor interface, the richer the model of the world the agent can construct as it makes sense of the environment with which is interacting, and hence the greater the potential for development. The embodied cognition thesis states that many features of cognition are deeply dependent on characteristics of the physical body of an agent, such that the agent's beyond the brain body plays a significant causal role of physically constitutive role in the agent's cognitive processes. Variants include the conceptualization hypothesis, the constitution hypothesis, and the replacement hypothesis, which state respectively that the characteristics of an agent body determine the concepts an organism can acquire, that the body plays a constitutive rather than a supportive role in the cognitive processing, and it is itself an integral part of cognition, and that the need for representation and representational processes is removed because an agent's body is engaged in real-time interaction with the environment. If the cognitive architecture is to adhere to the embodied cognition thesis, or any of the three variants, the system's physical structure, its kinematics, and its dynamics should form a constitutive element of the cognitive processes, and changes in morphology should involve matching changes in perceptual processing to improve the control of specific actions. For example, we can recognize objects based on the nature of the actions we can perform on it in the absence of visual information about its shape. Also, attention is selectively modulated in motor-dependent manner, with some objects rather than others being more apparent depending on the motor system. For example, the ability to detect an object is enhanced when the appearance and features of the object match the configuration of the agent's hands as it prepares to grasp an object. Desideratum 3, sensomotor contingencies. Linking exploratory motives and embodiment, the cognitive architecture should ideally have innate mechanisms for the agent to learn sensomotor contingencies, the relation between the actions and the agent performs, and the change it experiences in its sense data because of those actions. As the agent develops, it masters its sensomotor contingency knowledge. This knowledge is practical, not propositional, and the agent's perceptions of its world arises from its experiences as it interacts with the environment. Several developmental mechanisms have been proposed by which this can be accomplished. These include motor babbling, whereby the agent's motor system is randomly activated and associated with sensory consequences, and goal babbling, which affects a more efficient strategy than exhaustive search of the space of motor controls, bootstrapping coordination skills, and learning inverse kinematic mapping by repetitively trying to accomplish multiple goals related to that skill. The agent's sensomotor contingency mechanism also allows it to develop the ability to distinguish between sense data association with its own body and data associated with objects and agents in its environment. Furthermore, it provides the basis for the development of the ability to perceive the affordances of objects, a concept due to the influential psychologist Gibson. An affordance refers to the potential use to which an object can be put as perceived by an observer of the object. The perceived potential depends on the skills the observed process possesses. Thus, the affordance is dependent on both the object itself and the perception and action capabilities of the observing agent. Desideratum 4, perception. The ability to interpret sensomotor data is essential to any cognitive agent, and there are many perceptual processes involved. Here, however, we focus on the processes that are particularly relevant to the agent's capacity for development. Bearing in mind what we have said in the brief outline of cognitive development in humans above, we can highlight the following desirable processes. First, regarding the perception of objecthood, it is desirable that the cognitive architecture have a capacity for unsupervised perceptual categorization, the capacity to organize unlabeled sensory signals of all modularities into categories without prior knowledge or external instruction. When these categories exhibit the 5 characteristics of inner unity, a persistent outer boundary, cohesive and distinct motion, relatively constant size and shape when in motion, a change in the behavior or motion of one or both of the objects when contact occurs with another object, they are perceived as objects. The perception of motion is fundamental because it introduces time into perception and makes it possible to predict future events. It develops quite early, as shown by, for instance, infants catching moving objects as soon as they grasp stationary ones. Second, to facilitate social interaction, the cognitive architecture should be able to distinguish objects that exhibit biological motion, to localize faces and key features of faces, such as eyes and mouth, and to distinguish facial expressions. For auditory perception, the cognitive architecture should have a capacity to identify and localize human voices and to distinguish between different tones and voices. Thirdly, the cognitive architecture should have a capacity to extract geometric relationships between objects and build geometric representations of shape. Desideratum 5, attention. Spatial and selective attention make perception more effective. Consequently, the cognitive architecture should have an attentional mechanism that is a certain innate characteristic for facilitating cognitive development. Given the prospective nature of action selection, action execution, the attention process should fixate on the goal of an action, not on the constituent movements. Given the importance of social interaction in development, it should pay preferential attention to biological motion rather than non-biological mechanism motion. It should be attracted to people, and especially to their faces, sounds, and movements, and should gaze longer when a person looks directly at it. Furthermore, the preparation of a motor program and readiness to act in some spatial regions should be predispose the perceptual system to process stimuli coming from that region. Spatial attention and the preparation of a motor program in readiness to act on specific objects should predispose the perceptual system focus attention on those objects, selective attention. Depending on the eventual purposes of the cognitive architecture, it may or may not be desirable to include attentional features that are characteristic of human attention, such as distractibility or attentional blocking and habituation. Desideratum 6, prospective action. Evidence from developmental psychology clearly shows that infants perform goal-directed movements from the very beginning of life, and goal-directed action plays a central role in infant motor development. Before infants master reaching, they spend hours and hours trying to get the hand to an object in spite of the fact that they will fail, at least to begin with. The capacity to develop an understanding of sensomotor contingencies through goal babbling is an important mechanism in the development of goal-directed action, like Desideratum 3, sensomotor contingencies. Consequently, a cognitive architecture capable of development should facilitate actions that are directed by goals, guided by prospection, and triggered by motives. Again, see Van Hofsten for a discussion of the importance of a prospective goal-directed action in cognitive development and the role of exploratory and social motives in the developmental process. This desideratum dovetails with several others. The selection of action should be modulated by effective motivation mechanisms like Desideratum 1, value systems and motives, as well as rational analysis. The cognitive architecture should have a capacity to learn through exploration the actions of an object affords, its affordances, Desideratum 3, sensomotor contingencies. The motor system should have a capacity to encode a repertoire of goal-oriented actions, and the goal of action should be motivated by value system, modulated by internal perceptuomotor simulations with Desideratum 9 with internal simulation and associated effector specific precepts, Desideratum 5 attention. Desideratum 7, declarative and procedural memory. Memory serves to preserve what has been achieved through learning and development, ensuring that when a cognitive system adapts to new circumstances, it does not lose its ability to act effectively in situations to which it had adapted previously. However, memory has an additional role to anticipate the future. It forms the basis of one of the central pillars of cognitive capacity, the ability to simulate internally the outcomes of possible actions and select the one that seems the most appropriate to the current situation. Desideratum 9, internal simulation. Viewed in this light, memory can be seen as a mechanism that allows a cognitive agent to prepare to act, overcoming through anticipation inherent limiting immediacy of its perceptual capabilities. Given that the focus of the development on expansion of action capabilities and extension of the time horizon of anticipatory capabilities, manifested by ability to anticipate the need to act, the outcome of selected actions, the intentions of other cognitive agents, and the outcome of their actions, is safe to say that a cognitive architecture capable of development must have memory. We can distinguish different forms of memory on the basis of nature, on what is remembered, and the type of access we have to it. It can be categorized as either declarative or procedural, depending on whether it captures knowledge of things or facts or actions. Skills sometimes characterized as memory of knowledge and know-how, knowing that and knowing how. Two different types of declarative memory can be distinguished. There are episodic memory and semantic memory. Episodic memory, a term coined by Endel Tulving in 1972, plays a key role in the anticipatory aspect of cognition. It refers to specific instances of the agent's experience, while semantic memory refers to the general knowledge about the agent's world, which may be independent of the agent's specific experiences. Episodic memory has an explicit spatial and temporal context: what happened, where it happened, and when it happened. Crucially, episodic memory is a constructive process. Each time an event is assimilated into episodic memory, past episodes are reconstructed. However, they are reconstructed at a little differently each time. This constructive characteristic is central to development, is related to the role that episodic memory plays in the process of internal simulation that forms the basis of prospection. In contrast, semantic memory is the memory necessary for the use of language. It is a mental thesaurus, organized knowledge a person possesses about words and other verbal systems, their meanings and reference, about relations among them, and about rules, formulas, and algorithms for the manipulation of the symbols, concepts, and relations. In addition to the need for developmental cognitive architectures to have both declarative and procedural memory in order to facilitate sensomotor contingencies and internal simulations, it is desirable that, based on the established mutual connection of perception and action in the brain, the cognitive architecture should have some mechanism that facilitates constructive association of procedural memory of actions and their outcomes of episodic memories, possibly with joint episodic procedural memory. Desideratum 8, multiple modes of learning. Reflecting the existence of implicit and explicit processes in a cognitive architecture. Son's Desiderata notes the need for a cognitive architecture to have the capacity for implicit learning, explicit learning, bottom-up learning, implicit learning first, explicit learning later, top-down learning, explicit learning first, implicit learning later, and parallel learning, explicit and explicit learning simultaneously. The adaptation inherently in development is dependent on the capacity for learning. Here we wish to amplify Son's point by emphasizing that a developmental cognitive architecture to have at least 3 different modes of learning: supervised learning, reinforcement learning, and unsupervised learning. In supervised learning, the agent is provided with examples of what it needs to learn and can determine an error value between the correct answer and its estimate for the correct answer. These errors are vector values. They show the magnitude of the error as well as the direction in which it needs to adjust its estimate in order to reduce the error next time it makes that estimate. In reinforcement learning, a reward signals provided each step of the learning process. In this case, the teaching signals don't contain any directional information. They're simply scalar values called rewards or reinforcement signals. Unsupervised learning operates with no teaching signals, just a stream of input data. Here, the goal of learning is to uncover the statistical regularity in the input stream, and in particular to find some mapping between the input data and the learned output that reflects the underlying order in this input data. As you would expect, different types of development require different learning mechanisms, and the brain is good at all 3 types of learning, with different regions being specialized for the different types. These regions and the learning processes are also interdependent. Innate behaviors are honed through continuous knowledge pre-reinforcement like learning, while new skills develop through a different form of learning driven by spontaneous, unsupervised play and exploration, which is not directly reinforced. On the other hand, imitative learning and learning by instruction makes use of supervised learning. These differences form of learning support development that arises through exploratory and social motives. For example, unsupervised learning and reinforcement learning supports motor and goal babbling, while supervised learning and reinforcement learning support teaching and learning by imitation, a key mechanism of neonatal development. Desiderata 9, internal simulation. We have already mentioned that a cognitive agent's capacity for prospection relies on mentally simulating future possibilities and mentally rehearsing the execution of actions and the likely outcome of those actions. Through episodic memory, it provides the key anticipatory capacity of the cognitive agent for self-projection, the ability to shift perspective from itself in the here and now, and to take an alternative perspective through the mental construction of an imagined alternative perspective. Internal simulation and emulation also features in Desiderata for sensomotor contingencies, perspective, action, and declarative procedural memory. Thus, while essential for cognition, internal simulation is also important for development because it provides support for those other developmental desiderata. Literature on internal simulation is extensive, but is instructive to highlight a few key points to reinforce the assertion that a cognitive architecture that is capable of development requires some mechanism to affect internal simulation. While self-projection is affected through internal simulation based on episodic memory, action-directed internal simulation involves 3 different types of anticipation: implicit, internal, and external. Implicit anticipation concerns the prediction of motor commands from perceptions, which may have been simulated in previous phase of internal simulation. Internal anticipation concerns the prediction of proprioceptive consequences of carrying out an action, the effect of the action on the agent's own body. External anticipation concerns the prediction of the consequences of external objects and other agents of carrying out an action. Implicit anticipation selects some motor activity, possibly covert, simulated, to be carried out based on the association between stimulus and actions. Internal and external anticipation then predict the consequences of that action. Collectively, they simulate actions and the effect of actions. Covert actions involve what is referred to as motor imagery, and simulation of perception is often referred to as visual imagery, reflecting on the interdependence of perception and action. Covert action often has elements of both motor and visual imagery, and vice versa. The simulation of perception often has elements of motor imagery. Visual motor imagery are sometimes referred to collectively as mental imagery. Indeed, mental imagery can be viewed as a synonym for internal simulation. All imagery is mental emulation. For a computational perspective on mental imagery, specifically in the context of cognitive architectures, referred to Wintermute. While internal simulations support development, it too is subject to development in the sense that the internal models have to be bootstrapped in some manner. One possible way this might happen is addressed by the inception of simulation hypothesis, which asserts that internal simulations in young infants are formed by reenacting sensory-motor experience in dreams. The models that arise from these simulations are validated while awake and subsequently refined as the child develops. The simulation becomes more accurate and reliable. Adjustments are needed less and less, and internal simulations can be used increasingly in everyday cognitive activities. Experiments using a robot simulator showed that the robot dreams can lead to faster development of improved internal simulations during waking behavior. Desideratum 10, constitutive autonomy. Autonomy is an obscure concept that can be labeled in more than 20 different ways. However, one can distinguish two types of particular relevance to cognitive architectures: behavioral autonomy and constitutive autonomy. Behavior autonomy focuses on the external characterizations of the system, the extent to which the agent sets its own goal, and robustness and flexibility in dealing with an uncertain and possible precarious environment. On the other hand, constitutive autonomy focuses on the internal organization and the organizational processes that keep the system viable and maintain itself as an identifiable autonomous entity through ongoing processes of self-construction and self-repair. Agents that are constitutively autonomous can make different levels of contribution to the maintenance of their autonomy, making them less or more effective in dealing with the uncertainty and precariousness of the environment in which the system is embedded, in which it has to survive. Behavioral and constitutive autonomy are linked. An agent can't deal with uncertainty and danger if it's not organizationally constitutively equipped to do so. The constitutive behavioral distinction is sometimes cast as a difference between constitutive processes and interactive processes. As noted already, constitutive processes deal with the agent itself, its organization, and its maintenance as an agent through ongoing processes of self-construction and self-repair. On the other hand, interactive processes deal with the interaction of agent with its environment. Both processes play complementary roles in autonomous operation of agents. All 9 desiderata above focus on development in the context of behavioral autonomy. However, the cognitive architecture is to adhere to the tenets of the emergent paradigm of cognitive science generally, and inactive cognitive science in particular. It should also be constitutive autonomous. This entails that it should have a range of processes of self-maintenance, effective, both homeostatic and allostatic, adaptive and predictive. Regulation that maintain the agent's organizational parameters within operational bounds. It also means that developmental processes should operate autonomously so that changes are not deterministic consequences of external stimuli, but result from an internal process of generative model construction driven by value systems that promote self-organization. These changes should serve to modify the system's organization so that its dynamics are altered to the effect the expansion of the space of viable action and the extension of the time horizon of the system's anticipatory capability. That is, the processes that serve to achieve constitutive autonomy should also serve to achieve behavioral autonomy. To check the consistency of these 10 desiderata, it is instructive to consider how they be reflective in the design principles proposed by others in the fields. First, we consider Jeffrey Kretschmann's 5 design principles for development of artificial brain-based devices, all of which are directly applicable to the cognitive architecture. The first principle is that the design of the architecture should address the dynamics of the neural elements in different regions of the brain, the structure of these regions, and especially the connectivity interaction between these regions. While this principle does not speak directly to development per se, it does mirror von Forster's caveat above, and it reflects the need to view a cognitive architecture not just as a set of interconnected modules, but as a network of flows among constituent elements with an appropriate balance between localized functionality, responsibility, and functionality that arises from distributed dynamics. For example, Desideratum 9 internal simulation might not be affected by some cohesive encapsulated component, but through the cognitive architecture as a whole by inhibiting the execution of prepared motor commands. The second principle is that the architecture should support perceptual categorization, the organization of unlabeled sensory signals of all modalities into categories without prior knowledge of external instruction. From a developmental perspective, this means that architecture should have a capacity for model generation as well as model fitting. The distinction between model generation and model fitting in cognitive system is also emphasized by John Wang. Model generation is tightly linked to supervised learning in Desideratum number 8, internal simulation, Desideratum number 9, the sense of motor contingencies in Desideratum number 3. Kirchmeyer's third principle is that a developmental system should have a physical instantiation. It should be embodied so that it tightly coupled with its own morphology and so that it can explore the environment. This directly mirrors desideratum number 2, physical embodiment. The fourth principle is the system should engage in some behavioral task and consequently should have some minimal set of innate behaviors or reflexes in order to explore and survive in its initial environment niche. For this minimum set, the system can learn and adapt so that it improves its behavior over time. This principle is reflected in Desideratum number 1, value system and motives, and number 4, perception, and number 5, attention. Kirchmeyer's fifth and final principle is that the developmental system should have a means to adapt. Desideratum number 8, multiple modes of learning. 9, internal simulation. This entails the presence of a value system, a set of motives that guides or governs its development, like Desideratum 1, value systems and motives. There should be non-specific modality signals in the sense that signals don't specify what actions to take, that bias of the dynamics of the system so that the global needs of the system are satisfied, in effect, so that the system's autonomy is preserved and enhanced, like Desideratum number 10, constitutive autonomy. The 10 Desideratum are also reflected in several Pfeiffer and Bongard's 8 principles for intelligent agents, all 8 focusing on the importance of embodiment and interaction cognition. Kirchmeier applies these 8 principles to biologically inspired cognitive architectures as follows. In each case, we identify the corresponding desiderata. Principle number 1, the 3 constituent principles, is that an intelligent agent should have a defined ecological niche, defined behavior, and agent design. This principle does not speak directly to the development per se, but nevertheless, the defined ecological niche and defined behavior are reflected in Desideratum number 1, value system and motives, whereas the agent system is essentially the same as the overall goal of the exercise to identify the constituents of the cognitive architecture. Kirchmeier notes that while many cognitive robots are built to test theories of biological cognition and are therefore tested in conditions that are similar to the heavily restrictive environments of these cognitive science experiments, on the basis of conditions must be similar if one is to make meaningful claims about the theory. It is also essential that these cognitive robots can make successful transitions to real world outside the laboratory, just as humans and animals do. Principle number 2, the complete agent, is that one must consider the complete agent behaving in a real world when designing the agent. The focus on a balanced blend of brain, body, and environment, and a body-brain embedded in an environment matching morphology and ecological niche mirrors Desideratum number 2, physical embodiment. Principle number 3, cheap design, is that the construction and design of agents that are built to exploit properties of the ecological niche will be much easier or cheaper. This offloading of cognitive processes to the embodiment, exploiting the well-tuned morphology, kinematics, and dynamics to accomplish the necessary control rather than having it affected by central processing, is a key aspect of the embodiment thesis, as noted in Desideratum number 2, physical embodiment. Principle number 4, redundancy, asserts that agents should be designed such that different subsystems functions on the basis of different processes, but there should be an overlap of functionality between subsystems. Kirchmeier adopts the term degeneracy to better reflect the ability of differently structured subsystems to accomplish the same function. Although Desideratum corresponds directly to this principle, the emphasis of Desideratum number 10, constitutive autonomy or self-organization and self-maintenance to promote continued behavioral autonomy, is relevant to the manner in which the degeneracy is managed. Principle number 5, sensory-motor coordination, highlights the principle of a cognitive robot embedded in an environment being able to induce sensory assimilation through coordinated motor-based actions. This greatly simplifies the processing requirement to interpret the sensory information and to make sense of the environment. This principle is reflected in Desideratum number 3, sensory-motor contingencies. Principle number 6, ecological balance, emphasizes the need to evenly balance the complexity of an agent's sensory, motor, and neural systems, and especially that the agent's morphology should balance the nature and complexity of the environment and ecological niche. Kirchmeier makes the point that the main functions of the central nervous system and implicitly cognition are predicting and planning for future event, leaving the agent's body itself to take responsibility for interaction with the environment without direct neural control. This principle reflected in Desideratum number 2, physical embodiment. Principle number 7, parallel loosely coupled processes, asserts that intelligence is emergent from a large number of parallel processes which are coordinated through embodied interaction with the environment. Consequently, cognitive architectures should be designed as complete systems comprising loosely coupled processes operating asynchronously and concurrently, reflecting the manner in which events in the environment occur. This principle reflects Forrester's caveat, but is not explicitly addressed by the 10 Desiderata. Principle number 8, value, states that intelligent agents are equipped with a value system that encapsulates what is good and bad for the agent. Kirchner emphasizes the value system is innate and forms the basis of the agent's learned ability to predict the way the environment operates to the agent's advantage. He notes, too, the importance of linking this value system to the state of operation of the agent's body. This principle directly is reflected in Desiderata number 1, value systems and motives. At the outset, we have noted our motivation in proposing these Desideratas to provide a minimal set of characteristics that can guide the design of either a developmental cognitive architecture or a developmental cognitive architecture schema. We do not claim that this list is exhaustive. There are certainly other characteristics and mechanisms required for development. Language, for example, is an important aspect of human interaction and plays a crucial role in later phases of cognitive development. At the same time, there's also the open question as to whether or not language is innate or present at birth. If it is, then certainly a capability for language development would merit being included in these desiderata. Perhaps, though, there's another way of viewing this question. We know that Broca's area might realize a supermodal or polymodal sensomotor representation of hierarchical syntactic structures, and as such it appears that this machinery is a multi-purpose syntactic processor ready for language, but not specific for language. Thus, rather than language being a desirable characteristic of the developmental cognitive architecture, on the contrary, one might argue for the desirability of a mechanism that facilitates the realization of such hierarchical syntactic structures and the development of language, among other things. Conclusion. The ambitions of the short article are relatively modest. We wish to draw attention to the pivotal role played by the development in cognitive agents in transforming cognitive capacity into cognitive ability over time. In particular, we seek to highlight some of the key elements that should ideally be present in a biologically inspired cognitive architecture if it is to facilitate such development. In doing this, we have focused on the ultimate aspects of cognitive development, why that feature is necessary, and what it enables, rather on that than the proximate mechanisms by which they can be realized. As such, the desiderata are for the most part neutral regarding the paradigm of cognitive science, cognitive or emergent, that is adopted when designing a cognitive architecture. From ultimate perspective, it takes a given that the development facilitated by the cognitive architecture involves interaction between the resultant cognitive agent and humans, and furthermore, that the developing cognitive agent will be capable of meaningful social interaction with all that entails for engagement, cooperation, collaboration, trust, and safety. Okay, so a lot of material. Those were long. That wraps up what I wanted to cover regarding cognitive architecture. So you got a lot of random things. I'll have to check that out later. So I wanted to talk about universals, although I'm clearly not going to have time, and I'm not sure if I'm going to have time to read the actual part from Kant, the prologue, but I definitely want to get to the predictive processing paradigms has its roots in Kant, and we'll go back to some of the truth theory and what is knowledge in relation to cognitive architectures and predictive processing related to active inference. So let me briefly I was going to read the whole thing, but I don't think I am, because I'm just losing a little bit of strength, and I want to cover Kant. So the problem of universals is an ancient question from metaphysics that has inspired a range of philosophical topics and disputes. Should the properties of an object has in common with other objects, such as color and shape, be considered to exist beyond those objects? And if the property exists separately from those objects, what is the nature of that existence? The problem of universals relates to various inquiries closely related to metaphysics, logic, and epistemology. As far back as Plato and Aristotle, in efforts to define mental connections a human makes when they understand a property such as shape or color to be the same as in non-identical objects. Universals are qualities or relations that are found in two or more entities. Philosophers agree that human beings can talk and think about universals, but disagree on whether universals exist in reality beyond mere thought and speech. Think of like Platonic understanding of Platonic forms. So I was going to read through like the kind of history of philosophical thought on universals. but I'm going to skip that, but I'll put it in the chat if anyone wants to look at that. And here's the Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy on universals. Universal is a class of mind-independent entities. The importance of mind-independent, usually contrasted with individuals' so-called particular postulates to ground and explain relations of qualitative identity and resemblance among individuals. Individuals are said to be similar in virtue of sharing universals, and whether universals are in fact required to explain relations of qualitative identity and resemblance among individuals has engaged metaphysicians for 2,000 years. Disputants fall into one of three broad camps. Realists endorse universals. Conceptualists and nominalists, on the other hand, refuse to accept universals and deny that they are needed. Conceptualists explain similarity among individuals by appealing to general concepts or ideas, things that exist only in minds. Nominalists, in contrast, are content to leave relations of qualitative resemblance brute and ungrounded. Numerous versions of nominalism have been proposed, some with a great deal of sophistication. Contemporary philosophy has seen the rise of a new form of nominalism, one that makes use of special class of individuals known as tropes. Familiar individuals have many properties, but tropes are single property instances. Whether trope nominalism improves on earlier nominalistic theories is the subject of much recent debate. In general, questions surrounding universals touch upon some of the oldest, deepest, and most abstract philosophical issues. So I was going to read through this whole thing also, but there's not enough time. But some of the philosophical basis related to these topics to go back in the future. There's an article by John Laird on the standard model of mind, going back to cognitive architectures. I'm going to have to save that for a future week in review. And this one's somewhat related also on philosophy, the truth of reasons and truths of fact, which is a philosophical overview, which I'm not going to be able to get to today, but I'll save that for later. So let me just get a drink and be back in a minute. Okay, so sorry about that. So let's look at Immanuel Kant. So probably, of the philosophers, the most important enduring, since we've been talking about truth theory and various things, has definitely been Kant. And we've talked about Kant many times in the past, and I think it'd be a good review to come back to this. And I wanted to read this article about predictive processing paradigm, has its roots in Kant, and cognitive architectures and somewhat psychology in general. and especially related to the truth theories. So let's look a few introductory, like I wanted to read this whole thing, but I'm just going to read the very introduction to the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Kant's view of the mind and consciousness of self. Even though Kant himself held that the view of the mind and consciousness were inessential to his main purpose, some of the ideas central to his point of view came to have an enormous influence on the successor. Some of his ideas are now central to cognitive science. For example, other ideas equally central to his point of view have little influence on subsequent work. In this article, first we survey Kant's model as a whole and the claims that it have been influential. Then we examine his claims about consciousness and self specifically. Many of his ideas that have not been influential are ideas about consciousness of self. Indeed, even though he achieved remarkable insights into consciousness of self, many of those insights next appeared only about 200 years later in the 1960s and 70s. A sketch of Kant's view of the mind. In this article, we focus on Immanuel Kant's work on the mind and consciousness of self and related issues. Some commentators believe that Kant's views of the mind are dependent on his idealism. He called it transcendental idealism. For the most part, that is not so. At worst, most of what he said about the mind and consciousness can be detached from his idealism. Though often viewed as quintessentially German philosophy, Kant is said to have been one quarter Scottish. Some philosophers, often Scottish, hold that Kant is a Germanization of the Scottish name Kant, though many scholars now reject the idea. It's noteworthy, however, that his work on epistemology, which led him to his ideas about mind, was a response to Hume as much as to any other philosopher. In general structure, Kant's model of the mind was the dominant model of the empirical psychology that flowed from his work, and then again after a hiatus during which behavioralism reigned supreme, roughly between 1910 and 65, towards the end of the 20th century, especially in cognitive science. Central elements of the models of the mind of thinkers otherwise as different as Sigmund Freud and Jerry Fodor and are broadly Kantian. For example, three ideas define the basic shape, cognitive architecture of Kant's model, and one of its dominant methods. They have all become part of the foundation of cognitive science. The mind is a complex set of ability functions. Kant held a functionalist view of the mind almost 200 years before functionalism was officially articulated in the 1960s by Hilary Putnam. The functionalist crucial for mental knowledge generating activity and spatial temporal processes of and applications of concepts to sensory inputs. Cognition requires concepts as well as precepts. These functions are forms of what Kant calls synthesis. Synthesis, the unity consciousness requires for synthesis, are central to cognition. These three ideas are fundamental to most thinking about cognition now. Kant's most important method, the transcendental method, is also at the heart of contemporary cognitive science. To study the mind in further conditions necessary for experience, arguments having this structure are called transcendental arguments. Translated into contemporary terms, the core of this method is inference to the best explanation, the method of postulating observable mental mechanisms in order to explain observed behavior. To be sure, Kant thought that he could get more out of his transcendental arguments than just best explanations. He thought that he could get a priori experience, independent knowledge out of them. Kant had a tripartite doctrine of the a priori. He held that some features of the mind and its knowledge had a priori origins, must be in the mind prior to experience, because using them is necessary to have experience. That mind and knowledge have these features are a priori truths, necessary and universal, and we can come to know these truths and that they are a priori at any rate only by using a priori methods. We cannot learn these things from experience. Kant thought that transcendental arguments were a priori or yielded that a priori in all three ways. Nevertheless, at the heart of this method is inference of the best explanation. When introspection fell out of favor about 100 years ago, the alternative approach adapted was exactly this approach. Its non-empirical roots in Kant notwithstanding, it is now the major method used by experimental cognitive scientists. Other topics equally central to Kant's approach to the mind have hardly been discussed by cognitive science. These include, and as we will see near the end, a kind of synthesis that for Kant was essential to minds like ours, and what struck him the most striking features of consciousness of self. Far from his model having been superseded by cognitive science, some things central to the model have not even been assimilated by it. Okay, so a little introduction on the English time. God bless. Oh, yeah, no time for chess right now. But I mean, you're in my Discord, so hit me up on a Discord. I have a chess.com account. But yeah, right now it's time for Kant. Okay, and let's look a little bit Kant and Fichte on belief and knowledge, although I'm not going to have time to look at the Fichte part. It's interesting. One of the most venerable distinctions in philosophy is the one between knowledge and belief. Knowledge has typically been associated with genuine or scientific cognition that can provide truth, whereas belief has been thought to present mere appearances of subjective opinion. Usually founded on sense perception, in this paper I will argue that both Kant and Fichte, this standard view is mistaken in that they present belief, Glaube, as more important than knowledge. Even though Kant admits that knowledge is prior and superior to belief as well as an opinion in their purely epistemic dimension, he nevertheless ends up holding that belief is more significant sense of a postulate is more important than knowledge. I will also argue that this is the fundamental point of his well-known doctrine of the primacy of practical reason over theoretical reason. The standard view is also challenged by Fichte's thoroughgoing transformation in epistemic enterprise. According to Fichte, belief, Glaube, is prior to knowledge or reason, since it has something to do with a resolution of will to admit the validity of knowledge. Belief here is equated with the practical act of the self that expresses the true nature as Tatendelung. In the course of this paper, I will also show that Kant and Fichte seem to argue for the view in a different way. For Kant, the superiority of belief is presented as part of his tectonic concern as an answer to the question, what may I hope? In the context of his elaborate theory of postulates, for Fichte, this doctrine is presented as part of his transcendental ontological project of securing the reality of the self and the world from our moral vocation. One of the most venerable distinctions in philosophy is the one between knowledge, episteme, and belief, doxa. Knowledge is on one of the noblest perennial goals of human activity and has been typically associated with genuine scientific cognition that can provide truth, whereas belief has been thought to present mere appearances or subjective opinion, usually founded on sense perception. This paper argues that for both Kant and Fichte, the standard view is mistaken, and as opposed to this mainstream view, both of them present beliefs as more important than knowledge. In his lectures on logic and published work, Kant presents knowledge, Wesen, opinion, Meinung, and belief, Glaube, as three main modes of holding to be true. Even though Kant admits that knowledge is prior and superior to belief as well as opinion in the purely epistemic dimension, Kant nevertheless ends up holding that belief in the more significant sense of a postulate is more important than knowledge. I will also argue that this is a fundamental point of his well-known doctrine of the primacy of practical reason over theoretical reason. The standard view is also challenged by Fichte's thoroughgoing transformation of epistemic enterprise, or rather its reversal. For Fichte, belief is prior to knowledge. Belief has something to do with the resolution of the will to admit the validity of knowledge. In this respect, it indicates a firmness of my confidence that is reason firm and unshakable adherence to principle. In this case, it refers to the deepest commitment to the reaffirmation of our nature of pure activity. In other words, belief here is equated with the practical act of the self that expresses its true nature. This is why belief is clearly different from discursive or propositional knowledge. In the course of this paper, I will show that Kant and Fichte seem to argue for their view in a different way. For Kant, the superiority of belief is presented as part as the architectonic concern, as an answer to the question, what may I hope? In the context of his elaborate theory of postulates, for Fichte, the doctrine is presented as part of his transcendental ontological project of securing the reality of the self and the world from our moral vocation. Or so I shall argue. Kant. Since the days of Plato, philosophers often claim that knowledge has a kind of privileged status that a mere belief lacks. For Kant, a true science, Wissenschaft, must carry universality and necessity, where each of its components express knowledge and forms a part of a systematic whole. Thus, for Kant, knowledge is universal and necessary. Kant's transcendental philosophy crucially involves justification of a priori synthetic knowledge. In particular, in the epistemological project, knowledge comes from the joint work of the sensibility and the understanding. The sensibility provides the materials, but it's the understanding that provides the a priori forms that can organize the process, the material, and process the materials. But the forms are not derived from without. It is transcendental subject that is the source of the forms and that can serve as the lawgiver of nature. In practical philosophy, the ethical subject gives law to himself as well, So the ethical subject is a lawgiver, but the two laws that the cognitive subject and the practical subject give it are fundamentally different types: the laws of the nature and deterministic causal laws. But the laws of actions are the laws of freedom. The human knowledge is confined to the deterministic natural world, but the ethical subject is able to act freely beyond nature. Thus, there arises a discrepancy between nature and freedom. In this way, we can see that there emerges a cleavage between theoretical reason and practical reason in Kant's project. This is part of the point that is addressed in his question, "What may I hope?" in the Kantian of the Critique of Pure Reason. But how does Kant bridge the gap between nature and freedom? How exactly does Kant find that the physical world can harmonize with morality in this way? It is accomplished by way of divine agency, or is the harmony a human task? Kant typically views judgments as intentional actions, engaging with the true value of propositions. Thus, for him, a judgment is the basic unit of all our rational activities. For this reason, any propositional attitude is an instance of holding to be true, constituting a determinate way in which his rational cognitive subject produces an discernible judgment. Holding to be true in turn has the three basic kinds: opining, meaning, scientific knowing, reason, and believing, glauben. Opining is an epistemic proposition, attitude that falls short of conviction, objective sufficiency for the rational judging subject, and also falls short of persuasion, mere subjective sufficiency for the rational judging subject. Hence, opining includes such subjectivity and objectively unconvinced attitudes as entertaining a proposition, fiction, supposition. Believing, by contrast, includes subjective sufficiency or persuasion for the rational judging subject, but also of its own falls short of conviction, which includes both subjective sufficiency or persuasion, and also objective sufficiency, which itself in turn necessarily includes truth in such a way as to rule out any sort of accidental connection between epistemic believing and truth, cognitive semantic luck, and for that reason is also called certainty. Finally, then, scientific knowing is perfectly epistemic believing that has achieved conviction, objective sufficiency, or certainty. Further, Kant divides believing or glauben into four distinct doxic subkinds: epistemic or scientific knowing oriented belief, transcendental metaphysical belief, pragmatic or instrumental belief, and finally, moral ethical belief. For Kant, moral belief is a propositional attitude that is epistemically objectively insufficient, but it can be fully and sufficiently justified in practical terms, for it is backed up by the categorical imperative and the system of duties it gives rise to, among them the duty of promoting the highest good. A moral belief is such that it is absolutely necessary that something must happen, namely that I fulfill the moral law in all points. This is why the Kantian moral belief is different from the transcendent metaphysical belief, which is unstable because it is bound to generate rationally unavoidable dialectical fallacies and contradictions. Despite the many senses of believing or glauben for Kant, the most important kind of believing is moral belief. A belief in this sense expresses a theoretical proposition that cannot be proven on theoretical grounds alone. It is, however, inextricably bound up with morality in this respect, importantly supported by the latter. Further, even though it is epistemically proved, scientifically verified, it is rational as it is bound up with morality. So unlike an epistemic belief, it cannot be turned into knowledge. Is belief in this practical sense compatible with knowledge? Kant clearly suggests that our knowledge concerns the natural world, the world of phenomenon, but belief in this sense is concerned with the super sensible world. In this respect, belief is not necessarily in conflict with knowledge. More importantly, for our purpose, Kant suggests that belief is, in this sense, superior to knowledge. But why is this the case? In the aftermath of the pantheism controversy that was all the rage in Germany in the late 1770s, Kant was also greatly alarmed by Friedrich Jacobi's insistence on the need to rethink the presumed worth of reason. Kant apparently conceived in his mission to sustain the Aufklärung in the face of Jacobi's relentless attack. His doctrine of rational faith, already worked out in the canon of the first edition of the Critique, appeared to silence all of Jacobi's doubts. In this regard, he was very sympathetic to Moses Mendelssohn's critique of irrationalism, inherent in Jacobi's religiously oriented vision of morality. The latter's attempt was nothing else but an epitome of Schwärmerei. Indeed, a Schwärmer is a mystic who believes that God is known intuitively through a special sense organ, blindly relying on the mystical inception of the divine. Such a fanatic thinks that one should subordinate all of one's thoughts and actions to a single purpose. Private ideals are bound to dominate over the sense of objective reality and fanaticism. Jacobi's fanaticism leads to deception and manipulation, since Jacobi cannot make use of reason or rational argument. He deceives people into believing by inducing fear of reason and enlightenment. In short, Schwarmeri is madness. It also leads to a conception of God that is despotic. We cannot use reason to evaluate the morality of God's dictate, a threat of religious oppression immediately looming. On the other hand, throughout his career, Kant is not only cautiously opposed to any form of empiricist skepticism, which completely discounts knowledge, but also he is carefully on guard against all form of dogmatism. The metaphysical beliefs of dogmatism should not encroach on the realm of knowledge. Thus, he makes every effort to put a limit on all attempts to give objective reality to this idea of God. Freedom and the immortality of the soul. These are merely thinkable but not knowable. Thus, he was not able to side with Mendelssohn's ultra-rationalist trust in the unlimited power of reason. In particular, to Kant's eyes, the traditional rationalist attempt at proving God and immortality of the soul are no different from the age-old dogmatic assertion without any foundation. Kant's solution to the conceptual impasse between Jacobi's enthusiasm and Mendelssohn's hyper-rationalism is the doctrine of rational belief. We have beliefs that are rational yet not scientifically proven. Furthermore, there are beliefs that can serve as the bridge between nature and freedom, for even though these beliefs do not produce knowledge of the sensible world, they concern a supersensible world and its inhabitants. Thus, in the famous passage in the B edition preface to the Critique of Pure Reason, he says that I had to deny knowledge in order to make room for faith. As opposed to the super-rationalist attempt, he hopes to restrict the scope of epistemic believing and scientific knowing by means of his critical epistemology and transcendental idealist metaphysics in order to make room for fully and sufficient practically justified moral beliefs or believing. On the other hand, pace fanaticism, he wishes to defend these beliefs as rationally anchored in our moral outlook on the world. In this way, moral beliefs are shown to philosophically trump epistemic beliefs, including the best of current sciences, and also doctrinal beliefs, including the traditional transcendental metaphysics. This is known as Kant's doctrine of the primacy of the practical. The rational but moral beliefs here concern what Kant calls postulates of pure practical reason, which most notably include the immortality of the soul and the existence of God. In Kant's ethics of belief, the soul's immortality and God's existence are something that we cannot possibly know scientifically, yet at the same time they specify certain morally obligatory ways of living one's life as a rational human agent. For Kant, postulates give objective reality to the idea of speculative reason in general by means of the reference to what is practical and justify its holding concepts, even the possibility of which could not otherwise presume to affirm. This is because the theoretical propositions postulates are then presuppositions having a necessary practical reference, albeit not one demonstrable as such, insofar they are attached inseparably to the a priori unconditionally valid practical law. The ideas of God and immortality are not conditions of the moral law, but only conditions of the necessary object of a will determined by this law. Thus, we must assume or take them for granted as necessary conditions for observance of the precept of the will. It is well known that Kant identifies three postulates for his ethical system: freedom, immortality, and the existence of God. Most importantly, for our purpose, we have the rational need to postulate the existence of God as the one who has the power to bring virtue and happiness into harmony in that next life. This is the only way that fairness will be achieved in the universe. With virtue and happiness harmonized, it is important to understand that Kant was not arguing that mortality is invalid if God's existence is denied. Rather, for Kant, the fact that something is a duty or obligation is sufficient reason to do it. The most fundamental move that Kant makes here is the claim that reflection of our moral law requires belief in free will, God, and the immortality of the soul. Although we cannot have knowledge of these things, reflection of the moral law leads to an authenticated belief in them, which amounts to a kind of rational faith. And nonetheless, Kant argues that the existence of God must be postulated if the ultimate task of morality, the highest good, as our overall happiness proportional to our virtue, was to be carried out. Kant invokes the primacy of practical reason, so that the practical subject may accept the postulates of God, freedom, and immortality as a foreign possession handed over to it. This is how Kant links nature and freedom, the realm of theoretical reason and that of practical reason. In this theologically contrived scheme of things, Kant seems to suggest the cognitive subject and the acting subject are one and the same subject, the same because the principle that unifies the spheres of theoretical and practical reason is the assumption of a wise and benevolent God who has created a theological world that coheres with morality. Thus, in response to the question, what may I hope, Kant answers that we human beings may hope that our souls are immortal and that there really is a God who designed the world in accordance with principles of justice. Indeed, this question, as far as it answers, depends on claims regarding the consequence of moral righteousness and the existence of God, is simultaneously practical and theoretical, and is answered by religion. Kant's account of hope consequently connects his moral philosophy with his views on religion as well as knowledge. He emphasizes the rational potential of such hope, but he also makes clear that rational hope is intimately connected to religious faith, the belief in God for embodied beings such as humans. So I'm going to skip the Fichte, and this was the main article I wanted to get to, which I actually downloaded. So okay, so let's go. The predictive processing paradigm has its roots in Kant, by Swanson, Minnesota. Predictive processing is a paradigm in computational cognitive neuroscience that has recently attracted significant attention across domains, including psychology, robotics, artificial intelligence, and philosophy. It is often regarded as a fresh and possibly revolutionary paradigm itself, yet a handful of authors have remarked that aspects of predictive processing seem reminiscent of the work of the 18th century philosopher Immanuel Kant. To date, there have not been any substantive discussions on how exactly predictive processing links back to Kant. In this article, I argue that several core aspects of predictive processing were anticipated by Kant in his work on perception and cognition. Things from Kant active in predictive processing include the emphasis of top-down generation of precepts, the role of hyperpriors, the general function of generative models, the process of analysis by synthesis, and the crucial role of imagination and perception. In addition to these, I also point out that predictive processing echoes Kant's general project in that it aims to explain how minds track causal structure in the world using only sensory data, and that it uses a reverse engineering or top-down method of analysis. I then locate a possible source of Kant's influence on predictive processing by tracing the paradigm back to Hermann von Helmholtz, who saw himself as providing a scientific implementation of Kant's conclusion. I conclude by arguing that predictive processing should not be regarded as a new approach, but is more appropriately understood as the latest incarnation of an approach to perception and cognition initiated by Kant and refined by Helmholtz. Introduction from Umberto Eco on Kant and the platypus. Let us put it this way: Kant knew nothing about the platypus, and that should not worry us, but if the platypus is to solve its own identity crisis, it ought to know something about Kant. Predictive processing is a paradigm in computational cognitive neuroscience, proposing that perception involves the use of a unified body of acquired knowledge, multi-level generative model, to predict the incoming sensory barrage. Predictive processing has recently attracted significant attention across domains, including psychology, linguistics, robotics, artificial intelligence, and philosophy. With dozens of responses as well as the Frontiers research topic, predictive processing combines and builds upon previous ideas about the role of unconscious inference and perception, the process of analysis by synthesis in psychology, the predictive coding approach in neuroscience, and generative models and related probabilistic computation principles. By integrating all of these approaches into a unified hierarchical probabilistic model of the brain function, the predictive processing paradigm promises to offer a computationally tractable version of the so-called Bayesian brain hypothesis. In this article, I focus on recent big-picture formulation of predictive processing that attempt to offer a unified theory of brain function, exemplified by the work of Fichte, as recently outlined by philosophers Clark and Howley. While opinions differ concerning the implied vision of mind contained within the predictive processing paradigm, several authors have made quick remarks stating that certain aspects of predictive processing seem reminiscent of 18th century philosopher Immanuel Kant's work on cognition and perception. For example, Clark remarks that at certain points, predictive processing can evoke the almost Kantian feel, and Gladkowski states that predictive processing presents us with a view of perception as Kantian in spirit. Predictive processing literature has been cited in support of the argument that recent cognitive science is outlining a Kantian brain. The predictive processing paradigm has even labeled pejoratively as a neo-Kantian view on the relationship between mind and world. Howley even notes that there is a certain certainly a distinct Kantian element to the predictive processing paradigm, but goes on to merely mention a few of Kant's ideas in a list before truncating the list with etc. With this article, I hope to contribute a closer examination of the relationship between the predictive processing paradigm and the ideas of Kant. I pick up where Holly left off with etc. by presenting and defending clear links between specific elements of predictive processing, key ideas proposed by Kant. First, I point out that Kant was an early pioneer of the top-down analytical method common to predictive processing theorists, and that, like predictive processing, he used this analytical method to investigate how minds can track causal structure. Next, I present 5 distinct components of predictive processing that have significant links with 5 key ideas proposed by Kant. Finally, I argue that similarities between Kant and predictive processing should not come as a surprise if we consider the fact that predictive processing is historically connected to Kant through Hermann van Helmholtz. Reverse engineering, top-down analysis, and Kant's transcendental method of argument. In the field of electrical engineering, reverse engineering is defined as the act of creating a set of specifications for a piece of hardware by someone other than the original designers, primarily based on analyzing the dimensions of a specimen or collection of specimens. To reverse engineer a system is to start with the complete functioning system and to apply functional analysis from the top down in an effort to discover how its parts achieve its overall function. Cognitive science commonly attempt to reverse engineer the mind, a method often termed top-down analysis, by observing the full functioning perceptual cognitive system in an attempt to discover the necessary components that must be required for such a system to operate in the way that it does. Contrast this with a forward engineering approach, which in cognitive science means a bottom-up approach beginning with a characterization of neural mechanisms and exploring what macro-level functional phenomena might emerge. While theorists working with the predictive processing paradigm commonly use both bottom-up and top-down methods of analysis, use of the top-down reverse engineering the mind approach is characteristic of predictive processing overall analytic methodology. Kant adopted a top-down analytical approach as a central guiding principle, known as the transcendental method of argument. The transcendental argument justifies some concept of claim by showing that it is a necessary condition on the possibility of some other fact of experience. Kant is recognized in the first in Western philosophy to fully leverage transcendental arguments, and this is often cited as a defining characteristic of what sets Kant's analytical methodology apart from that of his contemporaries. Kitcher points out that Kant pioneered what is now being called the top-down approach in cognitive science and contemporary terminology, where much current research is descriptive and bottom-up. Kant's approach was top-down. He tried to analyze the sorts of processes that were necessary for genuine cognition to be possible. Recently, Griffiths called for a top-down analytical approach to studying perception and cognition, stating that cognitive science aims to reverse engineer the mind. A top-down analysis of cognition, starting with the function of cognitive processes, yields greater flexibility for exploring the representations and inductive biases that underlie human cognition. Kant made a similar call in his 1983 prolegma to any future metaphysics that will be able to come forward as a science. We will start from the position that cognition is actual, but we must nonetheless investigate the ground that this possibility and ask how this cognition is possible. Brooke argues that Kant should be recognized as the grandfather of cognitive science, in part because he pioneered the application of this style of top-down analysis to the study of cognition and perception. This fact supports the case that predictive processing has roots in Kant, since some of the strongest advocates of the top-down analytical approach in cognitive science are those working on predictive processing theories. The top-down reverse engineering method of analysis, a defining characteristic of the analytical methodology of probabilistic approaches to cognition, was pioneered by Kant and central to his philosophical method. However, top-down analysis cannot get off the ground without a clearly defined functional specimen to serve as the top for the reverse engineering process. In this next section, I argue that Kant and predictive processing both define the primary function of cognition and perception as the ability to track causal structure without direct access to real-world causes. How can minds track causal structure? For Bayesian models of cognition and perception in general, the big question is this: how does the human mind go beyond the data of experience? In such models, including predictive processing theories, the causes of sensations are commonly referred to as hidden causes or distal causes. They're hidden because the only data that brains have is to work with the effects of stimulated sense organs. In biological perception, the brain directly measures sensory cues but does not directly measure external world properties. The predictive processing paradigm is ultimately aimed at explaining how brains can track real-world causes using only sensory effects. The problem of perception is the problem of using the effects, that is, the sensory data that is all the brain has access to figure out the causes. Clark gives a similar characterization. For the task of the brain, when viewed from a certain distance, can seem impossible. It must discover information about the likely causes of impinging signals without any form of direct access to their source. This position is what Howley terms the skull-bound brain, and what Clark characterizes the view from inside the black box. The predictive processing paradigm thus aims to provide a neurally plausible set of mechanisms by which brains accomplish causal inference and overcome the challenges of induction. Induction itself has enjoyed a central role in the history of science philosophy and the philosophy of science. David Hume is a pivotal character in this regard. Hume developed arguments that challenged the existence of necessary causal connections between sensations. The predictive processing paradigm has been framed as an answer to Hume's challenge in that it aims to offer an account for how causal structure is extracted from statistical regularities that occur in sensory stimulation. Predictive processing answers human problems of induction rest on the proposed neural computations based on Bayesian principles. Interesting, Bayesian principles themselves arose in part as a response to Hume's problem of induction. Thomas Bayes' ideas on probability were not published until after his death, when his friend Richard Price presented an essay to the Royal Society of London, which included Bayes' ideas along with some important additions by Price. At first glance, Price did not think much of Bayes' essay on the probability of causes. However, once Price decided Bayes' essay was the answer to Hume's attack on causation, he began preparing it for publication. Thus, without Price, Hume's driven motivation, Bayes' idea would probably not have been published. Contemporaneous with the Bayes-Price effort to respond to Hume, a quite different but no less influential response was in the works from Kant. Kant advocated a unique, elaborate, and massively influenced answer to Hume. Kant's critical period during which he developed his most important work began as a direct and explicit response to Hume's challenge. Kant famously recounts that it was Hume who first interpreted my dogmatic slumber and gave a completely different direction to my researches. Kant goes on to explain that once he finally embraced Hume's challenge and was led to the conclusion that causal connections must have their origin in minds and not in real-world properties, he was driven to inquire what other aspects of experience might also arise in this way, and that it was this initial inquiry that eventually led him to the conclusion of his transcendental idealism. Indeed, the problem of causation that Hume raised was so central to Kant's project that Kant did not hesitate to characterize his entire critique of pure reason simply as the elaboration of the Humean problem in the greatest possible application. Throughout his critical period work, Kant maintained a sharp epistemic divide between sensory experiences, appearances, and the actual causes of sensations, things in themselves. What may be the cause regarding objects in themselves and apart from our sensibility remains to us entirely unknown. All we know is the way in which we perceive them. This thesis, which Kant dubbed transcendental idealism, has generated much interpretive debate and controversy. Patan insists that although some authors might downplay it, predictive processing does convey a somehow indirect mind-world relation. This is presumably what Anderson and Camero refer to when they label predictive processing as a neo-Kantian view of the relationship between mind and world. Thus, Kant and predictive processing each aim to offer detailed accounts of how minds track hidden causes using only the data from senses, and they both develop these accounts using methods of top-down analysis in an attempt to reverse engineer perception and cognition. How do these accounts compare? In what follows, I argue that if we compare some of the major theoretical postulates that Kant and predictive processing each propose, we find that their kinship runs deeper to the general similarities outlined so far. In the following sections, I present 5 specific theoretical components of predictive processing and show how each is connected to one of the 5 specific key ideas proposed by Kant. 1. Predictive processing advocacy for a reversal of the traditional picture of perception is linked to Kant's self-described Copernican revolution. 2. Predictive processing notion of hyperpriors is linked to Kant's idea of forms of appearances. 3. Predictive processing's principles of generative models are linked to Kant's concept of schemata. 4. Predictive processing's analysis by synthesis is linked to Kant's proposal that analysis proceeds by synthesis. And 5. Predictive processing claim that imagination is required for perception is linked to Kant's claim that imagination is required for perception. Predictive processing reversal is Kant's Copernican revolution. When considering within the short history of today's cognitive science, predictive processing offers a radical and revisionary stance on the relationship between precepts and external objects. A common strategy that many authors use for explaining this distinctive difference is to contract predictive processing with standard classical or traditional approaches to perception and cognition. Predictive processing literature often describes traditional approaches as those that assume that perception is a passive process by which features of objects in the environment are detected by the sense organs and encoded into the nervous system and assembled into a bottom-up fashion. Predictive processing rejects this bottom-up conception of perception. Predictive processing turns a traditional picture of perception on its head. Predictive processing urges that psychology and neuroscience would make better progress on the problems of perception if they would instead assume that brains actively generate precepts in a top-down manner, not by accumulating combining input signals, but rather by issuing predictions or accounts of the current state of the input signals based on hierarchical generative models that rely on prior probabilities and likelihood estimates. As repeatedly emphasized by many authors, this is not just a small modification of traditional accounts of perception. In fact, it profoundly reverses how we conceive our relation to the world through our senses. A standard conception is that sense is convey a rich signal that somehow represent a worldly state of affairs, which the brain is passively soaking up in a bottom-up manner. On the predictive processing view, this picture is reversed. The rich representation of worldly states of affairs is signaled in the top-down prediction of sensory input maintained by the perceptual hierarchy in the brain. On the predictive processing account, the cortical hierarchy is constantly generating predictions from the top down that attempt to account for the causes of the bottom-up sensory simulation. This means that perceptual content is the predictions of the currently best hypothesis about the world. Hawley captures the overall upshot of this reversal of standard thinking about perception with a catchy slogan: the sensory input to the brain does not shape perception directly. Sensory input is better and more perplexingly characterized as feedback to the queries issued by the brain. Keep the slogan in mind as we consider another famous slogan from Kant in what follows. In the introduction to the Critique of Pure Reason, Kant urges that if we are to make any progress on understanding the relationship between perception, cognition, and external objects, we need a fundamental shift in thinking. Kant introduces his proposal by contrasting it with the traditional accounts of his time. Recall from the above that this rhetorical strategy is used by predictive processing theorists when describing their accounts. Thus far, it has been assumed that all our cognitions must conform to objects. Here, Kant is referring to the theories of thinkers that came before him, which he argues have come to nothing, because they assume that sense organs passively receive impressions stamped by external objects. Thus, therefore, Kant proposes try to find out by experiment whether we shall not make better progress on the problems of metaphysics if we assume that objects must conform to our cognition. By reversing our assumptions about the relation between cognition and the objects of external perception, Kant argues that we will be in a better position to understand how the perceptual cognitive system can possibly be as we experience it. Kant claims that the position enables us to discover the properties of the cognition that is being reversed engineered, a cognition that is ascertain something about objects before they are given to us. Kant considers this reversal to be so crucial to our investigations of perception and cognition that he immodestly claimed that it would deliver results as monumental as the ideas that Copernicus were for astronomy. The situation here is the same as it was that of Copernicus when he thought about explaining the motions of celestial bodies, having found it difficult to make progress when he assumed that the entire host of stars revolved around the spectator. He tried to find out by experiment whether he might be more successful if he had the spectator revolve around the stars remained at rest. Now we can try a similar experiment in metaphysics with regard to our intuition of objects. If our intuition had to conform to the character of its objects, then I do not see how we could know anything a priori about the character. But I can quite readily conceive of this possibility if an object, as an object of the senses, conforms to the character of our power of intuition. At this point, it should be clear that Kant's call for a Copernican reversal of the traditional assumption about perception anticipates the predictive processing paradigm in important ways. Predictive processing profoundly reverses traditional assumptions about perception with its premise that the world only tells us things in the sense that it provides answers to the questions we pose to it. Kant clearly anticipates that when he advocates that we should assume that objects must conform to our cognition, Kant's slogan is echoed over 200 years later in present-day language with Hawley's slogan that sensory input is best conceived as feedback to the queries issued by the brain. Kant argued that his proposed shift in thinking would herald a new era in the understanding of perception and cognition if a predictive processing paradigm shaped up to be the revolutionary shift that many fancy it to be, then Kant's Copernican revolution might finally be catching on. The Copernican reversal alone might prompt us to nominate Kant as the early forefather of the predicting processing paradigm, at least with respect to the shared fundamental premise. Yet in the following sections, I present evidence that Kant proposed even more specific theoretical ideas about perception and cognition that are now emerging as scientific hypotheses within the predictive processing paradigm. Hyperpriors and Kant's form of appearance. As explained in the previous section, the core of predictive processing is the proposal that fundamental mechanisms of perception involve something akin to mostly unconscious predictions, and that precepts essentially are those predictions. To arrive at the predictions, brains require something on which these predictions can be based. Predictive systems require constraints on the set of prior probabilities and likelihoods that should be taken into account as they finalize and settle upon a set of predictions for any given sensory neural situation. Without such constraints, it is impossible for any intelligent system to narrow down the possibilities enough to settle on a single hypothesis or set of hypotheses. Linguistics and developmental psychologists tend to refer to these cognitive mechanisms as constraints, while machine learning and artificial intelligence researchers tend to use the term inductive biases. In predictive processing of Bayesian statistical literature, these probabilistic constraints are known as priors. While priors allow inductive systems to select a single hypothesis from a larger set of possible hypotheses, known as hypothesis space, machine learning researchers have discovered that in order to achieve the complex representation abilities found in human cognition from children to scientists, a hierarchical system of priors is required. The key idea is that some priors in the hierarchy are more abstract, so that the system leverage not just a single level of hypotheses to explain the data, but multiple levels, hypothesis spaces of hypothesis spaces with priors on priors, priors that are more abstract and fundamental. The rest are often called hyperpriors or overpriors. A multi-layer bidirectional recursive process of hypothesis generation is a requirement addressed by hierarchical predictive coding models of brain function, and hyperpriors are crucial to such models. Prime examples of hyperpriors in the predictive perceptual system include the brute constraint imposed by space and time, that there is only one object, one cause of sensory input in one place at a given scale at a given moment, or the fact that we can only perform one action at a time, choosing the left turn or the right, but never both at once. Abstract internal knowledge of space and time, spatial and temporal hyperpriors are thought to narrow and restrict large swaths of possible hypothesis spaces, thereby aiding the formation of decisive perceptual predictions regarding the external objects causing incoming stimuli. This narrowing of possible hypotheses is critical to the entire probabilistic inference process. Without it, required Bayesian computations become intractable. Spatial and temporal hyperpriors can thus be usefully conceived as necessary conditions of the possibility of probabilistic perception of external objects. Keep this in mind during the following discussion of Kant's account of the nature of space and time. Clark explicitly mentioned Kant during the discussion of hyperpriors. Hyperpriors are essentially priors upon priors, embodying systemic expectations concerning the very abstract, almost Kantian features of the world. Here's a rare instance of the perceptual predictive processing literature where Kant is invoked by name. But what exactly did Kant say that fits the description of hyperpriors? In the section of Critique of Pure Reason, known as Transcendental Aesthetic, Kant firmly distinguishes the matter of sensation from the form of sense experience. Whatever in an appearance corresponds to sensation, I call its matter, but whatever in an appearance brings about the fact that the manifold of the appearance can be ordered in certain relations, I call the form of appearance. Kant identifies two primal forms that shape the matter of sensation, namely space and time. Importantly, Kant insists that spatial and temporal properties are endogenous features of cognition that impose formal constraints on the possibility of any experience of outer objects. In other words, they are principles of cognition which enable the experience of outer objects. Space is a prior presentation that necessarily underlies outer appearances. Kant's proposal that space and time are features of cognition that form constraint and restrict possible perceptions of outer objects is echoed in explanations of the role of hyperpriors in predictive processing accounts of perception. Without spatial or temporal hyperpriors, the objects of perception that putatively result from predictive processing would be impossible. This is much like Kant's position that space and time are features of cognition that constrain the possibility of the experience of outer objects, and may be similar to Clark's description of hyperpriors as evoking an almost Kantian feel. Clark even echoes Kant's use of the word formal. The use of such a representation form would amount to the deployment of an implicit formal hyperprior. formal because it concerns the form of the probabilistic representation itself. Kant's famous controversial conclusion is that space and time should not be conceived as external world properties, but rather as internal structures that constrain possible perceptions, essentially stating that space and time are idealistic. But does predictive processing actually posit that space and time are structures of perceptual systems rather than external real world properties? Certainly, many predictive processing theorists will stop short of going this far out there. However, predictive processing lends plenty of support to Kant's conception of space and time. When taken together, the following two predictive processing proposals: perceptions are the predictions brains make about current sensory stimulation, and spatial and temporal hyperpriors form and shape all perceptions of external objects. Sounds a lot like Kant's claims that space and time are best thought of as originating not from the matter of outer sensation, but rather from the endogenous formal constraint of any perception of outer objects. While this potentially radical claim is not openly stated in current predictive processing literature, some recent related work in cognitive science advances a similar line. For example, Hoffman and Prakash conclude that objects in space-time are simply species-specific perceptual adaptations, and Purves argues that our common assumption that perception delivers objective features of real-world properties should be replaced with a paradigm in which perceptions reflect biological utility based on past experience rather than objective features of the environment. This recent trend in neuroscience echoes Kant's insistence that perception delivers only appearances and not things in themselves, as well as his doctrine that space and time are formal aspects of cognitive perceptual systems and not objective features of external reality. Kant considers his forms of sensibility so important that he proposed a new field of science to be devoted entirely to the investigation. There must therefore be a science of all principles of a priori sensibility. I call such a science transcendental aesthetic. Perhaps predictive processing is answering Kant's call for a science of transcendental aesthetic. A note about the a priori. At this point, I would like to highlight the important difference between Kant's accounts and those found in predictive processing. Kant was primarily concerned with explaining a priori features of perception and cognition. He did not focus on the empirical acquisition of priors. He lacked evolutionary understanding, and he did not set out theories of learning. This creates a prima facie tension for a comparison between Kant and predictive processing, since predictive processing places emphasis on learned priors, empirical Bayes, and the idea that organisms perceive using probabilistic computations based on prior experience. However, this apparent tension might be dissolved if we keep it in mind that predictive processing is not a traditional empiricist theory, for it recognizes that many priors could be innate and biologically hardwired, even if such wirings are ultimately the result of long-term phylogenetic experience. The conception of a priori seems to be in line with what Friedman describes as a relativized and dynamic conception of a priori mathematical, physical principles which change and develop, but which nevertheless retain the characteristically Kantian constitutive function of making the empirical natural knowledge thereby structured and framed by such knowledge possible. In a similar vein, Kitcher argues what might seem to us to be a priori mathematical truth actually depends on the experience of those who came before us in the mathematical tradition. Since Kant uses necessary and a priori interchangeably, we can compare Kant's necessary conditions with the necessity of certain priors as outlined by predictive processing without worrying about the potential discrepancies that might arise from differing accounts regarding the exact nature and origin of a priori knowledge. Philosophers in general are far from certain about the relationship between a priori and other notions such as experience, innateness, nativism, rationalism, empiricism, and so on. Therefore, the fact that Kant and predictive processing differ on their conception about the nature and origin of a priori structures in perceptual cognitive systems does not preclude meaningful conceptual connections between Kant and predictive processing, especially with regard to their account of the functional role of a priori principles. Generative models in Kant's schemata. The problem in perceptual object recognition, how organisms are able to isolate meaningful objects from noisy and chaotic perceptual scenes, is a long-standing puzzle in the philosophy as well as the cognitive science. One way to study how biological brains recognize objects is to try to build artificial systems capable of object recognition and then look for the required design principles in brains. Early connectionist work in machine learning made important progress towards this effect, yet still struggled to show appropriate representations in a deep multi-layer context and required large bodies of pre-classified data to power learning. Operating largely on principles of weighted association and habit formation, fire together, wire together, These artificial systems proved unable to match the human ability to apply perceptual concepts and to recognize objects in a general way. People learning new concepts can often generalize successfully from just a single example, yet machine learning algorithms typically require tens or hundreds of examples to perform with similar accuracy. To address this challenge, researchers in computer vision, machine learning, and computational neuroscience have proposed that generative models might be central to solving the problem of perceptual objects recognition and concept application. Generative models capture the statistical structure of some set of observed inputs by inferring a causal matrix able to give rise to that very structure. In other words, a system that uses generative models can estimate the causes of incoming sensations and thus recognize objects by leveraging its own ability to produce similar sensations internally. The key idea is that incoming sensory stimuli are carved up not by comparing them to a database of previously encountered images, but rather by comparing them to more general endogenous rules, generative models, and then selecting inferring that model that is most likely able to generate the input patterns. In a hierarchical generative model, an upper layer is capable of producing and thereby predicting the activity patterns of the layer below. For perceptual systems, this means that the model of n plus 1 becomes capable of generating the sensory data, the input as it would there be represented at layer n, the layer below for itself. The generative model approach describes object recognition as a coordinated balance of both top-down and bottom-up flows of neural signals. The top-down signals instantiate a generative model, a matrix of possible causal structure, which predicts the causes of current sensations as it flows downward along the backwards and feedback anatomical neural pathways. Simulations, which are top-down generation of predictions, is a bottom-up neural signal flow against which the predictions are matched or checked, sometimes called a recognition model, and which flows along the feed-forward neural connections. There are many important details to this process, but the key point here is that theories about object recognition based on our generative models involve both a top-down pass endogenously generated from upper layers of the neural hierarchy, as well as a bottom-up pass originating from lower layers of the neural hierarchy and ultimately from transduction of the external sense organ. The success of the generative model in artificial perception, combined with the fact that biological autonomy of brains boasts a neural architecture poised to support the types of connections required by generative models, has motivated the proposal that brains recognize objects by way of neurally implemented top-down, bottom-up processes involving generative models. Crucial to the generative model solution to the problem of object perception is the productive function of the biological or artificial brain, its ability to endogenously generate sensory patterns. An artificial neural network based on generative models develops its own pattern recognition abilities, not merely by habits of weighing and associating external stimuli, but by dreaming using a wake-sleep algorithm in which the system learns how to generate the patterns for itself by imagining different sorts of possible patterns in fantasy. The knowledge of how to generate patterns is used in order to recognize incoming patterns. Here, instead of attempting to directly train a synthetic neural network to classify images, the network first learns to generate such images for itself. Such a system then attempts to analyze and classify incoming stimuli, not by simply checking them against a database of previously encountered images, but rather by identifying the endogenous rules or imagination procedures that it would use to generate an incoming stimuli for itself. This strategy provides a basis for achieving generalized perceptual concepts that are less confined to particular token instances, which has recently been demonstrated to match human performance on character recognition tasks. Hence, Hinton's title, To Recognize Shapes, First Learn to Generate Images. Kant outlined a novel theory of perceptual object recognition and concept application, which he called schematicism. Kant's schematicism anticipates the generative model strategy in two major ways. Kant claims that object recognition requires top-down generative processes akin to imagination, in addition to bottom-up sensory input flow, and the mind must classify perceptual objects not by associating and comparing them to a set of previously encountered images, but rather by identifying the endogenous abstract rule it would use to generate the sensory patterns in imagination. Kant's schematicism arose from his dissatisfaction with the association-based habit formation theories of object recognition of his contemporaries, much as generative models address the shortcomings of association-based connectionism approach in machine learning and cognitive science. Kant argued that there was unacceptable limitations in the empiricist accounts of perceptual object recognition, primary human lock, due to in part to their appeal to the law of habit and association. Kant doesn't acknowledge that association and habit play an important role, which he called the empirical laws of imagination, grouped under the reproductive function of imagination. Yet he objected to claims that such reproductive principles were sufficient to explain the generalization abilities of human perception about recognition. In objecting to the strategy, Kant accurately anticipates the generalization problem that has hampered connectionist approaches in machine learning. No image whatever of a triangle would ever be adequate to the concept of a triangle as such, for it would never reach the concept's universality that makes the concept hold for all triangles, whether right-angled or oblique-angled, but would always be limited only to parts of the set. Images of objects derived from experience, even complex clusters of association of images, are never adequate to the empirical concept. Kant argued that in order for perceptual concepts to take hold on incoming stimuli, a third thing must mediate the connection. This mediating presentation must be pure, and yet must be both intellectual on the one hand and sensible on the other hand. Such a presentation is the transcendental schema. This statement anticipates the top-down, bottom-up interplay of the generative model strategy. Furthermore, like a generative model, schema is in itself always only a product of the imagination, a rule for the synthesis of imagination regarding pure shapes in space. For Kant, evaluating perceptual stimuli using a rule of synthesis is the only way to avoid the generalization problem that comes with image association and matching strategies. Images must always be connected with the concept only by means of the schema that they designate. In themselves, the images are never completely congruent with the concept. In a recent demonstration of the power of the generative model paradigm, Lake presents an algorithm that can match human performance in a perceptual recognition task involving the identification of handwritten characters. In their approach, each handwritten character is represented in the system not as an image of the character, but rather as an abstract schema of its part, subparts, and relations. The abstract schema takes the forms of mini program, a set of instructions, or rule for generating images of alphabetic characters. The model represents concepts as simple programs that best explain observed examples. To recognize incoming stimuli as alphabet characters, the system leverages its own capabilities for generating images, an approach they term probabilistic program induction. This is very much in line with how Kant explained the role of schemata. Concept always refers directly to the schema of imagination, though, of course, he did not conceptualize schemata as computer programs. However, Eco, as well as Marconi, both argue that Kant's schemata can usefully be compared to the procedural computer programs and that they bear general resemblance to certain artificial intelligence strategies. Moreover, Pawlowski acknowledges and emphasizes the Kantian root of top-down model-based computational approaches to cognition and object recognition. Kant's schemata are the third thing that bridges concepts on the one hand with images on the other. By being homogeneous with both, they do this in virtue of their capacity as generic procedural rules for creating different types of structured sensory patterns. With his theory of schemata, Kant clearly anticipated a core part of the general strategy as follows. For example, in the recent work of Lake, in fact, it is schemata, not images, of objects that lie at the basis of our pure sensible concepts. Yule and Kirsten, in one of the first articles to articulate a generative model strategy for problems in vision research, use a well-known example of an unambiguous black and white image in which most people can initially see only a few random patches. Low-level cues from the image contain little evidence to activate a high-level dog model, so that the naive subject takes a long time to detect the dog. The image contains the Dalmatian dog in a drinking pose. For many subjects, the dog becomes salient only after verbal prompt, after which it remains unavoidably salient. To explain the phenomenon, the author advanced the proposal that the brain leverages top-down processing using a generative model in order to achieve object recognition. To explain how schemata are the key to picking out objects from within a noisy manifold of sensible intuitions, Kant uses his own dog example. The concept dog specifies a rule whereby my imagination can trace the shape of each four-footed animal in a general way without being limited to any single and particular shape offered to me by experience, or even to all possible images that I can exhibit in concreto. Kant claims that schemata enable us to isolate an object from the sensory barrage and identify it as animals, which falls under the empirical concept dog. Thus, at least from the standpoint of high-level comparison, generative models seem to fit Kant's idea of schemata from the general strategy right down to illustrative examples. Clark even invokes the adverb schematically when explaining how a generative model aims to capture the statistical structure of some set of observed inputs by tracking, one might say by schematically recapitulating the causal matrix responsible for the very structure. Kant cryptically comments that the full workings of schemata might forever remain mysterious to science, the schematism of our understanding, its schematism regarding appearances, and their mere form in a secret art residing in the depths of the human soul, an art whose true stratagems we shall hardly ever divine from nature and lay bare before ourselves. If I am on the right track, linking Kant's schemata to generative models, then perhaps predictive processing reveals some of the true stratagems locked inside of the secret art of Kant's notoriously mysterious schemata. Analysis by synthesis. Central to the secret art of generative models is the strategy known as analysis by synthesis. It is so called because, as described above, the incoming sensations are analyzed by comparing them to internal processes. We could synthesize similar patterns endogenously. We recognize objects and states of affairs if these approaches are correct by finding the most likely set of interactive factors, distal causes whose combinations would generate, hence predicts and best accounts for the incoming sensory data. Predictive processing stresses that the generation of a structure scheme always occurs with limited informational resources, information limited to that which is available from the perspective of the organisms. Clarke's view from inside the black box or Howley's skull-bound brain. Predictive brains leverage generative models to infer the hidden causes with energetic stimulation occurring in the sense organs when the combination of such hidden causes, which span many spatial and temporal scales, settles to a coherent whole. The system itself generated sensory data using stored knowledge and perceives a meaningful structured scene. Kant placed great emphasis on the mental process that he called synthesis throughout the Critique of Pure Reasoning. By synthesis, in the most general sense of the term, I mean the act of putting various presentations with one another and of comprising their manifoldness in one cognition. Kant introduces his technical definition of this term by connecting it at the outset with an activity of imagination and by stressing its crucial role in perception and cognition. Synthesis as such, we shall see hereafter, is the mere effect produced by the imagination without which we would have no cognition whatsoever. Kant immediately contrasts synthesis with analysis and importantly claims that synthesis is required for analysis. Therefore, synthesis should be the primary target of any investigation about the fundamental workings of cognition. Before any analysis of our presentation can take place, these presentations must first be given, and hence, in terms of content, no concepts can originate analytically. Rather, synthesis of a manifold, whether this manifold is given empirically or a priori, is what first gives rise to a cognition, although this cognition may still be crude and confused at first, and hence may require analysis, yet synthesis is what in fact gathers the elements for cognition and unites them to form a certain content. Hence, if we want to make a judgment about the first origin of our cognition, then we must first direct our attention to synthesis. Kant goes on to offer an elaborate account of three distinct stages of synthesis, threefold synthesis, along with a distinction between pure and empirical varieties of synthesis. I will not address such details here, however, because I'm only arguing that Kant and predictive processing share the fundamental proposal that analysis, the use of concepts in sensation and cognition, proceeds by way of synthesis, the combining and ordering of sense data using what Kant calls the productive capacity of the imagination and schemata. Imagination and perception. Imagination plays a key role in the predictive processing framework, as it seems to be the engine that allows generative models to facilitate perception. Kant's framework places imagination in a similar position. Imagination is the power presenting an object in intuition, even without the object being present. Now, all our intuition is sensible, and hence the imagination, because of the subjective condition under which alone it can give the concept of understanding a corresponding intuition, belongs to sensibility. Yet the synthesis of imagination is an exercise of spontaneity, which is determinative rather than merely determinable, as is sense. Hence, the synthesis can be a priori determined sense in terms of its form of accordance with the unity of a perception. To this extent, therefore, the imagination is a power of determining sensibility a priori, and its synthesis of intuitions in accordance with the categories must be the transcendental synthesis of imagination, the synthesis in action of the understanding upon sensibility, and is the understanding first application, and at the same time the basis of all the other applications to objects of the intuition that is possible for us. Kant argued tirelessly that imagination is the key to synthesis, and that synthesis lies at the basis for both perception and understanding. In discussing this aspect of Kant in the context of computational neuroscience, Perlowski states that pattern recognition and artificial intelligence algorithms of recent past would not know how to relate to this. In a footnote, Kant himself speculates on why the psychologist of his time did not recognize the key role of imagination in the accounts of perception. that the imagination is a necessary ingredient of perception itself has, I suppose, never occurred to any psychologist. This is so partly because this power has been limited by psychologists to reproduction only, and partly because they believe that the senses not only supply us with impressions, but indeed also assemble these impressions and thus bring about images of objects, but this undoubtedly requires something more than a receptivity for impressions, vis a function of their synthesis. If Kant were writing today, he could not claim that the tight connection between imagination and perception has never occurred to any psychologist, because the psychologists who leverage predictive processing style theories are saying exactly this. Dreams and mental imagery have played a role in predictive processing theory since early formulations of top-down, bottom-up models or cortical activity. For predictive processing, imagination is the architecture by which generative models generate and produce predictive perceptions. This means that imagination is the sum way required for perception. It means that perception, at least as it occurs in creatures like us, is co-emergent with something quite like imagination. As we reflect on the tight kinship between predictive processing and Kant, we might arrive at the following questions. Why are Kant's ideas seemingly reincarnated in contemporary predictive processing theory? It is unlikely that neuroscientists developing predictive processing frameworks have drawn direct inspiration from deep readings of Kant's Critique of Pure Reason. So are the links I presented here the result of mere coincidence, indirect influence, or can they be traced directly to Kant through the influence of Helmholtz? Predictive processing, Helmholtz and Kant. The current predictive processing paradigm emerged from early work on generative models, and this early work explicitly identifies itself as being directly inspired by the work of 19th century German scientist Hermann von Helmholtz. For example, the seminal article on the use of generative models in machine perception titled The Helmholtz Machine states that following Helmholtz, we view the human perceptual system as a statistical inference engine whose function is to infer the probable causes of sensory input. Homage to Helmholtz is also given early proposals of vision as Bayesian inference, where vision is treated as an inverse inference problem, in the spirit of Helmholtz, where the goal is to estimate the factors that have generated the image. The free energy principle is a far-reaching predictive processing model of the entire nervous system developed by Fichte, is introduced with the claim that if one formulates Helmholtz ideas about perception in terms of modern-day theories, one arrives at a model of inference and learning that can explain a remarkable range of neurobiological facts. More recent overviews of predictive processing also identify Helmholtz as the ancestral precedent of the overall predictive processing paradigm. Core predictive processing ideas pioneered by Helmholtz include the central idea that precepts are akin to mostly unconscious inferences. The notion of perception might involve a process analogous to scientific induction and the understanding of illusions as optimal precepts that are generated based on most likely causes of sensation. Helmholtz also tackled the issue of what is now termed top-down cognitive inference of perception, stating that we cannot altogether avoid speaking of the mental processes that are active in the sense perception if we wish to see clearly the connection between the phenomenon and to arrange the facts in their proper relation to one another. Helmholtz then immediately states that Kant articulated the proper relationship between mental processes and perceptual processes. The keenest thinkers, philosophers like Kant, for instance, have long ago analyzed these relations correctly and demonstrated them. The respectful reference to philosophy and to Kant in particular is a consistent theme in Helmholtz. He took philosophy very seriously and published several philosophical works over the course of his scientific career, throughout which there is frequent insistence on his Kantian ancestry. Helmholtz declared himself to be a faithful Kantian and believed that he was providing a scientific implementation and operation of Kant's epistemology and anti-metaphysics. Helmholtz saw his work as remaining true to Kant's epistemological project and even explained how his scientific theories of perception provided important revisions to certain conclusions made by Kant. Helmholtz thus considered himself to be more consistently Kantian than Kant had been himself. If we consider the fact that predictive processing widely seen as contemporary formulation of the work of Helmholtz, taken together with the fact that Helmholtz embraced Kant's philosophy, these links between predictive processing and Kant should not come as a surprise. In this regard, predictive processing can even be seen as a major step in the evolution of Kant's transcendental psychology. Helmholtz brought the idea of Kant to the table as he developed scientific theories of the psychology and physiology of perception, and the predictive processing paradigm is now bringing the theories of Helmholtz and thus the ideas of Kant into contemporary neuroscience and machine learning research. The links between Kant and predictive processing that I defend in this article seem much less mysterious when we keep in mind the fact that predictive processing is part of the Kantian lineage inherited directly from Helmholtz. Conclusion. Prompted by Hume's questioning of the origin of causal structure and precepts, Kant applied a top-down analytical method to reverse engineer cognition and perception. From the start of his endeavor, Kant maintained that if we are to make any progress, we must first invert the traditional account of the relation between the structure of cognition and the objects presented in art of perception, so that we instead assume that objects must conform to our cognition. Proceeding from this initial premise, Kant then developed an elaborate model of perception and cognition that proposed many novel concepts and specific theoretical components. The components of Kant's system discussed in the present treatment include the proposal that space and time are formal structures of perceptual cognitive processes necessary for outer perception, that external perception object recognition is made possible by chains of endogenous procedural rules capable of generating mental imagery, that cognitive perceptual understanding proceeds according to alternating iterative steps of analysis and synthesis, and that imagination is a necessary ingredient of perception itself. As I've shown in this article, predictive processing proposes an account of perception and cognition that echoes these core aspects of Kant in specific ways. This, of course, is not to say that all of predictive process is Kantian or in complete agreement with Kant's entire transcendental philosophy. Predictive processing's probabilistic and evolutionary approach, not to mention its computational and neuroscientific underpinnings, go beyond Kant's insights in a way that Kant could not have imagined. Indeed, operationalizing Kant was Helmholtz's explicit intent from his work on perception, much like the intent of predictive processing has been to enhance the insights of Helmholtz with a modern neurocomputational and probabilistic toolset. All of this comparison to Kant prompts an important question: is it even possible to arrive at a formulation of predictive processing that avoids these Kantian aspects? Or does predictive processing, by its very nature, entail a Kant-style conception of perception, cognition, and their relation to the external world? It is my hope that the links between predictive processing and Kant defended in this article will persuade predictive processing theorists that Kant's work is directly relevant to the historical context of predictive processing, and perhaps even hint that further important insights might await those who embarked on predictive processing savvy readings of Kant. Some cognitive scientists already attest to the usefulness of Kant's ideas within neuroscience and artificial systems research. Others will object to the dabbling in the metaphysics of a long-gone philosophy. Philosophers, especially Kant, is not a wise way to move forward within neuroscience. However, here I'm in agreement with Edelman, who states that philosophy, especially history of philosophy, has an important role to play in sharpening psychology's theoretical tools by focusing on its conceptual foundations in a broad perspective, which includes philosophical considerations and indeed metaphysics. Kant scholars might likewise benefit from predictive processing and form readings of Kant. Clark argued that predictive processing represents a genuine departure from many of our previous ways of thinking about perception, cognition, and the human cognitive architecture. This historical links presented in this article might call Clark's claim into question. However, I argue that in spite of being anticipated by Kant, predictive processing nonetheless represents a genuine departure, as Clark words it, because Kant's work on perception and cognition never really caught on within psychology. Kant's psychology, which has been called the dark side of the critique, has been deemed shameful by many 20th century analytical philosophers. Many attempts have been made to salvage Kant's austere ideas from the incomprehensible arguments of his transcendental psychology. Powerful currents within and without Kant scholarship have combined to keep transcendental psychology out of the mainstream, beyond the pale of serious philosophical discussion. Much of the cognitive science has reflected this aversion to Kant-style frameworks, readily evidenced by the preponderance of bottom-up feed-forward models of brain activity. Neuroscientific studies of structural and functional brain connectivity in the past 2 decades, however, provide strong support for the view of the mind much closer to that which Kant envisioned. If predictive processing proves to be an important advance for cognitive science, and if the links to Kant discussed here hold up, then this will support the perspective of Kitcher and Hatfield that it is not crazy to take Kant's psychology seriously. Okay, God bless. Thank God that was a long, important article. I've had that up for a few weeks. I've wanted to cover it and finally got to it. To put off some of this other stuff for next week or after the Jewish holidays. Gandalf, God bless. Good to see you in the chat again. So let's actually finish with this. So I was going to read through the introduction to the Critique of Pure Reason. So we've been talking a lot about Kant. So you just hear a little bit of Kant in his own words in probably the most important of all of Kant's works, the Critique of Pure Reason. On the differences between pure and empirical knowledge, that all our knowledge begins with experience, there can be no doubt, for how is it possible that the faculty of cognition should be awakened into exercise otherwise than by means of objects which affect our senses, and partly of themselves produce representations, partly rouse our powers of understanding into activity, to compare, to connect, and to separate these, and so to convert the raw material of our sensuous impressions into knowledge of objects, which is called experience. In respect of time, therefore, no knowledge of ours is antecedent to experience, but begins with it. But though all our knowledge begins with experience, is by no means follows that all arises out of experience. For on the contrary, it is quite possible that our empirical knowledge is a compound of that which we receive through impressions, and that which the faculty of cognition supplies for us, sensuous impressions giving merely the occasion, in addition which we cannot distinguish from the original element given by sense, till long practice has made us attentive to and skillful in separating it. It is therefore a question which requires close investigation, and not to be answered at first sight, whether there exists a knowledge altogether independent of experience, and even all sensuous impression. Knowledge of this kind is called a prior, in contradistinction to empirical knowledge, which has its sources in a posteriori, that is, in experience. But the expression a priori is not as yet definite enough adequately to indicate the whole meaning of the question above stated. For in speaking of knowledge, which has its sources in experience, we are wont to say that this or that may be known a priori, because we do not derive this knowledge immediately from experience, but from a general rule, which, however, we have itself borrowed from experience. Thus, if a man undermined his house, we say he might know a priori that it would have fallen, that is, he needed not to have waited for the experience that it did actually fall, but still a priori he could not know even this much, for that bodies are heavy, and consequently that they fall when their supports are taken away must have been known to him previously by means of experience. By the term knowledge a priori, therefore, we shall in the sequel understand not such as is independent of this or that kind of experience, but such as is absolutely so for all experience, opposed to the empirical knowledge, or that which is possible only a posteriori, that is, through experience. Knowledge a priori is either pure or impure. Pure knowledge a priori is that which no empirical element is mixed up. For example, the proposition every change has a cause is a proposition a priori, but impure because change is a conception which can only be derived from experience. The human intellect, even in unphilosophical state, is in possession of a certain cognitanza a priori. The question is now as to criterion by which we may securely distinguish a pure form and empirical cognition. Experience no doubt teaches us that this aim on that or that object is constituted in such and such manner, but not that it could not possibly exist otherwise. Now, in the first place, if we have a proposition which contained the idea of a necessity in its very conception, it is a judgment a priori. If, moreover, it is not derived from any other proposition unless from one equally involved, the idea of necessity, it is absolutely a priori. Secondly, an empirical judgment never exhibits strict and absolute, but only assumed and comparative universality by induction. Therefore, the most we can say is, so far as we have hitherto observed, there is no exception to this or that rule. If, on the other hand, a judgment carries with it a strict and absolute universality that is admits of no possible exception, it is not derived from experience, but is valid absolutely a priori. Empirical universality is therefore only an arbitrary extension of validity from that which we may be predicated of a proposition valid in most cases, and that which is asserted of a proposition which holds good in all. As an example, in the affirmation, all bodies are heavy, when on the contrary, strict universality characterizes the judgment it necessarily indicates another peculiar source of knowledge, namely a faculty of cognition a priori. Necessity and strict universality, therefore, are infallible tests of distinguishing pure from empirical knowledge and are inseparably connected with each other. But as in the use of these criteria, the empirical limitations is sometimes more easily detected than in the contingency of judgment, or the unlimited universality in which we attach to a judgment is often a more convincing proof than is necessity. It may be advised to use the criteria separately, each being by itself infallible. Now that in the sphere of human cognition we have judgments which are necessary and in the strictest sense universal, consequently pure a priori, it will be an easy matter to show. If we desire an example from sciences, we need only take any proposition in mathematics. If we cast our eye upon the commonest operations of understanding the proposition, every change must have a cause, we amply serve our purpose. In the latter case, indeed, the conception of a cause so plainly involves the conception of a necessity of connection with an effect and a strict universality of the law, and the very notion of a cause would entirely disappear were we to derive it like Hume from a frequent association of what happens with that which precedes, and the habit thence originating of connecting representations, the necessity inherent in the judgment being therefore merely subjective. Besides, without seeking for such examples of principles existing a priori in cognition, we might say show that such principles as are the indispensable basis of the possibility of experience itself, and consequently prove their existence a priori. For whence could our experience itself acquire certainty if all the rules on which it depends were themselves empirical and consequently fortuitous? No one therefore can admit to validity of the use of such rules as first principles, but for the present we may content ourselves with having established the fact that we do possess and exercise a faculty of a priori cognition, and secondly, with having pointed out the proper test for such cognition, namely universality and necessity. Not only in judgments, however, but even in conceptions, is an a priori origin manifest. For example, if we take away by degrees from our conception of a body all that can be referred to mere sensuous experience, color, hardness, or softness, weight, even impenetrability, the body will then vanish, but the space which it occurred still remains, and this is utterly impossible to annihilate in thought. Again, if we take away in a like manner from our empirical conception of any object, corporeal or incorporeal, all properties which mere experience has taught us to connect with it, still we cannot think away those through which we cogitate it as substance or adhering to substance, although our conception of substance is more determined than that of an object, compelled therefore by the necessity with which the conception of a substance forces itself upon us, we must confess that it is its seat in our faculty of cognition a priori. Philosophy stands in need of science, which shall determine the possibility, principles, and extent of human knowledge a priori. Of far more importance than all that has been said above is the consideration that certain of our cognitions rise completely above the sphere of all possible experience, and by means of conceptions to which there exist in the whole extent of experience no corresponding object, seem to the extent the range of our judgments beyond its bound, and just in this transcendental or supersensible sphere, where experience affords us neither the instruction nor guidance, lie the investigation of reason, which on account of their importance we consider far preferable to, as having far more elevated aim than all that the understanding can achieve within the sphere of sensuous phenomena. So high value do we set upon these investigations that even at the risk of error we persist in following them out, and permit neither doubt nor disregard nor indifference to restrain us from their pursuit. These unavoidable problems of mere reason, of pure reason, are God, freedom of will, and immortality. The science which, with all its preliminary, has for its especial object the solution of these problems is named metaphysics, a science which is the very outset dogmatical, that is, confidently takes upon itself the execution of the task without any previous investigation of the ability or inability of reason for such an undertaking. Now, the safe ground of experience being thus abandoned, it seems nonetheless natural that we should hesitate to erect a building with the cognitions we possess without knowing whence they came, or the strength of the principles, the origin of which is undiscovered. Instead of thus trying to build without a foundation, it is rather to be expected that we should long ago have put the question how the understanding can arrive at these a priori cognitions, and what is the extent, validity, and worth which they may possess. We say this is natural enough, meaning by the word natural, that which is consistent with just a reasonable way of thinking. But if we understand by the term that which usually happens, nothing indeed could be more natural and more comprehensible than that this investigation should be left long unattempted. For another part of our pure knowledge, the science of mathematics, has been long firmly established and thus leads us to a form flattering expectation with regard to others, though these may be quite different nature. Besides, when we get beyond the bounds of experience, we are of course safe from opposition in this quarter, and the charm of widening a range of our knowledge is so great that, unless we are brought to a standstill by some evident contradiction, we hurry on undoubtedly in our course. This, however, may be avoided if we are sufficiently cautious in the construction of our fictions, which are not the less fictions on that account. Mathematical science affords us a brilliant example how far independently of all our experience we may carry out a priori knowledge. It is true that mathematicians occupy himself with objects and cognitions only insofar as they can be represented by means of intuition, but this circumstance is easily overlooked because the said intuition can itself be given a priori and therefore is hardly to be distinguished from a mere pure conception. Deceived by such a proof of the power of reason, we can perceive no limits on the extension of our knowledge. The light dove cleaving in free flight the thin air, whose resistance it feels, might imagine that her movements would be far from free and rapid in airless space, just in the same way did Plato, abandoning the world of senses because the narrow limits it set to the understanding, venture upon the wings of ideas beyond it, into the void space of pure intellect. He did not reflect that he made no real progress by all his efforts, for he met with no resistance, which might serve him as a support, as it were, whereupon to rest, and on which he might apply his powers in order to let the intellect acquire momentum for its progress. It is indeed the common fate of human reason in speculation to finish the imposing edifice of thought as rapidly as possible, and then for the first time to begin to examine whether the foundation is solid one or no. Arrived at this point, all sorts of excuses are sought after in order to console us for its want of stability, or rather indeed to enable us to dispense altogether with so late and dangerous an investigation. But what frees us during the process of building from all apprehension or suspicion, and flatters us into the belief of its solidity, is this: a great part, perhaps the greatest part of the business of our reason, consists of the analyzation of the conceptions which we already possess of objects. By this means we gain a multitude of cognitions, which, although really nothing more than the elucidations or explanations of that which, though in a confused manner, was already thought in our conceptions, are at least in respect of their forms prized as new introspections, whilst, so far as regards to their matter of content, we have really made no addition to our conceptions, but only disinvolved them. But as this process does furnish a real a priori knowledge, which has a sure progress and useful results, reason deceived by this slips in, without being itself aware of it, assertions of a quite different kind, in which to give conceptions it adds other a priori indeed, but entirely foreign to them, without our knowing how it arrives at these, and indeed without such a question ever suggesting itself. I shall therefore at once proceed to examine the differences between these two modes of knowledge. On the difference between analytical and synthetic judgments. In all judgments wherein the relation of the subject to the predicate is cogitated, I mention affirmative judgments only here. The application to negative will be very easy. The relationship is possible in two different ways. Either the predicate B belongs to the subject A as somewhat which is contained, though covertly, in the conception A, or the predicate B lies completely out of the conception A, although it stands in connection with it. In the first instance, I termed the judgmental analytical, in the second synthetical. Analytical judgments affirmative are therefore those in which the connection of the predicate with the subject is cogitated through identity. Those in which the connection is cogitated without identity are called synthetic judgments. The former may be called explicative, the latter augmentative judgments, because the former add in the predicate nothing to the conception of the subject, but only analyze it into its constitutive conceptions, which were thought already in the subject, although in a confused manner. The latter add to our conceptions of the subject of predicate which was not contained in it and which no analysis could ever have discovered therein. For example, when I say all bodies are extended, this is an analytical judgment, for I need not go beyond the conception of body in order to find extension connected with it, but merely analyze the conception, that is, become conscious of the manifold properties which I think in that conception in order to discover this predicate in it. It is therefore an analytical judgment. On the other hand, when I say all bodies are heavy, the predicate is something totally different from which I think in the mere conception of a body. By the addition of such a predicate, therefore, it becomes something synthetical judgment. Judgments of experience are as such are always synthetical, for it would be absurd to think of grounding an analytical judgment on experience, because in forming such a judgment, I need not go out of the sphere of my conception. Therefore, recourse to the testimony of experience is quite unnecessary. That bodies are extended is not an empirical judgment, but a position which stands from a priori. For before addressing myself to experience, I already have in my conception all the requisite conditions for the judgment, and I have only to extract the predicate from the conception according to the principle of contradiction, and thereby at the same time become conscious of the necessity of the judgment, a necessity which I could never learn from experience. On the other hand, though at first I do not at all include the predicate of weight in my conception of body in general, the conception still indicates an object of experience, a part of the totality of experience to which I can still add other parts, and this I do when I recognize by observation that bodies are heavy. I can cognize beforehand by analysis of the conception of body through the characteristics of extension, impenetrability, shape, etc., all which are cogitated in this concept. But now I extend my knowledge, and looking back on experience from which I derived this conception of body, I find weight at all times connected with the above characteristics, and therefore I synthetically add to my conception this as a predicate and say all bodies are heavy. Thus it is experience upon which rests the possibility of the synthesis of the predicate of weight with the conception of body, because both conceptions, although the one is not contained in the other, still belong to one another, only contingently, however, as parts of the whole, namely of experience, which is itself a synthesis of intuitions. But to synthetic judgments a priori, such aid is entirely wanting. If I were to go out and beyond the conception A in order to recognize another B as connected with it, what foundation have I to rest on whereby to render synthesis possible? I have here no longer the advantage of looking out of the sphere of experience from what I want. Let us take, for example, the proposition everything that happens has a cause. In the conception of something that happens, I indeed think of existence which a certain time antecedes, and from this I can derive analytical judgment. But the conception of a cause lies quite out of the above conception and indicates something entirely different from that which happens, and is consequently not contained in the conception. How then am I able to assert concerning the general conception that which happens something entirely different from that conception, and to recognize the conception of cause, although not contained in it, yet is belonging to it, and even necessarily? What is here the unknown X upon which the understanding rests when it believes that it is found out of the conception A of foreign predicate B, which is nevertheless considered to be connected with it? It cannot be experienced, because the principle adduces annexes the two representations, cause and effect, and to the representation existence, not only with universality, which experience cannot give, but also with expression of necessity, therefore completely a priori and from pure conceptions. Upon such synthetical, that is augmentative proposition, depends the whole aim of our speculative knowledge a priori. For although analytical judgments are indeed highly important and necessary, they are so only to arrive at the clearness of a conception, which is requisite for sure in extended synthesis, and this alone is a real acquisition. Okay, yeah, Luke, you can never get enough of Kant. Got to constantly return to the Kant. And I did a few weeks ago, God forbid, Kant and his critique of the Jews. And, God forbid, Gandalf, if I missed you, Gandalf. Yeah, well, Nietzsche, I've covered some Nietzsche related to truth, but it's not as important to Kant to my research. Like, Kant is integral to almost all aspects, the cognitive architectures, truth theory. Nietzsche, not so much. In all theoretical sciences of reason, synthetical judgments a priori are contained as principles. Mathematical judgments are always synthetical. Hitherto this fact, though incontestably true and very important in its consequences, seems to have escaped the analysis of the human mind, nay, to be in complete opposition to all their conjectures, for it was found that mathematical conclusions, all proceeding according to the principle of contradiction with the nature of every apodictic certainty requires, people become persuaded that the fundamental principles of science also were recognized and admitted in the same way. But the notion is fallacious, for although a synthetic proposition can certainly be discerned by means of the principle of contradiction, this is possible only when another synthetical proposition proceeds, which is later is deduced, but never of itself. Before all, be it observed that proper mathematical propositions are always judgments a priori and not empirical, because they carry along with them the conception of necessity, which cannot be given by experience. If this is to be demurred to, it matters not, I will then limit my assertion to pure mathematics, the very conception of which implies that it consists of knowledge altogether not empirical and a priori. We might indeed, for the first, suppose that the proposition 7 plus 5 equals 12 is merely an analytical proposition following according to the principle of contradiction from the conception of the sum of 7 and 5, but if we regard it as merely narrowly, we find that our conception of the sum of 7 and 5 contains nothing more than the uniting of both sums into one, whereby it cannot at all be cogitated with this single number, in which embraces both. The conception of 12 is by no means obtained by merely cogitating the union of 7 and 5, and we may analyze our conception of such a possible sum as long as we will. Still, we shall never discover in it the notion of 12. We must go beyond these conceptions and have a recourse to an intuition which corresponds to one of the two, our 5 fingers, for example, or like Sanger in his arithmetic 5 points, and so by degrees add the units contained in the 5 given in the intuition, the conception of 7. For if I first take the number 7, and for the conception of 5, calling in the aid of the fingers of my hand, the objects of intuition, I add the units which I before took together to make up the number 5, gradually now by means of the material image of my hand to the number 7, and by this process I at length see the number 12 arise, that 7 should be added to 5. I have certainly cogitated in my conception of a sum set 7 plus 5, but not that this sum was equal to 12. Arithmetical propositions are therefore always synthetical, of which we may become more clearly convinced by trying a large number, for it will thus become quite evident that, turn and twist our conceptions as we may, it is impossible without having recourse to intuition to arrive at the sum total of a product by means of the mere analysis of our conceptions. Just as little is any principle of pure geometry analytical. A straight line between the 2 points is the shortest. This is a synthetic proposition. For my conception, a straight contains no notion of quantity, but is merely qualitative. The conception of the shortest is therefore wholly an addition, and by no analysis can it be extracted from our conception of a straight line. Intuition must therefore here lend its aid, by means of which, and thus only, our synthesis is possible. Some few principles preposited by geometricians are indeed really analytical and depend on the principle of contradiction. They serve, however, like identical propositions as link in the chain of method, not as principles. For example, the reflexive property A equals A, the whole is equal to itself, or A plus B, A, the whole is greater than the part. And yet even these principles themselves, though they derive their validity from pure conceptions, are only admitted in mathematics because they can be presented by an intuition. What causes us here commonly to believe that the predicate of such apodictic judgments is already contained in our perception, and that the judgment is therefore analytical, is merely the equivocal nature of the expression. We must join in thought a certain predicate to a given conception, and this necessity cleaves already to the conception. But the question is not what we must join in thought to the given conception, but what we really think therein, though only obscurely, and then it becomes manifest that the predicate pertains to these conceptions necessarily indeed, yet not as thought in the conception itself, but by virtue of an intuition which we must be added to the conception. The science of natural philosophy, physics, contains in itself synthetical judgments a priori. As principles, I shall adduce 2 propositions. For instance, the proposition in all changes of the material world, the quantity of matter remains unchanged, or that in all communication of motion, action and reaction must always be equal. In both of these cases, not only is the necessity and therefore the origin a priori clear, but also that there are synthetical propositions. From the conception of matter, I do not cogitate its permanency, but merely its presence in space, which it fills. I therefore really go out of and beyond the conception of matter in order to think onto it something a priori, which I did not think of in it. The proposition is therefore not analytical but synthetical, and nevertheless conceived a priori, and so it is within regard to the other proposition of the pure part of natural philosophy. As to metaphysics, even if I were to look upon it merely as an attempted science, yet from the nature of human reason, an indispensable one, we find that it must contain synthetical propositions a priori. It is not merely the duty of metaphysics to dissect and thereby analytically to illustrate the conceptions with which we form a priori of things, but we seek to widen the range of our a priori knowledge. For this purpose, we must avail ourselves of such principles as add something to the original conception, something not identical with nor contained in it, and by means of synthetic judgments a priori, leave far behind us the limits of experience. For example, in the proposition the world must have a beginning, and such like. Thus, metaphysics, according to the proper aim of the science, consists merely of the synthetical propositions a priori. The universal problem of pure reason. If it is extremely advantageous to be able to bring a number of investigations under the formulation of a single problem. For in this manner, we not only facilitate our own labor in so much as we define it clearly to ourselves, but also render it more easily for others to decide whether we have done justice to our undertaking. The proper problem of pure reason then is contained in the question, how are synthetical judgments a priori possible? That metaphysical science has hitherto remained in so facilitating a state of uncertainty and contradiction is only to be attributed to the fact that this great problem, perhaps even the difference between analytical and synthetical judgments, did not sooner suggest itself to philosophers upon the solution of this problem, or upon sufficient proof of the impossibility of synthetic knowledge a priori, depends on the existence or downfall of the science of metaphysics. Among philosophers, David Hume came the nearest to all to this problem, yet it never acquired in his mind sufficient precision, nor did he regard the question in its universality. On the contrary, he stopped short of the synthetical proposition of the connection of an effect with its cause, insisting that such a proposition a priori was impossible. According to his conclusion, then, all that we term metaphysical science is a mere delusion, arising from the fancied insight of reason into that which is truth borrowed from experience, and to which habit has given the appearance of necessity. Against this assertion, destructive to all pure philosophy, he would have been guarded had he had our problem before his eyes in its universality, for he would then have perceived that, according to his own argument, there likewise could not have any pure mathematical science, which assuredly cannot exist without synthetical propositions a priori, an absurdity for which his good understandings must have saved him. In the solution to the above problem, at the same time, comprehended the possibility of the use of pure reason in the foundation of the construction of all science, which contained theoretical knowledge a priori of objects, that is to say, the answer to the following questions: how is pure mathematical science possible? How is pure natural science possible? Respecting these sciences, as they do certainly exist, it may with propriety be asked how they are possible, for they must be possible is shown by the fact of their really existing. But as to metaphysics, the miserable progress it has hitherto made, and the fact that no one system yet brought forward far as regards its true aim, can be said that it is this science really exists, leaves anyone at liberty to doubt with reason the very possibility of its existence. Yet in a certain sense, this kind of knowledge must unquestionably be looked upon as given. In other words, metaphysics must be considered as really existing, if it is not a science, nevertheless, as a natural disposition of the human mind. For human reason, without any investigation imputable to the mere vanity of great knowledge, unceasingly progresses, urged on by its own feeling of need towards such questions as cannot be answered by any empirical application of reason or principles derived therefrom, and so there has ever really existed in every man some system of metaphysics. It will always exist as soon as reason awakes to the exercise of its power and speculation. And now the question arises, how is metaphysics as a natural disposition possible? In other words, how from the nature of the universal human reason do the questions arise which pure reason proposes to itself, and which it is impelled by its own feeling of need to answer as well as it can? But as in all the attempts hitherto made to answer the question which reason is prompted by its very nature to propose to itself, for example, whether the world had a beginning or had existed from eternity, It is always met with unavoidable contradictions. We must not rest satisfied with the mere natural disposition of the mind to metaphysics, that is, with the existence of the faculty of pure reason, whence indeed some sort of metaphysical system always arises, but it must be possible to arrive at certainty in regard to the question whether we know or do not know the things which metaphysics treats. We must be able to arrive at a decision on the subject of its questions, or in the ability or inability of reason to form any judgment respecting them, and therefore either to extend with confidence the bounds of pure reason, or to set strictly defined and safe limits to its actions. The last question, which arises out of the above universal problem, would probably run thus: how is metaphysics possible as a science? Thus, the critique of reason leads at last naturally and necessarily to science, and on the other hand, the dogmatical use of reason without criticism leads to groundless assertions against which others equally specious can always be set, thus ending unavoidably in skepticism. Besides, the science can not be of great informable complexity because it has not to do with objects of reason, the variety of which is inexhaustible, but merely with reason herself and her problems, problems which arise out of her own bosom and are not proposed to her by the nature of outward things, but by her own nature, and whence once reason has previously become able completely to understand her own power in regards to objects which she meets with in experience, it will be easy to determine securely the extent and limits of her attempted application to objects beyond the confines of experience. We may and must therefore regard the attempts hitherto made to establish metaphysical science dogmatically as non-existent, from what of analysis, that is, mere dissection of conceptions, is contained in one or another, is not the aim of, but only a preparation from metaphysics proper, which has for its object of extension by means of synthesis of our a priori knowledge, and for this purpose mere analysis is of course useless, because it shows only what is contained in these conceptions, but not how we arrive a priori at them, and this is her duty to show in order to be afterwards to determine their valid use in regard to all objects of experience, to all knowledge in general. But little self-denial indeed is needed to give up these pretensions, seeing the undeniable and in the dogmatic mode of procedure inevitable contradictions of reason with herself have long since ruined the reputation of every system of metaphysics that has appeared up to this time. It will require more firmness to remain undeterred by the difficulty from within and opposition from without, from endeavoring by a method quite opposed to all those hitherto followed, to further the growth and fruitfulness of a science indispensable to human reason, a science from which every branch it is born may be cut away, but whose roots remain indestructible. Ideal and division of particular science under the name of critique of pure reason. From all that has been said, there results the idea of particular science, which may be called the critique of pure reason, for reason is the faculty which furnishes us with the principles of knowledge a priori, hence pure reason is the faculty which contains the principles of cognizing anything absolutely a priori. An organon of pure reason would be a compendium of those principles, according to which alone all pure cognitions a priori can be obtained. These completely extended applications of such an organon would afford us with a system of pure reason. As this, however, is demanding a great deal, and is yet doubtful whether any extension of our knowledge be here possible, or if so, in what cases we can regard science of the mere criticism of pure reason, its sources and limits, as the propedeutic to a system of pure reason. Such a science must not be called a doctrine, but only a critique of pure reason, and its use in regard to speculation would be only negative, not to enlarge the bounds of, but to purify our reason and to shield it against error, which alone is no little gain. I apply the term transcendental to all knowledge, which is not too much occupied with objects as with the mode of our cognition of these objects. So far as the mode of cognition is possible a priori, the system of conceptions would be called transcendental philosophy, but this again is still beyond our bounds of our present essay, for as such a science must contain a complete exposition not only of our synthetical a priori, but also of our analytical a priori knowledge. If it is too wide a range for our present purpose, because we do not require to carry out an analysis of any further than is necessary to understand in their full extent the principles of synthesis a priori, with which alone we have to do this investigation, which we cannot properly call a doctrine, but only a transcendental critique, because its aim not at the enlargement but at the correction and guidance of our knowledge, and to serve as the touchstone of worth or worthlessness of all knowledge a priori as the sole object of our present essay. So critique is consequently, as far as possible, a preparation for an organon, and if a new organon should be found to fail, at least for a canon of pure reason, according to which the complete system of the philosophy of pure reason, whether it extend or limit the bounds of that reason, might one day be set forth both analytically and synthetically, for this is possible, nay, that such a system, if not of so great extent as to preclude the hope of its ever being completed, is evident, for we have not here to do with the nature of outward objects, which is infinite, but solely with the mind, which judges the nature of objects, and again with the mind only in respect to cognition a priori, and the objects of our investigation, as is not to be sought without, but altogether within ourselves, cannot remain concealed, and in all probability is limited enough to be completely surveyed and fairly estimated according to its worth and worthlessness. Still less let the reader here expect a critique of books and systems of pure reason. Our present object is exclusively a critique of the faculty of pure reason itself. Only when we make this critique our foundation do we possess a pure touchstones for estimating the philosophical value of ancient and modern writings on this subject, and without the criterion, the incompetent historian or judge decides upon and corrects the groundless assertions of others with his own, which have themselves just as little foundation. Transcendental philosophy is the idea of a science for which the critique of pure reason must sketch the whole plan architectonically, that is, from principles with full guarantee from the validity and stability of all the parts which enter into the building. Is this system of all the principles of pure reason? If this critique itself does not assume the title of transcendental philosophy, it is only because, to be a complete system, it ought to contain a full analysis of all human knowledge a priori. Our critique must indeed lay before us a complete enumeration of all the radical conceptions which constitute the said pure knowledge, but from the complete analysis of these conceptions themselves, as also from a complete investigation of those derived from it, it abstains with reason, partly because it would be deviating from the end in view to occupy itself with this analysis, since this process is not attended with the difficulty and insecurity to be found in the synthesis to which our critique is entirely devoted, and partially because it would be inconsistent with the unity of our plan to burden this essay with the vindication of the completeness of such an analysis and deduction, with which, after all, we have at present nothing to do. The completeness of the analysis of these radical conceptions, as well as the deduction from the conceptions a priori, which may be given by the analysis, we can, however, easily attain, provided only that we are in possession of all these radical conceptions, which are to serve as the principles of the synthesis, and that in respect of the main purposes nothing is wanting. To the critique of pure reason, therefore, belongs all that constitutes transcendental philosophy, and is the complete idea of transcendental philosophy, but still not the science itself, because it only proceeds so far with the analysis as is necessary to the power of judging completely of our synthetical knowledge a priori. The principal thing we must attend to is the division of the parts of a science like this, that no conceptions must enter in which contain aught empirical. In other words, that the knowledge a priori must be completely pure. Hence, although the highest principles and fundamental concepts of morality are certainly cognitions a priori, yet they do not belong to transcendental philosophy, because they certainly do not lay the conceptions of pain, pleasure, desires, inclinations, which are all empirical origin, at the foundation of its precepts, yet still into the conception of duty as an obstacle to be overcome, or as an incitement which should not be made into a motive. These empirical conceptions must necessarily enter into the construction of a system of pure morality. Transcendental philosophy is consequently a philosophy of the pure and merely speculative reason, for all this is practical so far as it contains motives, relates to feelings, and these belong to the empirical sources of cognition. If we wish to divide the science from the universal point of view of a science in general, it ought to comprehend first the doctrine of the elements, and secondly, a doctrine of the method of pure reason. Each of these main divisions will have its own subdivisions, the separate reasons for which we cannot here particularize. Only so much seems necessary by way of introduction of premonition, that there are two sources of human knowledge which probably spring from a common but to us unknown root, namely sense and understanding. By the former, objects are given to us; by the latter, thought, so far as the faculty of sense may contain representations a priori, which form the conditions under which objects are given. Insofar it belongs to the transcendental philosophy, the transcendental doctrine of sense must first form the first part of our science of elements, because the conditions under which alone the objects of human knowledge are given must precede those under which they are thought. Okay, so there you have it from Kant himself, reading some of those words, complicated philosophy. And, Gandalf, if you were trying to come on, I missed you. If you're still around, you hop on, we talk a minute. Otherwise, I'm about to sign off. So, yeah, we talked, I talked about the ADL. So we'll see, I think I'm going to be on Charles Moskowitz this week, and we'll probably talk about that more. And then, cognitive architectures. We went an overview of multiple cognitive architectures and some of the background, the Desiderata of Ron Sun, and the article. We're going to be definitely, more and more cognitive architectures, and another deep dive into Kant. Kant, we covered Kant multiple times. Like, Kant is probably the most recurring philosopher in my research in terms of the philosophy of science, the metaphysics, the neo-Kantians, and then here, predictive processing, the nature of knowledge and truth, a priori knowledge. And so, just putting it out there, for the sake of my research. So this week actually is the battery show at the Suburban Collection Place. So hopefully I'll make it out to that one day. I'll probably do a stream at the battery show. I've been going to that every year since it started. And Happy New Year. God bless everybody. The Hebrew New Year. May everybody have a sweet and blessed New Year. Be written in the book of life for another year of peace, prosperity, health, blessings, good relationships, all the good things. And I'm not sure if I'm going to stream next Sunday. If I do, it'll be later, because I'll wait till after sundown Sunday. So it might be like 8:30 or so. And the following week after that will be Yom Kippur, so I definitely won't be streaming. And then the next 2 weeks will be Sukkah. And their Sukkah holiday will both be ending Sunday night about 8:30 or something. So it's possible I'll be streaming. If not, I probably won't decide till the last minute. And if not, hopefully I will do some Ask the Rabbis over the Jewish holidays. I still have asked the rabbis on the Jewish-Gentile distinction, the origin of the Noahide laws, and the origin of Tikkun Olam, and slavery in the Bible, and historical views towards slavery in the rabbinic literature. So probably like 3 or 4 different Ask the Rabbis. So I'll do like at least 2 of them over the Jewish holiday seasons. And we'll see. I saw E. Michael Jones almost has his book out on the Holocaust narrative. So maybe I'll get a copy of that and try to speak with E. Michael Jones. Be an interesting conversation. And other than that, I think that's about it. The research goes on, and I'm kind of enjoying this. So, hope other people, appreciate my research, reach out. And yeah, I think I'm on the final leg. So like, expertise is the field that I really want to get into. And, so expertise is a form of knowledge. And, so the point is prior knowledge, cognitive architecture, where does it reside? How is it acquired? Anderson and deliberate practice. And, still at some point, I want to cover all the major models of expertise. But I got veered, like we did like 2 months of truth theory. And so that was important, just the philosophical precursors, the correspondence and the coherence and pragmatism, theories of truth, Judaic conceptions of truth. And so that will be important, multiple truth hypothesis. And for theories of expertise, where does expertise reside? Well, it resides in the mind. Where does the mind reside? So there you have cognitive architectures, and then we'll have the models of expertise. And some of those are empirical, based on psychometric data, and some of them are cognitive, and really they're combinational. And then we'll look at the question of multifactorial models that include genetic talent factors, ecological factors. I still have an article meaning to look at the ecological factors towards expertise. I have a few articles on flow. Look at the a more in-depth look into flow and flow in animals. I also have a look at the deliberate practice and expertise in animals. And so with that, signing off. God bless. Thanks for tuning in. Like usual, hopefully tomorrow or the next day, I'll timestamp a table of contents, and wishing everybody happy Jewish holidays, a happy new year, blessings, and good things. So God bless everyone.